Okay, thank you very much. We should thank the officers who gave their lives, though, trying to protect the citizens of Dallas. Which we are, well, okay. The first subject is review and adopt the minutes from April the 11th. Are there any comments on the minutes? Anyone want to say something? Made a motion. Second?
I'll second.
Aye?
Aye.
Aye. Nay? Okay. Second is Lynn's update on the budget status now and what's coming down the line.
Right, so the first spreadsheet that you have in your materials is the one that we give you every meeting that shows the status of all the categories that you have approved. We're right on track in terms of spending. One thing that did happen is that so Nick had been working for us on a contract basis, then we moved him to full-time, and he's gone down to part-time again because he's helping us try to wrap up paramicroscopy cases, and he'll do some work on the bite mark transcript screening, but he really needs to be in, why can I not remember the name of the county he's from? You know what it is.
I do.
Where his mom is.
Yeah.
Where the DA was killed.
Oh,
Needs to
I'm
be
Kaufman.
Kaufman County.
Kaufman
He's
County.
from Kaufman County. He needs to be there most of the time with his mom right now, so he's going to help us on a part-time basis, which is actually really all we need, so it's a fortuitous change of events for us. So that saved us some money, but otherwise we're really on track to finish the fiscal year, which will happen next month, at the end of next month, having spent all of our money, but not being in need of going over or at risk of exceeding our budget, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Any questions about the information? And I think, you know, a long time ago, Dr. Pirwani had asked us to do all these categories that help us see projected remaining, projected use, and it's been very helpful to us. Because anytime there's an outlier in one of the categories, we can say, well, why is that? Or why are we at 100% in, say,
Front
October
loaders,
or something?
Front loaders is why.
Right, some of them are just that way, but if it's something that we're only in X month and we're way high in the percentage of expenditures, then we want to say, do we need to scale back? You know, we really have to watch it in areas like travel, for example, where, you know, if we can't go, we can't go. So
We should be at 80% mark at this time of the year, so, and you can see that in the salary and staffing,
right.
to be up at 80%, and the rest are fluctuating a little more, a little less.
Yeah, so I think we're in good shape. The next document you have is actually the request for funding that we're putting in for the next biennium. Now, I want to preface this conversation with the fact that the governor, lieutenant governor, and speaker of the House have asked all state agencies to reduce their budgets by 4%. And we've been talking with the governor's office and with the legislators who are most interested in our mission about the fact that we have the licensing requirement now, which didn't used to be there. And we've been operating on a very lean budget for a very long time. So in FY18, we will need an FTE, a high-level FTE, plus money primarily for the software that we need to have in place so that the folks that need to get licensed can submit their materials online, pay their fees online, and that's all a fairly complex process because the money has to go in, it has to be through a system approved by the State Department of Information Resources, and then it goes to Sam Houston and gets put into our local account there. So these are not issues that don't have expenses associated with them. Now, having said that, in FY19, we expect we will have made revenues from those fees. So what we're asking for in FY18 is $138,000 additional to cover the FTE plus the startup costs on the software. And we need to make some upgrades to our system to support that. And then, but that new fund support actually drops down to $28,000 in FY19 because we're expecting revenues from fees. I think what we should be able to do is get a little bit of a better feel based on some of the decisions that the Licensing Advisory Committee has been making and based on what are essentially requests from communities of disciplines that aren't subject to accreditation right now, like latents and digital evidence, who actually would like the opportunity or the option to receive a license under this program. So if those folks come into the fold, that could affect revenues as well. So what we need to be able to do to really get a firmer understanding of what FY19 is going to look like is to get a better handle on the numbers of licensees. So that's something we're trying to work on right now.
We don't have the projected fees we're going to accrue from, not yet, do we?
So that's part of the issue, is that the commission has yet to vote or even discuss really, except in very preliminary terms, what that number should look like. I'll talk about this later in the today's program, but what it's looking like it's going to be is somewhere between 50 and 100,000, and that's based on both our survey of other disciplines that are similarly aligned salary and education-wise, like nurses is one of the big ones that we looked at, healthcare professionals. That's in your blue folder that should have been waiting for you at the front desk. We don't think it's appropriate to assign fees the way lawyers and doctors are assigned fees or at that level because typically the salaries are not commensurate with that. And, like as a government lawyer, I have to pay a fairly sizable chunk to the state bar, but some of what I have to pay is waived because of my status as a government lawyer. So in any event, I don't think I think we all recognize, and the committee recognizes that most forensic scientists do not get paid at a level where they can sustain anything but maybe a fee at about 50, 75, tops 100 annually. So I think, where is Greg? Is that a fair representation of that?
Yes, we've been saying $50 to $100 since.
We just don't know exactly what it's going to be yet, or what the recommendation is going to be, and we need to do a little bit more work. But the reason you see the drop from FY18 to FY19 is because we will have accrued some revenue by then, a conservative estimate being $70,000. But we may we may earn more.
But have you thought about how that money is going to be sequestered in the state's money budget, whatever, because we want to make sure it's not gobbled up.
So what happens with fee revenues, they actually go into the local
Special
account.
account.
And it rolls over. So it's not general revenue, which is the one that has the most restrictions on it and that we lose at the end of the fiscal year if we don't use it. General revenue is what the commission has pretty much always been funded by, except for some of the training help that we've gotten in the form of money from Judge Hervey. But by and large, we've been subject to general revenue restrictions. This would roll over year to year, so that's another helpful thing. So that's where we stand, and this entire budget, if you recall last time, we talked about that we would get a small group together to help me work through this, and they did indeed do that, and this was submitted to the university, and what these numbers end up being, we'll have to continue working with the governor's office, continue working with legislators and Senate Finance and other committees to make sure that we have support for what it is we're asking. and if there are any issues that we can address them, so. Any questions? So the next item is actually revisions to the policies and procedures that have pretty extensively redlined. What we've done is completely update the policies and procedures to reflect statutory changes, to add more discretion, or to document discretion for the staff to handle some complaints without bringing them in front of the commission. Certainly things like requests for DNA testing, anything to do with an autopsy that doesn't complain about the toxicology, but if it's complaining about cause and manner of death, that's clearly outside of our jurisdiction. What's happening is that people are finding out that we exist, and so then we end up like, this is your material for one meeting. It's a lot. So while we want to be absolutely clear that, commissioners need to consider these complaints, on the ones that we just know we have no jurisdiction or what they're asking for is not something we can do, we've documented that the staff can just handle those. So those are the major changes in here.
Actually, I think it's very good. It's very concise and points out everything.
And we point out here that, the Texas administrative rules on licensing and accreditation are really what governs. This is just, guidelines to help us do work day to day, basically. So does anyone have questions about any particular issues here? We would need a motion to...
Before you do that, where exactly does it say that the staff can shortcut the new complaints if they don't fall within the guidelines? Page 8?
What's the bottom? So it says the general counsel may unilaterally dismiss complaints related to the portion of an autopsy conducted by a medical examiner or licensed physician as falling outside the commission's statutory jurisdiction without bringing the complaint before the complaint screening committee or full FSC for consideration. The general counsel may unilaterally refer complaints and requests involving DNA mixtures to the statewide DNA mixture triage team or other responsible entity without bringing the complaint and request before the CSC or full FSC, and that the general counsel shall provide the total number of complaints and inquiries referred to the statewide team. So I want you to do is understand the volume that's coming in, and Bob will brief us on that later, but so that's what we're...
What I would like to recommend is that while this language is great, I think the general counsel still has a duty to report those cases that she is dismissing or he is dismissing.
Yep.
So we keep a track of those
How many?
cases,
Yep.
and we
Okay.
have a reference to those cases that we send to the commission for review.
Okay, we can do that.
I mean, we're not talking about them doing needing to put out a full set of
No.
facts, just focusing on the fact.
Recommend, yeah.
This complaint came in, this was the issue.
It was
This is
forwarded.
why it was, okay, yeah. So
So
something
put
brief.
like a paragraph for each one.
Correct, yes.
Maybe even sentences. I mean, I don't even know that all of
It can be a short paragraph, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we can do that.
Yeah, I
In an
think-
effort to reduce the number of these types of cases that we're getting, could we think about maybe on our website put a more prominent, where they link to a form to say these types of samples, these types of cases will not be.
So
Do
the
we have
current
that?
complaint form has a bold
Bold thing, even at the
statement
beginning.
right in the front that says, if this has to
It
do
could-
with an
it-
autopsy,
yeah,
do
I
not
know.
submit it.
But I'm
It will not
thinking
preclude people
online.
from doing what
We
they're
got
doing
a lot of
right now.
time.
Are we
Desperate.
also authorizing you to send them to, I take it we always send some written response to people that submit a complaint, so are you also being authorized to do that without commission vote necessary?
So I take dismissed complaints as including sending
Sending the
letters,
letters,
Okay,
yeah.
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
All right.
As long as we have a tally and you list them and give us the reason why it was dismissed.
And I'm gonna take out that word unilaterally because it's kind of ugly
Yeah.
and unnecessary. I'm just gonna say the general
The
counsel may
is
dismiss.
authorized to dismiss complaints.
Okay. sounds so authoritarian.
So parent-like.
Okay. So we'll report, so we'll make those edits. Anything else?
Obviously, the commission has a right to open any cases you dismiss. It's understood
Right.
that, right?
I can put
Yeah.
that, though. Do you want to make it
And
clear?
it's not for now, it's for future. I mean, we want to make sure our general counsel does not dismiss cases that should have not been dismissed.
I'll actually
Yeah.
put that in here. Any dismissed, any cases falling under these paragraphs, I'll make the reference. Maybe,
Commission reserves the right to reopen
Right.
cases dismissed by general counsel. Something like that.
mhm.
Ready for a motion?
I'm ready for a motion.
I move we adopt with the added amendments we've discussed today, that we adopt the changes to the language of the rules regarding the commission.
I second it.
What, do I have to say all in favor?
Dr. Lamar?
We have to adopt the policies.
Right, so he made the motion, and we got a second, so we just need the.
Aye,
Aye.
nay,
Thank you. Okay, so, let me.
three, or part three,
Are we on three already? Let me make sure there's no.
Someone else.
well, there was discussion, supposed to be discussion of purchasing.
So supposedly, we're getting a new phone system that we have been getting for the last 2 years.
Yeah.
But we're moving closer to getting the new phone system because we had a bunch of things happen in a closet down the hall involving a server, and now they're saying we're going to get our new phone. That's all that has to do. Because right now our phones are like one step above rotary dial. So we purchased what our IT consultant recommended needed to be purchased for that. They were small purchases, a few $100s, so that should hopefully happen soon. And this office staff reclassification just refers to Nick's position, so, which I already talked about. I think that's it.
Yeah. That's it, and we've already taken the motion of approval. So the next item is review and discussion of guidance on neglect and misconduct. And I know it's always been confusing, and I think this is very good, this kind of,
So,
unless Lynn doesn't like it.
well, since I wrote it, I thought it was helpful, but have since learned that we probably need to keep working on it because there are different issues involved. You have, number one, the fact that the commission is now the accrediting body, and the rules
Okay.
say that the same communications that go to the national accrediting body for a laboratory have to be copied to Lee. And Lee's been trying to give folks guidance that I don't need every bit of minutia, but if it's substantive in nature, then copy me on it. So that's sort of separate from the other question, which is what constitutes professional negligence and misconduct worthy of disclosure to the commission? What does that mean? The purpose of this was to say that a mistake that the laboratory is able to address and remedy, that is not a repeated mistake that raises questions about competency or the integrity of the casework. We're not looking for those types of disclosures. But I think the language still needs to be worked on. And then separate and apart from that, what we're hearing from the laboratories and from TCLAD, who met here yesterday, is that they're really, I think, struggling, as the lawyers themselves are, about what the Michael Morton Act and Brady impose in terms of the duty to tell the client base what's going on in the laboratory. And I think the perceptions of what that obligation is actually a whole different standard than what professional negligence and misconduct is that's worthy of reporting to the commission. Because that obligation is based on 39.14H, did I get it right, of the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure.
I don't have that memorized, so you're looking to me.
I do. Here it is. And that's also known as the Michael Morton Act.
That I'm-
So these are very challenging issues, and I think.
What is the statute, 39 what?
.14H. And what it says is that notwithstanding any other provision of the article, the state shall disclose to the defendant any exculpatory, impeachment, or mitigating document, item, or information in the possession, custody, or control of the state that tends to negate the guilt of the defendant or would tend to reduce the punishment for the offense charged. And that's language that the whole state has been struggling with. And I think if you asked a prosecutor, I know if you asked one prosecutor in one office what that means to them, and you asked another one, either in the same office or in another office, they may give you a different perspective. So this has not been litigated to the extent where we really have a body of case law from which to draw guidance. It's starting to be, but there was a Texas disciplinary action recently, and that was Schultz.
Slow to action.
And it, that really, I think, stated that, and correct me, Don, but pretty much the main takeaway from that was that prosecutors don't get to decide and what is important and what isn't, or what might be material and what is not. And that's even more complicated when you're dealing with scientific goings on in a laboratory where the lawyers themselves, I think, struggle having any idea what's important and what's not in a laboratory's operations. And sometimes something innocuous could end up being important, and sometimes something important doesn't amount to a hill of beans, but it may still be disclosable. So these are very, very difficult issues. This thing that I wrote was an attempt at providing clarity on what the commission's expectations are. In the middle of all of that, the question was raised, okay, so when the commission issues a report about either a disclosure event in a laboratory that it looks into in more depth, or issues a report in response to a complaint by a member of the public, to whom do the laboratories need to say, like, hey, this happened? Is it just the DA for the case that may have been impacted? Is it the entire client base of that laboratory, which for somebody like DPS, an entity like DPS, is 254 counties, right? So questions on these issues are abundant. And so the idea is that we, instead of leaving it to me to put that thing together, we would, and that will be a starting point to use for commission guidance, but I think the labs and the lawyers need to get together and try to provide some guidance, focusing just on the question of the impact of Brady and Michael Morton on crime laboratories. And so, Dawn, I don't know if you have a second to address the commission on this, but they've done a similar thing with law enforcement in Tarrant County, and they've sort of tiered the information. And I guess it's working out okay?
It's called the Discovery Compliance Policy, and we have 100% compliance with law enforcement. And I know that, we have a basically Discovery Compliance attorney so we have some consistency in the way that we're doing it. And it did take some amount of work, and I think it can be controversial, but it has helped us make sure that we're being consistent and that we are telling law enforcement what it is that we actually need. And I think the labs deserve the same sort of guidance and understanding about why it is that we need these things, and they can have input into what may be important from our perspective too.
Now, I wanted to be clear with the crime lab directors yesterday in saying, really the truth is that the only thing the commission has authority over in this respect is what is disclosable to the commission, and providing that guidance and making sure that everyone's on the same page about that. on the Brady-Michael-Morton Act issue, we can put our thoughts out there to the world and hope that they agree and go with it, but individual prosecuting agencies may have different perspectives, and they may look at what this group comes up with and say, well, that's fine for y'all, but I see this differently. That's the issue about having, 254 counties with elected, how many elected?
More.
A lot of people out there that all have their own authority over their particular jurisdiction. But we can try. And I think it's a very worthy and would be helpful. It would be a helpful project, don't you think?
No, I agree. I think part of the challenge, and what makes this even more challenging than the law enforcement issue, is that there is the lack of need for that disclosure and materiality are separate lines. I mean, and what we've dealt with repeatedly, and the labs deal with it all the time, there are constantly what in the general vernacular would be called mistakes that happen in labs, minor things that are caught, corrected, and have no impact generally upon the quality of what comes out of the laboratory. But with the broad language we're dealing with, there's that question out there, is every misstep by everybody in the laboratory something that needs to be disclosed? And I think, and I certainly personally do not believe that was the intent of the statute, but seeing what goes on in the courtrooms, I know there are people on the other side of the table that want to use that, because when it comes to things that can be used for impeachment, what from a scientific standpoint, really, the scientists would all agree, this is not a big deal, this doesn't matter. From the standpoint of someone who's trying to attack the credibility of the person who did the work, it might matter. So I do think the commission it'd be helpful if we put something out there and gave some guidance. And I'd like to think, with no basis for thinking it'll happen, that there might be some thought put to the language in that statute so that the good intent of the statute is not overcome by an absurd expectation that minutia is something that needs to be constantly collected, shared, and put out there. Because I think if a lab had to report everything that by any standard might be a thing that is not what should have happened, I think they'd be spending all their time, doing that. And I think that'd be ridiculous, and it would shut down the labs. And I think it's kind of goes hand in hand with some of the over-encompassing discovery motions that the commission has tried to help address for these issues. So yeah, I think it would be very helpful for us to give some more guidance to that and explain that from a forensic science standpoint that the expectations for the courtrooms need to be realistic.
Tim?
It seemed to me, and this is my personal opinion, though there were a lot of people that were here, that the only consensus at TFLAG yesterday was that there needs to be a clear distinction between our Brady responsibility and our responsibility reporting to this commission. And where waters get muddied is when this commission creates documents and opinions related to Brady, when our responsibility, as we see it, is, I'm speaking, I think, for what was the consensus of the group, our Brady responsibility is to our client, which is the DAs, and everybody spoke up that every office has a different set of requirements. So if somehow this commission puts together an opinion that is different from our client base, then we're between a rock and a hard place. We have to follow what my DA tells me that they want. And that may be very inclusive, it may not be. I've been told I don't want certain things. Okay, well, we'll give you whatever you ask for. But I don't know if y'all understand what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
The more opinion you have on Brady, it confuses all what is our requirement to report to this commission, because does that then become a requirement that the commission is putting on the laboratories to report to the commission as a part of our duty to our client? And so we would like a clear line between those two responsibilities.
Kim, what is your definition of full disclosure? What does it mean to you?
Full disclosure, To me personally, or for me
To you personally.
experientially?
To you personally.
For me, it's lab report, lab notes, quality system, proficiency, training records, equipment validations, equipment records, maintenance logs, reagent logs, training files, corrective actions, and we're giving our list to the DA, and they're just going, their jaws dropping, and they're like, well, we don't want all that stuff, but from my perspective,
So your point.
everything that we do, even to the maintenance on our building, which I've always referred to as our building is our largest instrument that we use. The temperature, is it maintained? Do we have leaks? What's the electrical line? You know, do we have noise in our electrical signals? Those
So
are reported
it's not
scientifically.
what you disclose, it's whom you disclose you're concerned about.
That's what I think, but my DA is going to decide what they want, and they're going to tell me. I'm going to give them a comprehensive list of everything that we have. Then they have, it's, as everybody has clearly stated, it's their responsibility and their neck on the line. They got to tell me what they want. We will disclose everything that we have. We are prepared and have a system set up to be able to e-dump, everything. And, but there's been some question as to what exactly do they want?
But supposing an error is made in the lab and you disclose it to the DAs, well, the DA is going to take this from the perspective of the Brady and is going to give whatever information to the other council or whatever. But we're going to monitor that your agency is going to do a corrective action plan, or things are going to change and these mistakes are not made again. Who's going to decide this? The DA going to decide that, or the commission going to decide that?
We have a responsibility to our accrediting agency, in which we then create our corrective action reports, and we document those errors, and all of that information is discoverable. It's already produced and given to both this commission and to the and to our accrediting body. So I'm not sure exactly
But
if I answered.
we had an issue in my lab, and we had a self-disclosure, you remember. There was an error made, it was a dry labbing, and we reported that to the commission and also to ASCLD. And ASCLD said fine and did absolutely nothing about it, but the commission made us go through all those cases and redo all those cases and do an awful lot of changes, and it was absolutely necessary, and I was glad we disclosed it. So you report to ASCLD, what are they going to do? But the commission is going to take you to the rind.
Well, if I may, with the commission now also being the state accrediting agent, you will be informed of any corrective actions, either depending on the severity of the corrective action at the time, or at the end, with any communication that we have with ASCLD Lab or ANAB or whomever, that in the form of the annual report. So the commission will be receiving that information, whether it be in the form of a self-disclosure or in the form of just through the communications of our accrediting body.
So it's kind of like a three-tiered conversation. Number one, just reminding everyone that exactly what Aaron said is true, which is now, instead of copying DPS and all your accrediting body communications, it's the commission. And if Lee ever sees anything in that process where she's like, you might, take a look at this, it's a significant document, then I'll look at it. And then if I ever saw anything, we can go back to the lab and ask questions and so forth. The second question is still the reporting requirement for professional negligence or misconduct. Nobody, I think, argues with misconduct. It's one of those things where everybody knows it, they see it, labs, it's not controversial in the sense that nobody disagrees about what that is. Negligence is much harder. And I think what Richard was trying to do in getting me to write some clarity on that is to say what he was saying earlier, which is these small non-conformances that are caught and dealt with by the laboratory that are errors. In other words, the standard of practice wasn't followed, but they're caught by the laboratory, addressed, they're not part of a pattern or practice of mistakes, and they're not like a proficiency test issue. those things do not need to come to the commission except if they're going to the accrediting body as part of the normal process. But in terms of an event, a professional negligence or misconduct event, we don't need that.
So let me give you an example. You could be negligent because you are making error in the lab because you're in a hurry or you're careless. It's a human error. I understand that. But supposing the technician now discovers his error but does not report, would that be misconduct or would it still be a negligence?
Well, I think a deliberate failure to follow the quality process, then we'd have to talk about whether that's misconduct or whether it's negligence.
And then supposing this employee repeatedly makes the same mistakes, would that still be negligent or would that be misconduct?
It would be an indicator that the person may need to find employment in another profession, I think.
So but basically what I'm saying is that we still have to look into all that.
Oh,
and
yeah, that's
understand
true.
the concept.
Yes, it's
so
absolutely
if we
true.
give a blanket thing that please don't report this to us, then you're going to overlook things.
So I think what we need to also, so then the third category, what I was going to say, is this question of trying to help out with the intersection between forensic laboratories and the Michael Morton Act. So that what we were trying to do, I thought, maybe I was wrong, but I might have misheard the conversation yesterday, but I thought there was a desire among the laboratory directors to have a task group put together with perhaps 4 lawyers and 4 scientists that the TCLAD can recommend, and that, probably conviction integrity unit folks on the other side that have worked in this area and are intimately familiar with it, to get together and actually, the first issue is easy, the one about the disclosure because it's part of the accreditation. But the second 2 things, what do you disclose to the commission, making sure that that guidance is clear and that folks understand it, and then trying to provide some help on Brady and Morton. I thought that's what.
Yeah, that's correct, Lynn. So we did discuss yesterday, and you're right, there's 3 halves to this. We'll put it that way, or 3 groups to this. We, as a group, put together a committee to respond with a written comment to your document regarding what needs to be submitted to the commission for review. So we're going to provide that for your consideration, to try to work through that so that guidance is clear for us as the end users. But we are having conversations amongst ourselves about Brady and Michael and how that impacts laboratories. And we did ask if there was a way or a venue you can assist us putting together a multidisciplinary group to just have that discussion. But as Tim mentioned, those are 2 different separate things that at times get kind of convoluted with each other. So that's what we're seeking clarity with the community.
And basically what Tim said, I think, is kind of illustrative of some of the struggles, because disclosure and Brady are not the same thing. There can be disclosure, i.e. make available all of the notes and everything relevant for cross-examination. That may not be impeachment. That may not be exculpatory. So it's not that, you may have an obligation to always have that available to both sides, but there's a difference between that and the prosecution having to affirmatively discover which things could be exculpatory or impeachment or mitigation. And that's where I think we have some trouble with this. And the concern is that if the Forensic Science Commission defines negligence in a specific way, they might make Brady different than what it really is by the definition. Does that make sense? So I do think that there is, some need for that, because, for example, with law enforcement, if we have an officer who puts the wrong cause number or an incorrect name in a probable cause affidavit, that doesn't mean that we have to produce a list of every time they've ever made a mistake like that. It may be something that's subject to cross-examination when that officer testifies in that case where that error is. But that's not something that follows the police officer. And the concern is with analysts that if it's something of that nature, then it could follow them if it's a reportable thing as a negligence when it might not really impact the criminal justice system in the state.
Right, so I think the reason I understood to bring the team together to look at both issues is because of that, the trickiness of the negligence piece of the statute. And I think, Tom, we've talked about this before, and I don't know if you have any thoughts on it.
Well, I would, Tom Allen, Houston Forensic Science Center, I would respond to what Richard said about the danger of minutia, because neither the Houston Forensic Science Center nor the Harris County District Attorney wants to make the judgment call about what might fall within the scope of 3914H. And so what we're doing is posting everything through our website, and we're able to do that. It's a little rocky, but it's about to work. But we're posting now so much that I'm not sure at the end of the day justice is particularly well served, because then the defense attorney has to plow through all of this stuff, and that's going to be extraordinary for a lab as large as ours. So our consciences are clean. That's very convenient, but I don't know that it's going to work out so well in the end. But what choice do we have? Because after Schultz, our people are going to be, you made the wrong call. Okay, fine. So we'll just post everything, and we'll see how unworkable that is. So it's tough.
So yeah, Tom just said it. So I don't think we're going to do anything about this document today, but I do think that we should work with the TCLAD to put this group together. My suggestion would be that they put 4 people in, and then we get 2 CIU people and a recommendation from TCDLA and TDCAA. And that may also be CIU people, I don't know, we'll see. And then they can work on it.
Oh, yeah, there's already a plan, and the TCLAD has a plan to work on it. Brady's on the committee, and so.
That was in response to your document. We put together a public comment for that, to offer that for consideration. But to go together, we can sort of, like what you just said, it's perfect sense.
Okay. You want somebody to make a motion? Do you want to take
Well, we're
a
not
motion?
going to do anything, I thought.
No, but we're going to put the group together.
Oh, I move that we
We're gonna-
create,
yeah.
I'll move that we create
Okay,
the group
second.
described.
I second that.
Aye,
Aye.
nay.
Okay.
Okay, next is the screening committees, compliance.
So, can I make a suggestion, which is that we actually go straight to the DNA section of the agenda?
Want to call that?
Yeah, can we go to the DNA
Okay.
section, because it's,
Free up people?
to free up people who need to go after that.
Which number on the agenda is that?
That's 12. Actually, you know what, before we go to 12, can we do the licensing, number 6?
Right,
the
okay.
update?
Let's discuss the licensing advisory committee progress.
Right. Do you want your presentation? So I actually have a presentation on this subject, which I'm about to do, but Greg Helbig is the chair of the licensing advisory group, and Greg will assist me with answering questions as they come up. So the group met yesterday and made some changes even to what I'm about to present to you here, when it loads, which sorry, it's just taking a second. Okay. So, let me turn the lights down a little?
Right there, actually, behind you.
Okay, so just starting out,
Which one?
that's fine. Okay, so just starting out as a refresher, the requirement for licensing in Texas comes from Senate Bill 1287, and essentially what it says is that a person may not act or offer to act as a forensic analyst unless they hold a forensic analyst license. The definition of forensic analyst is a person who, on behalf of an accredited crime lab, tech reviews, performs forensic analysis, or draws conclusions from or interprets forensic analysis for a court or a crime laboratory. So here are some other key definitions in the statute that we refer to often. The definition of forensic analysis, crime laboratory, and what are forensic accredited fields of forensic science. Here are our disciplines subject to accreditation. As a refresher, we have drug chemistry or controlled substances, tox, biology, firearm and tool mark examination, question documents, trace, and other disciplines if the commission were to approve them. I can tell you by far the trickiest category is trace evidence for licensing, because there are so many sub-disciplines and subcategories. The effective date is January 1st of 2019, so we are on the clock for sure, trying to get this implemented. So what does the commission need to be doing? Establishing the qualifications for the license, setting fees for issuance and renewal, issuing the licenses to applicants who meet the criteria, and establishing the advisory committee, which you have already done, and they've been hard at work. So the committee, as you recall, it has one prosecutor, one defense lawyer, and 7 scientists, and it's a diverse group. They advise the commission on all the recommendations. They have staggered 2-year terms. And here's the group: Greg Hilbig, Chris Hartzell from Tarrant County, Robert Middleberg from NMS, James Miller, who's here with us as well, from Houston Forensic Science Center, Robert Sailors from Bexar County, Tim Slider, who I took the liberty of providing a headshot since I've asked him about 10 times and he's never provided me a headshot. Mike Ward, who's firearms and tool marks at Fort Worth, and our lawyers, Mark Daniel, who's on the defense side, and Inger from the Harris County CIU. The licensing qualifications, the broad categories under the statute, we have successful completion of educational requirements. So by that they mean formal education. Specific coursework and experience, including instruction in courtroom, testimony, and ethics. Successful completion of an examination, which I promise you has been the biggest challenge in addressing these requirements, has been in the exam category. And then successful completion of proficiency testing to the extent required by accreditation, as well as paying a licensing fee. So what might this look like? Excuse me. So just looking at drug chemistry for the example, the requirement that's being, this is a draft that already needs to be updated based on conversations yesterday, but it's a matrix of the various categories. So we have, for drug chemistry, a BS or BA in natural sciences from an accredited university. Courtroom testimony and ethics, specific coursework includes all of these things. So Brady, Michael Morton, ethics, cognitive bias, statistics. Then we have the coursework, chemistry, so basic, organic, analytical, instrumental. All these things need to be defined further. I think it's fair to say, James, there too. And then the committee felt pretty strongly that starting after January of 2019, so not now for the current group that's going to get licensed, but people who come in after this first group need to have college-level statistics. And there's been some questions raised about that, because not all natural sciences science degrees specifically indicate a statistics requirement. I will say that the FEPAC accredited forensic science programs are about to have that as a mandatory part of what an undergrad must take, in recognition of the fact that forensic scientists should understand statistical concepts. So that's one area that folks have asked questions about. The exam component, this is the part that we just discussed yesterday. There's a sort of consensus in the group that it's going to be really hard to administer all these different examinations. We're not in a position to do that. So there are a couple of things that the group wants to do. One of them is to offer a forensic analyst exam that is an exam covering such areas as ethics, court of testimony, statistics for forensic scientists, cognitive bias, evidence handling, evidence storage. What am I forgetting? There's a list, a very long list of things. And that would be based on a critical number of texts that would be assigned by a group of experts that we're going to be consulting with from all over the country on these issues. The test would be actually taken from that material. And based on that examination, you would be licensed as a forensic scientist. Your subcategories of licenses that you would have expertise in that would be noted on the Commission's website would be derived from knowledge-based competency testing. The idea being that the Licensing Advisory Committee will have the categories of information that need to be covered on those knowledge-based competencies as the first phase of this. So what are all the things that a DNA analyst should be tested on? And then as a second phase, we're going to start talking about raising or not necessarily raising, but making sure that there's consistency in the rigor of those examinations across the state. So if I want to be a drug chemist in a laboratory in Bexar County, and then I go and try to become a drug chemist in Greg's lab in Tyler, the difficulty of that exam should not vary very much. And so what we want to be able to do is sort of achieve consistency in these examinations, both in terms of the subject material covered for the discipline and the difficulty of the exam. But that part is going to be a little, we want to get all the foundational piece of the licensing covered before we address that.
Lynn, before you go forward, can you explain to me, how did you come up with 3 years of license term, and what is the philosophy behind that? And the other thing is there a requirement for continuing education to renew your license, and is ethics a part of that requirement, whether they should take an hour credit in ethics for renewing the license?
Yes, so the renewals will have what we're calling CFE requirements, continuing forensic education. We have discussed what those should look like. I think the committee wants to do a point-based system, but there will be an ethics component of that as a minimum ethics component, very much like what the State Bar requires lawyers to do, except they want to do at least 1 hour more just to show that they're, vesting the attorneys in the state. I will say that on your other question was why 3 years? There's really truly nothing magical about a 3-year cycle. We thought 1 year was just too much for us to be able to do right now, and 5 years was not enough. So we settled on 3. Is that a fair way of saying it? But anything that people suggest, that is just a suggestion. The idea would be that over that 3-year period, you have to achieve a certain number of points and report them. You can't do them all at the end. You have to have an annual minimum. But in that 3-year term, you need to have achieved those continuing forensic ed hours.
I guess the main reason for 3 years is we felt that was about as long as we could go and still ensure that somebody was maintaining currency and competence in that field. We didn't want somebody to be licensed if they've been out in the field for 4 or 5 years. At that point, it was
Too much.
You know, the medical license is 2-year cycle. So there is a scatter between 2 and 4, I think, in the state with different licenses.
So on the state bar level, it's annual, but that is a monster to administer. So we thought 3 years would be a little more doable, and the renewal cycles would come up on the birth date month of the licensing. So, but that can be changed to 2 years of people, you know, that's just a very early suggestion. And then the fee, as I talked about earlier, is going to be somewhere, we think, between $50 and $100. How we settle on that, we're still working on compiling the data.
on the fee. One thing we are talking about is in order to get people on board early is having an early application
Discount.
discount.
Is there any
basically.
projection of how many applicants we have to process a year for the first
So we
time?
think inside the state of Texas, it'll be somewhere around 1,400. That's the
1,400.
national number. Do you have any different indication, Brady? Does that sound right? We've been talking about that as the number.
Yeah, we have about 430.
So if we figured 430 at DPS, and then another probably 450 in the other publicly funded labs, but then you've got all the private labs as well. And I know Robert Middleburg said NMS alone will have 150 applicants. Just NMS. And we said, well, do you really need to license all those folks? Because most of them are in Pennsylvania and they're never going to see the inside of a Texas courtroom. And he said, well, the way we do our work,
It might be.
there may be 9 people who touch a toxicology case somewhere along the way.
Right.
And so they all need to be licensed.
So your projection is 1,200, 1,400?
Just for
Initially.
inside of
In this
Texas.
case, yeah.
Plus whoever applies out of state.
Just real quick, I mean, I take it, is there any other state that already has an existing program? And if so, are we recognizing? Is it going to provide for, I can't think of the words I'm using.
Reciprocity.
Reciprocity, thank you, for this, for, like in Pennsylvania, or any other state, has some kind of accrediting for them. Do we have, has the committee talked about what it would accept, or if it will accept that, or are they just going to have to do our test?
So the way it looks right now is that.
Yesterday, I kept asking questions ahead of the program.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So, no, it's, what happened, so I did give this same talk to the National Commission a couple weeks ago. And at the end, the chairs turned to the certification committee chair and said, so what about the Texas program? Are you going to recommend something like that, basically? And the answer was, well, it's a 50-state solution that we don't feel like we have the authority to do anything about. So there absolutely would be reciprocity if any other state decided they wanted to
There's a
go
mutual
direct.
understanding.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, there would be, as long as the licensing, as long as you all looked at their licensing program and thought,
Yeah. It needs to be equivalent.
I mean, that they offer an equivalent type of process.
Okay.
If you looked at it and said, well, you know, we just don't think it's rigorous enough, then maybe not. I mean, that's decisions for the future, but really, truly, everyone's looking to see what this thing turns out to be.
Okay.
To see whether they want to do one similar. So here are the licensing sub-disciplines, and right now, based on feedback from the TCLAD yesterday and some epiphanies that the committee had, we were originally going to issue licenses, so let's say, these are probably not, I'm going to actually go back. Sorry. This group is easier to deal with. So just sticking with the controlled substances example, what we were going to do was issue a license that said, you get a card and a certificate, and it says, you are licensed as a forensic scientist in Texas. And then we were going to be very specific about whether that covers marijuana or general controlled substance testing quantitation, clandestine, I mean, the whole thing. Because, and the reason for that was because we didn't feel like some examiners do marijuana for quite some time. And they're not going to have been cleared as analysts in these other categories right away. So we didn't think it would be right to hold up their ability to practice in the state while they were still working toward adding these other categories. In addition, not all labs do quantitation, and not all labs do work in clandestine laboratories. And plus, clandestine laboratory work is part crime scene, part drug chemistry, from what everybody said. So so originally we were going to break it down like that for that reason, to not hold up people's ability to do work. So now, instead, what we're going to do with the general exam is you'll get a license that says you're a forensic scientist in controlled substances. And that's what the license will say. And then and then there will be an indication for further details, see the website. And on our website, that person's profile, it will say what the lab has cleared them to do. So at some level, it's going to be the responsibility of the attorneys in the case to go there and say, has this person been cleared for marijuana or general drug chemistry? They start veering into a discussion about, what is the drug that's in the clandestine labs?
K2?
Meth? Yeah. And then the attorney should be able to say, well, wait a minute, I looked at, you are a licensed controlled substance analyst, but it doesn't say that the lab has cleared you. I mean, they shouldn't be testifying in that area anyway, but they should be trained not to. But just so that there's additional information, without us having to reissue licenses every time somebody passes in their training from marijuana to general, or in, say, DNA from testing to interpretation. If we had kept it in this structure, we'd be reissuing licenses fairly frequently as someone progresses through their training process. So we don't want to have to do that. Does that make sense? So we're trying to find a hybrid, a better way of addressing it. Disciplinary action, as you might recall, if someone commits, or the commission finds that someone has committed misconduct, their license can be revoked, or we could refuse to renew it or reprimand the license holder. They have rights to due process through the State Office of Administrative Hearings for any cases where the commission decides it's going to take one of these disciplinary actions. So that's a good thing. So, because they're occupational licenses, so obviously someone whose license is revoked is going to be affected in a dramatic way. There have been questions about how this impacts defense experts. So as you might recall, when the licensing statute was drafted and put into law, it only applies to people who are doing testing or interpretation or tech review on behalf of accredited crime laboratories. That was intentional because it was thought that if we made it applicable to defense lawyers, it would be a poison pill for the bill. The problem is that we still have the accreditation requirement. So any of the folks who are practicing in these areas should be from an accredited crime lab. The reality is that courts still allow testimony from experts who come in who aren't from accredited crime laboratories, especially when the state doesn't say anything to challenge it, which often they won't because they don't want to make a big to-do. They just want to, get through the process. And so what's happening is we have this dilemma in the law. The licensing requirement doesn't apply to defense experts, but the underlying accreditation requirement does. So you could, in theory, have somebody who's testifying who should be from an accredited lab. They're still giving testimony. They may want to get a voluntary license from us, but they may not be able to meet those other licensing requirements because a lot of them are based on the quality process that's in the laboratory right now. So this is a little bit of a dilemma. I can tell you that that TCDLA may be asking in the legislature this next session for this piece that says that if the testing's being done or the forensic analysis is on behalf of a criminal suspect or defendant, that should be stricken from the law, so that the accreditation requirement no longer applies to defense experts at all, nor would the licensing requirement. So if the lawyers out there in the state are paying attention, that will be a debate in the legislature, I imagine. But that's not our issue to deal with, thankfully. But it is going to be interesting. So what are some things we still need to address? Exam format and criteria, that's something constantly, especially now that we want to do this pretty comprehensive exam to address issues that everyone should know, and to make people read things that they otherwise may not have time to read or may not be exposed to. How exams will be evaluated, the fee schedule, what about things that are suggested in ISO 17024 for someone for an entity that's administering tests, which is what we're talking about doing. So these are interesting questions. Grandfathering waivers, if somebody's got, if we specify course requirements in genetics and somebody has some genetics course that's really specific in an area that we're not sure if it should count or not, but that's the only thing that is an issue in their transcript, do we just waive it? There has to be some flexibility in evaluating these applications. Temporary, what I'm calling pro hac vice licenses, which is a term in the lawyer world where if I go to Michigan to work a case just once, a one-off kind of thing, I may not be barred in that state, but they may admit me under that concept just for the purposes of doing what I need to do in that case. So the question is, if somebody comes in from another state to testify in Texas, but they only do it like maybe once a year, once every couple of years, should they have to get a license? So we want to have some mechanism that allows them to testify, do what they need to do, especially because those people may be coming in at the last minute and not even realize that this thing exists. And then our continuing forensic education.
Lynn, there is one other thing that I wanted to ask you. As a doctor, if I have a fellow and we do a fellowship in my office, he has to have or she has to have a license. It's called physician in training license. Do we have anything like this here?
So that would be a provisional license, and that's what we would grant until the person has once they pass the exam, they're licensed. But between the time they're hired and the time they take the general exam that's being contemplated,
I see.
that would be a
You
provisional
consider that as
period.
a training set period?
That's the same kind of concept.
With the general test, the one thing that helps with the provisional license front is they can take that test before they're a discipline expert. So they should be receiving this training early on in their training before they're doing any casework or anything that requires them to have a license. So there was some discussion about whether we needed a provisional license or not.
We hope
Based on
that the
the
provisional
schedule.
period won't be very long, is the hope. That they're not going to be sitting there with provisional licenses for many years. If we need it to be that way, then we will. But that's definitely a consideration.
What is your definition of not for very long?
Well, I don't think we want people in provisional status for 5 years.
I see. So 6 months to 1 year is
That's
okay?
yeah.
Okay. I see.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
The comment that you made about how this controversy about whether that the defense attorneys may seek to have the requirements that apply to their experts, and the reference, I don't remember the words you used, but I think that's very much commission business. I think it'd be remiss for the Forensic Science Commission not to weigh in for the legislature about what we think about unaccredited labs putting their test results in Texas. Because I think it'd be very dangerous for us to say that there's one standard for the law enforcement and for the state and a lower standard for the defense. I think our commission stands for truth in science. And so I didn't take it, maybe I'm reading too much into your comment, But it's certainly my position, this commission, and maybe it's something we need to discuss at some point, but I don't see how we can have credibility as a science commission if we say we're going to have 2 levels of science. One we're less concerned about and one we're more concerned about. My personal opinion, obviously, is that if accredited labs are the standard for Texas, it should be across the board. And so
I think I think that that's not an unreasonable position. It's one I personally happen to agree very strongly with. Whether and to what extent the commission will take any position on any legislation, I mean, normally what we do is we're asked to testify as resource witnesses. And so when that time comes, there will definitely be an opportunity, as we have in the past, to go down there and sit and wait for many, many hours till they call us, and then we can make our opinions.
I have a question right now. What is your position when the test is done in a hospital setting in the treatment of a patient? Do you have an issue about admitting the test?
no, I don't, because I think
In
that's a
the future,
separate...
do you expect that to be a problem?
I don't, because there's always a qualification in trial that there's always an explanation of clinical versus forensic. And I think that falls outside it clearly falls outside the area the commission covers. I think there's a difference between that type of science and the type that we use in court. So,
Well, I understand that, but the testing done in a hospital, does it weigh in your deliberation? Is it admissible? Are you going to be challenged with that testing?
I think its admissibility has already been established in courts of law. There's already opinion, there's already case law that says that with appropriate disclaimers that it's admissible, and the treatises that I rely upon very openly state that it's something that a qualified forensic person, toxicologist, can look at and include in their calculations, whether it be on the matter of extrapolation or other. So I just think that's a separate measure. I mean, because we deal with it all the time. Outside toxicology, we bring doctors in that perform duties that are very similar to those performed by medical examiners, but there's never been a suggestion that they are not. It's improper to call the surgeon who tried to save a life and said, here's why they died, that they can't give that opinion. You have to be a forensic pathologist to do so. So I don't see that. I don't see it as an issue. I don't see it. If the question is this similar to my concerns about the double standard for forensic work, then I think there's a very big difference there.
I would say this, we'll see how it comes up, but I think
Okay.
it'll be an interesting debate. I've also heard very, very different opinions from people who've been both defense lawyers and prosecutors. One of the traditional arguments in response to your argument is that there aren't enough laboratories in this state available to the defense community, and that there's a constitutional issue about their ability to call somebody to defend a case, that the burden is on the state, and so it's okay to have these 2 standards. They've also said things like that it's not, calling somebody one day as a witness in support of your case and then cross-examining the next day is problematic. Others have said that's a red herring. I mean, there's a lot of arguments on this subject.
And I'm not questioning that there's arguments, 2 sides to it. I'm just wanting to make my point that the commission in Texas that speaks to what evidence comes into court, I think has to take a stand on this. I think we have to, and our stand is with science. And I think if we quibble about it, then I think it's going to be a problem.
I guess you could always pass a law saying that all crime labs operating in the state of Texas must accept cases from the defense. They may charge for it, but then that way you would free up a whole bunch of labs for the defense to use. And they'd rather use something in Texas than go out for practical purposes. But you're going to have to say that say DPS or other labs cannot turn down the defense. They're going to have to do the analyses.
If they can wait 6 months.
And then they're going to have to testify.
There would have to be a resource piece.
What?
There would have to be a resource piece involved in that legislation.
What do you need money for?
Okay.
I want to thank the committee for enormously taking this enormous task and doing a wonderful job, and the staffers who were there helping out. You've done a lot of good work, and I personally appreciate all the work you do. Thank you so much. And can somebody share this with me? This PowerPoint?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
We will get it on the website and we'll get it to you in a link. Okay, so I think, Dr. DeMaio, if it's all right with you, just trying to be cognizant of the public in attendance and what their interest areas are likely
Yes.
to be, that we go on to the DNA section of the agenda.
Yeah, the next section, I think, is 12.
So I'll just stay up here for convenience. So the first item under 12 is the progress of review of laboratory protocols and procedures. The main issue there is that Dr. Badoli, who's here with us, has reviewed the protocols and case examples of all of the publicly funded crime laboratories in Texas that have DNA sections, as well as started to embark upon the review of the private laboratories that may be in or outside of Texas, but that are accredited and do work in Texas. And he gave us a presentation via Skype last time that highlighted or summarized his findings, and I think I'll just let Bruce tell you a little bit more detail, but in a nutshell, the vast majority of the laboratories had protocols that Bruce may have made some suggestions about to make them more robust, to allow the laboratories to make the best possible use of the data, to ensure that they were considering various options and analyzing evidentiary data. Those laboratories have incorporated his suggestions. He would go through the cases one by one, be a go-to meeting, point out issues and locus to locus about concerns you may have had about a particular way that a locus was interpreted. Have you thought about doing it this way? Have you thought about that? I think there may be dropout at this locus, those types of things. And the labs, by and large, I think, understood his feedback and incorporated that in their process. So we feel like between what Dr. Badoli did, all of the training we've done, and, excuse me, this statewide, and by that I mean the Bob Wyckoff triage team, plus what's been done in Tarrant County, plus what will be done in Travis County, that process will allow any revised reports that could have impacted criminal cases to be issued and allow the criminal justice system to work through those. There are some counties that have particular challenges just due to the sheer volume of what they have. Harris County is one of those. Inger's not here right now, but she's described to you before the challenges of trying to get through those lists. And did you want to add anything else to that?
I think you did quite well.
Okay, so the next phase is to start looking at the private laboratories. We did look at Siri, and Bruce made some observations and gave them feedback, and we'll be going to Bodie, Sorensen, and all the main players next. In that process, we did discover some issues at the Austin Police Department Crime Laboratory. And so what you have before you right now, and what I'm about to go through essentially page by page, is a report draft that highlights those issues. And the first part of it talks about the mixture, statewide mixture process. It's educational in nature. Then we go to APD's mixture-related issues, and then we talk about the other issues that were identified during the site visit. So we met Jody Kaler yesterday from DPS. We had an audit team of 3 individuals, Dr. Badoli and Jody Kaler and myself. And so this is what the report you have, and the appendices is a reflection of the work that was done leading up to the site visit, during the site visit, and after the site visit. And I'm going to turn this light on. Okay, let me just do one quick and grab my. Lee, can you do the same same thing you did
Mhm.
yesterday? So, I should say that the draft that we gave you in your blue packet has been revised to incorporate suggestions that the DNA subcommittee made yesterday, largely based on edits from Dr. Hughes Stam, and as you know, she has expertise in this area, so she was helping us to provide clarifying language. Additionally, yesterday during the meeting, some of our stakeholders raised questions and points that we had missed in the recommendations section that we've now included, like that the lab needs to establish an RFU-based stochastic threshold, for example, which is a major part of why we embarked upon this in the first place. So just going through the first, and I will turn all technical questions over to the team of two that's sitting over there. It's the same introductory language that we use in all of our reports, and that's the first and second pages. We've streamlined it and moved statutory citations into the footnotes because I felt, and Lee had pointed out to me before that it was really confusing to have so much statutory citation in the body of the text. So we tried to drop all of that down. That's the only difference really between that and what you've seen in any of the other reports that we've ever written. So we talk about the limitations of the commission's jurisdiction, and then Lee, if you go down to page 3, we'll jump right into background. So the background section talks about who the accrediting body is, which in this case is Ask5 Lab, who the audit team was, and I've already introduced that to you. And then we talk a little bit about DNA mixture interpretation basics. And the reason for doing that is because we wanted to make sure that anyone who reads this report can understand the fundamental issues. So the first thing we talk about is what exactly it is that's done when a laboratory analyzes crime scene evidence. And they're looking at 4 key questions, and those are the ones that Lee has here. Number 1, is biological evidence present? Could human DNA be extracted from the evidence? If so, are the data of sufficient quality to enable an interpretation regarding who may have contributed or didn't contribute the DNA? And if the known person cannot be excluded, what significance can be placed on the possibility he or she actually contributed the DNA? So the second, or pardon me, those last 2 questions, number 3 and 4, really get to the crux of what the jury is listening to and trying to make its determination, right? So we give an example of a sexual assault where the assailant's unknown to the victim and little other physical evidence exists. So the lab's conclusions regarding the relative strength and association are going to be very important. If the lab issues a report stating that 1 in 364 quadrillion people would be expected to have that DNA profile, that kind of massive statistic, which exceeds the inverse of the world's population, would provide a strong signal to the jury, to the trier of fact, that it was the suspect that contributed that DNA. But then when you get into other statistical possibilities, like 1 in 3,640, or 1 in 364, or 1 in 36, the jury's perception may change regarding whether or not it's likely that the DNA was from the suspect, or could there possibly be another explanation. So that's what we're laying the foundation there. And we note that historically the forensic DNA community has taken the view that understating the evidentiary data is acceptable and actually preferable to overstating the data. So that's why a lot of the statistical methods that we'll talk about really use caution and interpretation to try to make sure that you have an underrepresented statistic in terms of strength rather than an overinflated statistic. Having said that, the best course of action is always to try to do the absolute best you can to use all the data and provide the most accurate statistic you can. Laboratories calculate DNA using commonly accepted methods, and the lab selects those methods based on their analyst's ability to understand them, their own internal protocols, and the relative complexity of the evidence. So we talk about what the various types of statistics are in the footnote there. So once the analyst decides how to interpret the data based on the statistical method that's applied, they then turn to population databases to hone in on that number, the actual number that ends up coming out in the laboratory report. And one key source of population data for those purposes is the FBI's allele frequency data on several population groups. And as you might recall, Dr. Badoli had given us a talk a few meetings ago about restatements in that data and why it happened. And he showed us those old gel sheets, remember, and how the data could be easily confused. And so there were errors that the FBI announced, and those were attributable to technology limitations and human error at the time when this entire database was created back in the early 90s. But as you may also recall, those errors were not expected to change any results from an inclusion to an exclusion or to change the stats in any significant way. So the impact was expected, and the community was told that it would be small and insignificant on the statistics. And in fact, empirical studies done both outside of Texas and in Texas, one example is a study done at the Harris County IFS, indicated that the statistical differences were minor. So you all remember that, right? So I'm going to stop here and ask if anyone has edits, questions for the report so far. No? One thing I should note is that in the original, I'm going to add an exhibit here that references the data, the empirical studies that were done on the PopStat issue, because I think it's helpful for the community to see those. So we're going to add that one exhibit. Okay, so some of the labs, including Texas DPS, which is the major state lab, issued notices to the stakeholder community saying, hey, the FBI let us know that they identified these issues in the data set, so we don't expect any significant changes, but we will do recalculations of your statistics upon request. Some prosecutors took the DAs up on their offer for recalculations, but when they got, and they weren't expecting to see any differences in the results, but when they got their results back, some of them observed statistical changes that were significant in nature. So a couple of examples that have been cited in media reports and that we know about firsthand from the prosecutors is one change where the data, the stat went from 1 in a billion down to about 1 in 38. Another laboratory stat went from 1 in 4,000 something to inconclusive. That second case was actually in the middle of a capital trial where the jury was about to be selected. So for that prosecutor to receive that piece of information, it was really unexpected. Now, the laboratories were asked, well, what happened? We thought this was going to be insignificant. And the answer they got from the labs was, it's not about the FBI PopStat changes. What happened is that the forensic DNA community has changed and updated its interpretation protocols over time to reflect a couple of things. The first one is SWGDAM guidelines that were released in 2010 that advise laboratories that they should be using a dual threshold, and I'm not going to go into that in detail right now because I have a graph that we'll walk through. So that's number one. And when that tool was employed by the laboratories, the statistics changed. The second one was just a better understanding that had developed in the DNA community about how to use a particular statistic properly, and that's the combined probability of inclusion, which was a challenging stat, I think, for a lot of folks that were doing interpretation. So that meant that over time, laboratories in Texas had changed their protocols to reflect an increase in a sort of evolving understanding about how to calculate these statistics. So in those particular cases I mentioned, what happened was the original report was issued to the prosecutor before those changes had been made. Then, in light of the FBI data set changed, the prosecutor said, hey, can you give me a revised statistic? What they got back reflected two things. The PopStat issue, but also the fact that the lab's protocols had changed to reflect these recommendations. And that's why the stats were different. The real root cause of the change in statistic was not the FBI database, but the changes that the labs had made to incorporate SWGDAM and to incorporate this better understanding. So, when those prosecutors got the results, they came to the commission and said, can you help us with this? So we started working with the laboratories, and so before I move on to B, and I'll fix that space when we clean it up, are there any questions about just that? So here we're talking about what the technical issue is, and basically what SWGDAM recommended in 2010 was that laboratories use two thresholds. When you have mixture data, so multiple people contributing DNA, what can happen sometimes is that not all the information about the contributors is present. So there may be some missing data that the analysts need to be thinking about when they're rendering their interpretation. What SWGDAM recommended was a tool to evaluate that, to evaluate where there may be dropped out alleles. So that's the missing data I'm referring to. In an ideal scenario where you don't have crime scene evidence, but like neat, pristine evidence, what you would expect to see that at all of the 15 genetic markers that the lab looks at, you would expect to see 2 alleles for each individual who's contributing DNA. One allele you get from your mom and one you get from your dad. Sometimes you get the same allele from your mom and your dad and they're doubled up, and that's called a homozygote. But we're not going to worry about that for now because we get a lot of lawyers in the room and I don't want to make your heads explode. The point is you get one from your mom and one from your dad, or the same one from both of them, but that data should be there if you're doing it from scratch with pristine DNA evidence. But the problem is, in crime scenes, there's degradation, sometimes it sits out there for a while, a lot of things can happen. Plus, when they start extracting the DNA from the evidence, things happen during the amplification process that makes the data drop out. So some of those alleles that should be there aren't there anymore. So going to the next page, I have this handy graph, courtesy of Cassie Johnson from the Fort Worth PD, that shows what this is. So you have your analytical threshold, and this is the threshold that tells the laboratory whether the peak they're seeing is real or not, whether it's DNA or some anomaly in the process. So the first thing they do is they don't interpret anything below this red line because it's not considered real DNA. What the SWGDAM guidelines also put into place was a second line, and any peaks that appear between these two appear in what we consider like the zone of caution for interpretation. Because sometimes you may only see one peak, you see this thick blue guy here, and you may not see this little guy that's all dotted, but it's not because he's not there, it's just because he's dropped out. And the laboratories are supposed to take that into consideration and not use a locus for interpretation if there is the possibility of allele dropout there. And every time an analyst strikes a locus from interpretation, the stat goes down. So if you strike 9 of 15 loci, your stat's going to look a lot different than if you use 12 of 15. It's going to be a lot lower. So that's what happened in those cases. And we note here on page 9 that a number of peer-reviewed journal articles before the SWGDAM guidelines talked about the concept of dropout, allele dropout. It's not like people didn't know about it, but the information was not really in a centralized place like it was when Sway Dam released its guidelines. So anybody have questions about any of that? No? Okay. So the next thing we talk about is the commission's statewide review, and it basically just summarizes everything that's been done that I talked about earlier this morning. Dr. Badoli looking at everything, all the training we did, and all of that. And it also acknowledges that the interpretive challenges that we're talking about here are definitely not unique to Texas. There are laboratories all over the country struggling with these issues, and it's really evident in two studies that were done by NIST. One is called Mix 05, because it was done in 05, and one is called Mix 13, both of which showed all the variation of laboratories when given the same evidentiary data to analyze. So this is not unique to Texas in any way. So now we're going to get into the issues specific to the DNA lab at APD. What Dr. Badoli noticed in the process of looking at their casework and protocols is that APD had adopted a stochastic threshold based on the quantity of input DNA, so the amount of DNA. And the appropriate way to establish a stochastic threshold is actually based on relative fluorescence units, so the height of the peak. Now, Jody, could you give the same explanation you did yesterday about why this matters?
So one of the steps during the DNA process is quantification of the DNA. We need to know how much DNA we have. The quantification process only tells us the total amount of DNA that we have in our DNA extract. If I have a mixture of DNA, when I quantify it, it's not going to tell me that I have 0.4, 0.5 nanograms from one individual, 0.2 nanograms from another individual, and 0.2 nanograms from another individual. It's just going to tell me that I have 0.9 nanograms total DNA. So when you utilize a quantification-based stochastic threshold, you're only looking at that total amount of DNA. So if I say that my quantification-based stochastic threshold is 0.5 nanograms, I may not see any stochastic issues from person A, but person B and person C that are contributing 0.2 nanograms of DNA each, those two individuals would definitively show stochastic issues. And when we quantify the DNA, each person isn't labeled separately, so you can't make that determination from quantification.
And that's why they use the peak heights, RFU-based threshold instead. So that quant-based threshold was established by the TL who was at the laboratory back in 2010, and part of the reason when we look at why it was established, there seems to have been a misunderstanding about language in the Swig Dam guidelines. And then subsequently, when John Butler published his DNA textbook in 2014, also misunderstanding about what language that was in that textbook. Analysts gave us excerpts that they cited in support, that they thought supported the establishment of a quant-based threshold, but it was not talking about using the quantity of DNA to determine stochastic, or to try to assess stochastic effects in a mixture. And so, and we, just to be sure, I consulted with Dr. Butler, and he agrees that that's not what was intended by the language. So we think that's part of it, was a misunderstanding of that literature. But one of the things of greater concern to the group, because those things are understandable, is that the analysts themselves observed stochastic effects in their casework, even when the quantity of DNA exceeded their stochastic threshold. So that's an indicator that the stochastic threshold is not working. If you see problems, if you set a threshold to guard against problems, but then you see the problems anyway, that means that threshold's not working. Does that make sense? So that the auditors felt should have led to the establishment of an RFU-based threshold much earlier than it did. And, we recognize that labs both in and out of Texas may not have always employed a dual threshold. That is not news to anybody. But we didn't see any other laboratories in Texas once they did employ the stochastic threshold using the quantity of DNA. So that's really why the observations about the APD lab were different than some of the common issues that we're seeing in the other casework. So then, once you say, okay, well, how did we get this quant-based threshold? You need to look at the validation studies that support the threshold. So like, for example, if I'm going to say that the line is here in a laboratory and I'm not going to walk past that line, I need to do studies about why it should be there and not here or down here. And that's the purpose of validation. And so when Jody looked, did Richard leave?
We don't have a
Stepped
quorum.
down.
Okay, so we just lost our quorum. I don't think he realized that. So we'll just have to, do you want to just take a 5-minute break till Richard comes back?
Okay, let's take a 5-minute break.
No bathroom breaks without hands raised.
Okay.
Okay. So when we identified the quant-based threshold, Jody looked at the validation study, and what she found was that it lacked sufficient data to support the selection of the ST that was selected, or any ST. And part of that was that only 3 samples were used with 9 different dilutions, and the dilutions were incorrectly prepared with the individual who did the study transferring sample volumes of 0.005 microliters of sample for amplification setup, which is something that we've had to go back to numerous times because people ask us, is that a typo, are you sure? Because it's just too small of a quantity to be workable in any reliable ways. Right? So that was kind of a red flag too. And so that the question about that validation data is whether that study has any other subsequent studies built on it. Because if it does, then those studies, if they pull data from the prior study, may need to be reworked as well. So that's the validation. Jody, did you want to add anything about that or the importance of it, or?
Just that, I think the concerns that I had when I went back and I looked at the actual paperwork from that validation and seeing that they were trying to transfer volumes as low as 0.005 microliters, which is impossible with the tools that we have in the laboratory. The lowest that you can accurately transfer with a pipette is 0.5 microliters. And so this just led me to question, was there even an understanding of how to utilize the tools in the laboratory for casework as well as for validation?
So then one of the other things we looked at was the question of how the profile interpretation was being done for mixtures. So the appropriate way to interpret mixture profile is you look at the evidentiary data, you decide, looking at that data, from locus to locus and across the profile, you make decisions about whether there's possibility of missing data, so possibility of allele dropout at each allele, and you make a decision about which ones to strike. And then you look at the alleles present in your knowns, so your suspect and your victim. And what Jody and Bruce observed in that process is that in a number of the cases, what was happening was the analysts thought that they were looking at the evidentiary profile first because they did conduct an initial review of it, but then they would decide whether a locus was used for statistical purposes depending on the alleles observed in the known. So if an allele was missing, they invoked allele dropout as a reason, and then they wouldn't use the locus for stats. you're supposed to make that decision before you look at the profile of either the suspect or the victim. Now, having said that, and this was observed in about a third of the casework that they review. Having said that, this is not an issue that is specific to APD in any way. There are two recent examples in other laboratories. One in Broward County, a report that AFCLAD Lab just came out with in an earlier audit at the Department of Forensic Services in DC. Dr. Butler references these issues in his book, and there are definitely laboratories that have done this over time. More recently, the perception is that labs know not to do that, and they've moved away from that approach, but it's not unique to APD at all. The next thing we looked at was an unclear use of protocol deviation, where it was a case in which, even if you set aside for a moment the question of whether the quant-based ST is valid, what Bruce and Jody wanted to do was see whether the analysts were properly applying that ST in the casework based on what their SOPs actually said. And so in one case, they observed a deviation from the protocol that didn't appear to be supported by the documentation in the case file. So the item in question had a quantity of DNA at 0.05025 nanograms amplified. That amount of DNA is lower than the quant-based threshold in the lab's SOP. So if you read the SOP, it says that for DNA quantities amplified below 0.0625 nanograms, the entire profile should be called uninterpretable if it's a mixture. And actually, if the quant-based ST had been employed according to the SOT, the sample should not have been consumed. So when the DA's office first asked the analyst why she interpreted that data based on what was in the SOP, she said that the quantity of DNA actually exceeded their quant-based stochastic threshold because they validated their quant-based ST using the amount of available DNA, not the amount of amplified DNA. So that would have changed the multiplier used from 15 to 30, resulting in a higher number that exceeded the threshold. But then during a conference call the next day, the analyst provided a different explanation and agreed that the multiplier should have been the amplified DNA, not the available DNA. And so the amount of DNA that was there at 0.025 nanograms amplified was below the quant-based ST. The reason was that the technical leader had signed a deviation which allowed that profile to be interpreted as a major-minor mixture. And so we looked at the deviation, and while it did permit the analyst to consider the profile as a major-minor mixture, it didn't state the analyst could proceed and interpret the profile despite the SOP's clear guidance that a profile at 0.05025 nanograms amplified should be considered uninterpretable even for a major-minor mixture. So there were a couple red flags about this whole case, one of which was that you would ever use the amount of available DNA as the multiplier, because that, can you help me?
Yeah.
Guys?
So when you're looking at stochastic effects, what you're really looking at is stochastic effects in that amplification. So the analyst initially stating, oh, well, I took my, which in this instance was 15 microliters. When they extracted it, they had 30 microliters. So what she was saying initially was that, oh, well, my quantity of DNA was this. I multiplied it by 30, so I know it's above my stochastic threshold. But that's inappropriate because you can only utilize the actual amount of DNA that would be put into that amplification reaction, which in this instance was 15, not 30. So when we did that multiplication, it was 0.05025 nanograms that were actually placed into the amplification reaction, which is what they are supposed to be basing their stochastic threshold on.
So that is the sum total of observations regarding DNA mixture interpretation. I'm going to talk about some additional issues. Does any commissioner have any questions so far? Okay, so moving past the mixture interpretation issues into contamination events. So at the request of the DA's office in Travis County, the audit team reviewed a sexual assault case where the issue of concern was possible carryover contamination from one sample, the victim's known DNA from a vaginal swab epithelial fraction, to another sample run at the same time, which was the penile swab of a person of interest, a Hispanic male who was later excluded as a suspect. The analyst reported a 3-person mixture from the epithelial fraction of the penile swab and concluded the victim could not be excluded as a contributor to the epithelial cell fraction. When the DA's office sent the evidence to another lab, an independent lab for testing, they re-extracted the DNA from the penile swab, and the results for the penile swab indicated a 2-person mixture and excluded the victim, which supported the possibility that the explanation for how the victim's DNA got on this particular person of interest penile swab was contamination from one to another during the process of analyzing the DNA. So Dr. Bedoli and Jody Kaler performed this extensive review of the case file, and they couldn't eliminate the possibility of carryover contamination. I'm going to talk a little bit about why that is. So throughout this report, we describe the contamination as possible because there's no way ever to 100% know for sure that that's what happened. All you can do is look at what the likely explanations are and then perform an analysis, and if you need to, amend your reports accordingly. So from a fact investigation perspective, the DNA lab's results contradicted both the victim and the suspect's accounts of what happened. The victim described being assaulted by a single individual, an African-American male. The suspect from whom that penile swab was taken was a Hispanic male. The reason the officers requested the Hispanic male provide a penile swab is because he was driving a vehicle in the vicinity of the assault that matched the victim's description of her assailant's vehicle. The analysis of the sexual assault kit taken from the victim yielded a 2-person mixture comprised of the victim and a major unknown male contributor. That was searched against CODIS, and a hit was found on an African-American male. In addition to the penile swab, the officers took the bedsheet from the hotel room where the Hispanic male admitted to having sex with a female the same night the victim was assaulted, but he maintained it was a different female he met at a bar and not the victim, that he didn't know the victim. The DNA analysis showed a major female contributor on the Hispanic male's penile swab that was the same as the DNA profile from the stain on the bedsheet, which provided support for the Hispanic male's description of having had sexual relations with another female. So the only physical evidence connecting the Hispanic male to the victim was the low-level profile consistent with the victim's DNA from the penile swab identified by the APD lab. So first of all, on this question of taking into consideration at all investigatory case facts, we have a paragraph in here that says the laboratory should exercise caution in relying on factual accounts from a victim or suspects conveyed by attorneys in the case. So laboratories are often cautioned to avoid task-irrelevant information that could have a biasing effect on interpretation. The lab needs to maintain independence from its clients to provide findings that are not biased by case circumstances or a desired investigative outcome. But when an end user of forensic analysis raises concerns regarding possible contamination, the laboratory needs to run those to the ground, take the issue seriously, and investigate possible explanations thoroughly, and we cite to an ISO standard requiring that to be done. So what Jody and Bruce did was they looked at the scientific side of the case folder to see whether there was any possibility that the real explanation for the victim's DNA being on the Hispanic male's penile swab was this carryover contamination. So there were a number of factors that lended support to that possibility. First, the DNA profile from the epithelial fraction of the sexual assault kit was a single source profile essentially that was consistent with the reference profile of the victim. That sample was immediately adjacent to the epithelial fraction of the Hispanic male's penile swab throughout the analytical process in the robot.
No, everything was extracted manually. They didn't have robots online at that point.
So it wasn't the robot.
No, it had
It was
nothing.
just-
Yeah, so when you extract samples, typically you line up the samples 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, however many samples you have. And in this instance, the vaginal swab epithelial cell fraction was in the number 1 spot. The penile swab epithelial cell fraction was in the number 2 spot. And so if there are not careful sample handling practices adhered to, like the use of we have a tool called a decapper for opening tubes. Anytime you think your glove may have come into contact with any sort of aerosol DNA or DNA, we have something we call a bleach buddy, which is basically a paper towel that's been wetted with 10% bleach. So I know when I'm in the lab, I'm constantly wiping my hands on my bleach buddy, or constantly changing gloves just to avoid any type of carryover contamination, especially when you're working with samples that come from a sexual assault case, because the way those swabs are taken, you have an overabundance typically with DNA on those swabs, and they're vaginal swabs, and so there's typically a lot of DNA associated with those types of samples. So you want to make sure that you're very careful in handling them.
So in this case, the epithelial fraction of the sexual assault kit contained 174 times more DNA than the epithelial fraction from the penile swab. So there was a risk of carryover contamination between the high-level sample and the low-level sample, which is what Jody just described, which could explain the observation of a minor profile consistent with the victim appearing on the Hispanic male's suspect's penile swab. So even though it's not always possible to run high levels of DNA separately from low levels, some labs will try to run high plates separate from low plates when possible to minimize the potential that something like this could occur. So a lab should exercise, like I said, caution in relying on the factual accounts, but when Dr. Badoli asked the analyst, well, in light of all this, what do you think should be done with the case? The analyst said that if she were called to testify, she would explain that carryover contamination was a possibility for the low-level victim DNA on the penile swab. And the perspective of the auditors was that that is an inadequate response because an entire root cause analysis, the report may need to be amended. I mean, if you had the possibility of this carryover contamination, it should have been reflected in an amended report. All the quality systems should have kicked in to really thoroughly investigate what the DA's office was saying as a possibility and what in fact was supported, at least as a possibility, in the laboratory's case records. So in some, the case, and on top of that, even disregarding the suspected contamination, Jody and Bruce concluded that the lab shouldn't have provided a CPI stat due to the low-level victim DNA on the penile swab and also to the possibility of allele dropout at every locus in the profile. So no loci were suitable for statistical calculation using the CPI, and the results should have been called uninterpretable. So that case raises important issues about evidence handling practices, whether there could have been carryover contamination in other cases, whether all analysts understand how to properly calculate a CPI, and the importance of documenting case-related communications in the file, especially if an attorney end user raises questions or concerns, whether all analysts understand the role of the QA process in vetting these issues and understanding their role in the disclosure and notification obligations imposed by Brady and the Code of Criminal Procedure. So also in another separate, well, before I go on to another case, any questions about what I just said?
I just have a quick question. Did the lab go back and re-amp from the same extract to see if the extract itself was indeed contaminated or set up Or whether it was a PCR
A
setup?
private laboratory took additional
Yeah,
samples.
yeah, I
And
understand.
then another, and I think it's been tested by 2 private laboratories.
Two private labs.
Yeah, but APD didn't do any in-house
No
double check?
testing.
No?
No, they never, it was never flagged as, hey, maybe this is, maybe there's a problem.
Yeah, to add to this because of what may be the understanding of how you detect potential
Yeah,
contamination.
and at which stage?
You have positive and negative controls. If they look right, there's no evidence of contamination, so you proceed forward. But it won't monitor contamination. It won't monitor contamination. It goes between samples because there's nothing to flag that if it does occur. So now you just have samples with something in it. You don't know where they come from. So the question becomes, if it's raised after the analysis, so now the reports are done, so nobody's tried to force an answer. You want to be very careful that no one's saying, I don't like your answer, change
Do
it.
it again.
Is go back and ask, could something have happened unknowingly because of the way the sample's set up? And this would have been the proper way to handle that case.
And I think we saw that yesterday because one of the questions came from, well, was the reagent plant clean?
Yeah.
And that's typically where, there's a reason why we have reagent plants, but I don't think anyone that's done DNA analysis can say, well, I've never seen carryover contamination between 2 samples. Just because your reagent blank is clean does not necessarily indicate that contamination could not have occurred.
And one of the explanations that the analyst gave to the prosecutor's office was, well, there was no contamination in the reagent blank. And they didn't really know any better at the time that that doesn't necessarily mean that there's no carryover contamination within between the samples. And the independent lab that they sent, the
swab.
case,
Yep.
the swab to retest said, well, they're actually the ones that told the DA's office, well, that doesn't necessarily mean you don't have.
Yeah. No, I meant after they got the result back and the differing result, they did their own independent, almost like a little mini root cause
No,
analysis of themselves.
They did nothing else at that point. In fact, their DNA extract, and now it's my understanding, if I'm remembering correctly, that the samples have now been consumed by additional testing by the private laboratories. I believe the DNA extract has also been consumed by the private testing of private laboratories. So there's nothing even right now that could be done to go back and actually verify that the problem is.
Okay.
So the other case that was looked at was one where there were 10 cases in which a reagent blank was contaminated with DNA, but the results were reported anyway for the evidentiary samples run associated with that reagent blank. So the reagent blank contained 8 peaks above the analytical threshold, and those peaks ranged in height from 103 to 744 RFUs. The lab staff traced the contamination back to the analyst's extraction reagents. The results from the 10 cases were reported under the theory that because the alleles observed in the contaminated reagent were not also observed in the evidentiary samples, the contamination in the reagent blank must not have affected the evidentiary sample. The SOP allowed the TL to sign off on it, even though our understanding is that in a lot of other laboratories, 8 peaks at those heights would have resulted in re-extraction. And there was evidence to re-extract in this situation, and they did not know to whom those 8 peaks belonged. In other words, they couldn't trace a profile that those 8 peaks weren't attributable like to an analyst in the lab, because the labs all keep the DNA profiles of the people working in the lab in their system so that if there's contamination by an analyst, they know it right away, they can identify it and deal with it. So the suggestion here is that if you have evidence left to re-extract and you have that many peaks at those heights, that's the appropriate thing is to redo it and not report out the evidentiary data. Now, it was pointed out to us by Dr. Khan, who's not here today, that not all labs see it that way, and there's debate in the community about whether or not, if you're able to say that the contamination in the reagent blank is not the same alleles as the contamination, as the alleles in the evidentiary sample, some labs will report it out. Is that right, Aaron?
That's what
Yeah.
Roger said yesterday.
And then there was another discussion about, can you help, about why laboratories, if there are 8 peaks and they're at that high of a level, why you would re-extract?
Well, it's telling you that it's a significant contamination first off, that anything above, at that level of RFU, that's quite a bit of input DNA, especially at that many loci. And as well as that it's unattributable to a known individual, like from the laboratory. It's telling you that there's maybe something wrong with the system. And so obviously if they were able to trace it back to their reagents, those reagents need to be discarded and started from the beginning.
And I think the 8 reagents were discarded. They did go to the manufacturer and asked whether there were any anomalies that the manufacturer had noticed. So all of that was done. They did a bunch of work to try to figure out what the source was, but the need to re-extract is not, they didn't re-extract, and that would have been preferable. Do you guys have anything else?
Yeah, I think it is true, the community out there has a wide range of interpretations. And again, just like mixtures, there's a wide range of interpretations. Some are good, some are not so good. But if I saw that many peaks on something I could not locate what it was, I'd feel more comfortable if it was the analyst and it was their peaks, because then I can say I know where it is, then I have a better way of assessing what the evidence is. But if I see something that shows up and I don't know where it comes from, that opens up the door that lots of things can show up and don't know where it comes from. And what might be in one sample may not be the same as in the blank, could be something else, but something's leaching into the system. So there may have to be some clarification by the community on what's acceptable. I was involved in a case a little over a month ago that there was a full profile showing up that was below the analytical threshold. It was full. And so the lab went ahead and did it, became a big debate. So as some labs saying full profiles, there's nothing that precludes us from going forward. I personally look and I see a full profile, I get more concerned. But there is no absolute rules here at this time frame. So it's up to the lab to choose how to do it.
Any questions about this?
No, I just wanted to make a comment. While I agree with everything that's been said, it's probably not the best practice, but this is kind of almost the inverse of the previous contamination event. Just as contamination can occur between samples without it appearing in the reagent blank, a lot of labs will see the opposite of that. Just because there might be something in your reagent blank doesn't discredit the results from all the other samples. Again, I don't think that's best practice, but there is a wide range of how interpretation goes on.
Right.
With contamination.
I think Jody had indicated on some of the assessments she's been on, some labs will say if the contamination in the reagent blank exceeds, is it 2 peaks above AT, then they re-extract.
Right, and that's, so there are, I have seen wide variety on audits that I go on, but typically, if there are 2 peaks above analytical threshold, that's an indication that there is contamination event, and they have to be reproducible. And in this instance, those peaks were very reproducible. And so that to me would indicate, yes, this is an issue, and we are using that reagent blank as an indicator that there could be something in our reagents. If your reagent is contaminated, continuing to utilize it is, in my opinion, not best practice, because that's the whole purpose of the reagent blanks. Kind of what's the purpose of having one? You're going to say, yeah, it's contaminated, but I'm going to use it anyway. But yeah, typically laboratories say over 2 peaks over analytical threshold, which then kind of brings up Bruce's point where I have a full profile below analytical, but nothing is above analytical, so can I still utilize that? And I've seen laboratories that will utilize it, and that is a lab-by-lab decision. That is not something that in the Austin gas laboratory that we would utilize.
You would not?
No.
Okay, so there may be need for clarity on this community-wide. But moving on to the use of the AP reagent. So after we got through this, Jody and I went back to the laboratory for one day to look at the forensic biology screening process. And one observation we made was that the analysts used a Series AP reagent, and the instructions on the bottle say that you should mix it daily. And the way the analysts do it in the laboratory is they mix it whenever what they mixed runs out. So that could be a few days, it could be 2 to 4 weeks. And if you look online or in the literature in the community, you can see some studies that have been done. I think one was done in Harris County. There's one published out of the Ohio Bureau for Identification, and they saw loss of activity in the AP reagent pretty quickly after going beyond that make fresh daily instruction. So part of the problem is if the thing's not reacting the way it should be or fast enough, your decisions about whether there may be semen there may be impacted. Is that right?
Right, and so kind of what I explained yesterday is using this reagent to identify if semen is possibly present on an item. So if you're looking at vaginal swabs in a sexual assault kit or orifice swabs, you're going to do 2 different types of testing. First of all, you're going to do a presumptive test, and then you're going to look at a slide that is made by the SANE nurse to determine if any spermatozoa are present. So on those swabs, maybe it's not as big a deal. I still think it's a big deal because you might still see spermatozoa on that slide, and you can identify semen was present on those vaginal swabs. An issue comes in is if those vaginal swabs are negative because you have a vasectomized male who's now not producing spermatozoa. So you have a negative result on those swabs, and then you also have a negative result on the slide. You're not going to take that on to do additional presumptive testing to see if semen could be present. Then you're also not going to take that on for DNA analysis. The other issue comes up if you're screening a pair of panties. We use this reagent almost exclusively for that, or that's how we screen panties almost exclusively. You do a press out using a piece of filter paper that's wetted with water onto the panty crotch. You add this reagent to it. If the reagent does not react, you are not going to locate the semen stains that are on those articles of clothing. If you're not identifying those semen stains, you're then not taking that on for DNA analysis to try to develop any sort of DNA profiles. And so the issue here is that we could be potentially missing those semen stains and taking those things on for DNA analysis and uploads into the combined DNA index system, etc.
Now, having said that, the lab would QC the reagent every day before using it. The question is what the standard was for it passing that QC test. Now, remember, it's observation-based, so it's how dark the purple is and how quickly it reacts. And so where that cutoff is subjective, and so that's why the idea is by making it fresh daily, you're going to know that you get the same type of reaction and it's controlled. So the recommendation in this section is to do a comparative study internally to see whether there's a difference if you make it fresh daily versus if you use it over a long period, and at what point the reactions start to decline. Any questions? So on leadership and training issues, there are a number of positions that are open in the laboratory that the Major City Chiefs Association did an organizational review of the lab, made recommendations about filling an assistant director level position as the scientific lead in the lab, and then another recommendation was that the senior forensic scientist should fill the open QA coordinator position. And while the lab does have a written training program, it should be updated and strengthened for both forensic biology and all parts of the DNA analysis. When Dr. Berdoli was there, he asked some questions about foundational DNA topics like what is the Hardy-Weinberg equilibrium, why it matters, how you calculate a random match probability, how stutter occurs, and some of the analysts, not all, but some struggled to answer the questions, and so the conclusion was that refresher training in basic molecular biology, forensic genetics, and statistics will be an important component to move the lab forward. And then through interviews, the audit team made some observations about the two TLs that were in charge during this period. The most recent technical leader had many technical capabilities, an excellent understanding of validation work, emerging technologies and their applications, but he wasn't a proficiency-tested DNA analyst, so he didn't have the practical day-to-day casework experience to understand how to resolve the legacy issues in the laboratory. And the TL before him was a proficiency-tested analyst, but she didn't have the depth of scientific or technical knowledge that would have been needed to make adjustments to the training manual and the SOP, and that's indicated in a number of ways, but the validation studies are a pretty clear indicator of that. So then we talk about the importance of an effective DA, which was debated for a while at the meeting yesterday, and we've revised the paragraph. And this says, the importance of an effective TL in the DNA section of a modern crime lab cannot be overstated. I think that's an uncontroversial statement. The TL must have adequate exposure to applied scientific research, statistical methods, practical casework experience, and appreciation of the role of the laboratory in the criminal justice system in order to effectively lead this section. Current QAS guidelines do not require PhDs for the TL position, and we say here that the Commission recognizes a PhD does not necessarily guarantee quality, nor is someone with a master's degree capable of being an exemplary TL. However, the team observed that in addition to the basic educational requirements, a candidate should be able to demonstrate experience with research and problem solving, and understanding of the requirements of validation studies and methodology implementation, statistics, applied scientific methods, and a working knowledge of quality assurance practices. And I actually struck the last sentence because I think that says what it needs to say. And then we're not getting into the debate about whether the best kind of master's degree is one kind or another kind, or is that okay? No more debate about the, thank you. Okay, so moving along, we make some comments about the transition of probabilistic genotyping, basically some cautionary statements about the fact that DNA analysts have to have sufficient depth of knowledge to understand how to deconvolute a mixture, properly assign the number of contributors, and perform statistical calculations, so manual mixture interpretation. Probabilistic genotyping software could be used as a black box or push-button solution if analysts don't understand the underlying principles. So they need to be able to understand them, to perform the calculations or the analysis manually, not the calculations, but the analysis. And they need to have a strong understanding of the statistical underpinnings of likelihood ratios, which is a whole new statistical method, which is the stat that the software spits out at the end. And also the criminal justice system is going to have to get familiar with the likelihood ratio because it's not something that we've used up until now, typically. So, and being able to explain that to triers of fact is really important. Anything? Did I leave anything out? Okay. So the next part of this section talks about accreditation and SWIGDAM. Do any commissioners have any questions before I wrap it up? Because this is the last one before the Rex. Okay. So ASCOD Lab participated in the audit. Jody was their representative. They issued a letter that outlined 8 nonconformities under ISO 17025. And the statement in that letter is that those will have to be resolved for the APD lab to resume forensic biology screening and DNA analysis after the training period is done.
So laboratories have to undergo external audits by individuals external to the laboratory every other year, and on the off years, they have to perform an internal audit. And ASCOD Lab did perform assessments of the laboratory, and during those assessments in 2010 and 2015, the quant-based ST was not identified or questioned, and no deficiencies in validation studies were observed, even though those problems were obvious. The depth of the DNA training program was also not questioned. So in 2010, the assessor that ASCOD Lab sent either didn't review the ST validation or didn't appreciate that the quantity of DNA was an appropriate way to establish an ST for mixture interpretation. More than one analyst stated that the quant-based ST was discussed with an auditor, but it's unclear with whom and during which audit. After it was established, there wasn't another external review of that study until the one that Jody and Bruce conducted during the audit. And even though ASCOD Lab conducted another assessment in 2015, the validation studies were not reviewed by the assessors during that audit because it was assumed they were okay because other auditors had reviewed them during prior audits. And the same lack of findings were true with the QAS audits that were done during the relevant time period. QAS audits by NFSTC, which is an outside audit provider that labs have to pay for. They were performed in June of 2012 and November of 2014 with no findings related to the quant-based ST or the validation studies. The auditors also reviewed the lab's Fusion 30 cycle validation data and no findings were made, even though there were the same pipetting deficiencies were in that audit. We make a recommendation to reflect a comment we got from the DA's office yesterday later in here. So we talk in here about how lab staff and criminal justice stakeholders rely on accreditation as an indication of quality work by the lab. Excuse me, we have an example of an interaction on the stand between an analyst, not an APD analyst, but an analyst from another lab, and the prosecutor says, now when we hear something like accredited, that sounds good, but what does it actually mean as far as the protocols that y'all have to follow in order to maintain that certification? And lawyers are notorious for mixing up accreditation and certification, I'd just like to say. So that should say accreditation, but the analyst says to be accredited, you're inspected by the agency, they review your procedures to make sure the procedures you're following are scientifically valid, as well as accepted in the forensic community. They'll come in, they check out your operations, and they routinely check. The accreditation cycle is a 5-year cycle, but they do routinely check every year or every 2 years to make sure you're following their guidelines and practices. Additionally, when the Major Cities Chiefs Association came in, they made a statement in their report. APD is an ISO 17025 accredited lab compliant with all relevant forensic standards, and the FBI QAS is demonstrated by its current accreditation. While the assessment team did not conduct an ISO assessment, it was readily apparent the laboratory and its staff upheld the high standards of accreditation. So these types of statements provide an indication of just how much the community relies on accreditation to identify issues so that the laboratory can do a course correction promptly and make sure that they're doing everything the way they need to. So that what we say is that the checks and balances that most stakeholders in the criminal justice system, including the management of the laboratory and the analysts themselves, assume are provided by the QAS and ASCOD lab weren't present in the case. No auditor raised concerns about the quant-based ST, the inadequacy of the validations, and the other issues observed during the audits. So these observations raise some legitimate questions regarding the limitations of accreditation, the consistency of assessor teams, and the overall validity of the process. So, number one, are the scopes and limitations of accreditation well understood by the criminal justice community, including the analysts, management of labs, attorneys, and judges? Do the assessors consistently consider whether a lab's protocols and underlying validation are based on sound scientific principles, or do they limit their review to determining whether the laboratory has a protocol that it follows? Should the assessors re-review validation data from prior years, considering validation studies are relied upon to build subsequent protocols, and our subsequent validation sometimes is based on the first one that was done? Are assessors properly educated and trained to undertake the task of reviewing and assessing the reliability of the methods that are implemented in the lab? So those are the comments on on the accreditation piece of it. And we have some recommendations. We're going to add one that I think Richard would like to make relevant, that is applicable to ask about them in the end. Any questions on that description? Revisions, suggestions? Bruce?
It's just a comment on this, because when you start to look at problems that a lab may have, certainly there are some things that are placed on the lab, but if an accrediting body comes in and says everything's fine, the lab is being reinforced that everything's okay, so there's no incentive to question anything. So you may not be faulting the lab, you may not really look at where the root problem is. And if an accrediting body comes in and says, well, someone else reviewed the validation data, so I have to look at it, there's still a fundamental of looking at the protocols, and that protocol is a red flag. It's an obvious, let's say, distortion from anything else that's out there. So a lab, like I said, they didn't do the science correctly in some aspects, but they were almost told they were doing it correctly by being passed on this. So where do you put the real fault? And I would say that accrediting bodies themselves are weak links in the chain, because they don't have a lot of the fundamental understandings either going in. So what really makes an accreditor qualified? They take some training to understand the components of an audit process, but not necessarily understand the fundamentals. So they're feeding the system to cause the problem, maybe even more so than the lab who didn't have basic science training.
So the next thing we talk about is SWIGDAM, which is a national working group that the DNA community relies heavily upon for guidance about how to address complex issues that arise concerning mixture interpretation. So SWIGDAM provides a lot of really necessary guidance and help to the community, but it would be a mistake to think of them as an organization that has any oversight authority. They are a forum for discussion. They don't intervene in how individual laboratories adopt protocols, implement protocols, anything like that. In fact, a senior analyst in the laboratory participates in SWIGDAM and raised the quant-based ST during a roundtable discussion, and nobody said anything. So that makes it really hard for that analyst to, if you couple that with the accreditation audits, with, you know, two different types of accreditation audits, it makes it hard for the lab to do a course correction. We also talk about some language in SWIGDAM guidelines about retroactive application that could be misleading and make suggestions about it. Because that's really a decision for the criminal justice system, retroactive applicability. We also talk a little bit about the OSAC, which was established in 2014, and the hope is that the standards and guidelines that the OSAC issues will be scientifically rigorous, well understood, and properly implemented. And though the OSAC is charged with developing standards and guidelines, it bears no responsibility for whether or how they're implemented by laboratories. So all of the oversight remains with the accrediting bodies, the FBI's QAS, and state-level forensic commissions to the extent they exist. So those entities are also going to be responsible for ensuring the OSAC standards and guidelines are implemented correctly as part of the accreditation process. So in order for the whole system to work properly, the standards and guidelines themselves have to be based on sound scientific principles, and the individuals who are chosen to audit against the standards and guidelines have to have sufficient depth of knowledge to fulfill those responsibilities effectively. So there's a lot of hope about the OSAC, but it has to work properly in order for it to be helpful to the community. So the recommendations section is where we are. Questions? Okay, so the first recommendation is for the laboratory to retain a technical expert to advise the lab on an interim basis, and that person should have extensive experience in training validation and the quality assurance process. They need to be on site to work with the analysts at least 3 days a week, and the expert may need to bring in other experts to assist with the training. The lab needs to conduct a national search for a permanent TL, and the TL should have at least a master's degree in biology, chemistry, or forensic science with demonstrated expertise in applied scientific applied scientific research, statistical methods, and practical DNA casework experience and management. Every analyst should go through a new training program and competency testing for all of the core competencies from biology screening through forensic genetics, through complex mixture interpretation using probabilistic genotyping software, as well as the quality assurance process and the core legal issues that we were discussing earlier. The lab needs to hire high-level management personnel. This is just a reiteration of the Major Chiefs Association recommendations. And then the City of Austin has to work with the DA's office to assess backlogs, prioritize cases in order to protect the public safety while the laboratory retools. And that necessarily means the city will need to spend a significant amount of funds to outsource casework. Realistically, the work that will be required to address these issues that we've been discussing and bring the lab back online could take 6 months to a year. And though DPS can absorb some of the caseload, it's not realistic to believe they can absorb it all, absent a major infusion of additional resources. And this interim technical expert needs to work with the DA's office to keep them updated. They need to conduct a full root cause analysis and corrective action plan for possible carryover contamination. In the one case we talked about, they need to conduct a comparison study on the use of the AP reagent following the Make Fresh Daily instructions. We added one more requirement that I haven't gotten to yet. Okay, they're below. So the interim technical expert should conduct a review of the lab's validation work to determine whether inadequacies in early validations impacted subsequent validation work, understanding some studies build on each other, and if deemed necessary, new validation studies should be performed to support the methods. Additionally, we added that the lab should establish an RFQ-based ST for the interpretation of DNA casework, which is sort of what started us on this whole thing to begin with. We've forgotten about it in the recommendations. And we need to figure out whether the 30-cycle fusion validation study was performed properly. If there are issues with it, what's the potential impact on casework? And that would be both mixtures and single source samples. What's the recommended corrective action plan? And do any other STR amplification kits used by the laboratory before the 30-cycle fusion require review? So that would be Profiler Plus and Co-Filer validation. And then we say that the lab should submit to an audit before returning to casework, and that we are encouraging all of the laboratories to consult regularly with each other and with experts in and outside of Texas when issues come up. And I think a lot of what's happened in the wake of realizations about mixture interpretation is the labs are talking to each other more. In this particular instance, you have a small laboratory that at some points was kind of insulated, and that can, I mean, we've seen this in other cases we've looked at, that can contribute to the problem, or at least not allow it to get resolved as quickly as it otherwise might. In addition, the technical expert is going to have to come, oh wait, so this right here is a space for a question that Richard had raised, which is whether the commission wants to ask ASCLD Lab to provide a root cause analysis that they do about why at no point did they flag these issues for the laboratory.
I think it's, I think we have to do that. I mean, again, I mean, like it or not, as an attorney, we do rely, and we do, our witnesses do talk about ASCLD certification, so I'd like to hear from them as to what happened here and what they're going to do to make sure it doesn't happen again, so that we do have some credibility in who we say can be an accrediting body.
And right now, they're the only body.
Right.
Because they merged.
There's actually another.
Oh, on DNA?
Well, A2LA.
Oh, right.
They are right now merged, yeah, they're not anymore ASCLD Lab.
I'm sorry.
Yes,
But ANAB and ASCLD Lab have merged.
yeah.
Now, it is not lost on the leadership at ASCLD Lab that they need to figure out what happened here.
Okay.
There's no question that they're considering that. So,
But in the meantime, everybody has to know it. I mean, the lab, when you do the inspection, you go one day, assessor goes for 3-4 days, depend on the size of the lab, and they cannot review every piece of paper. There's a lot going on with the QA management of the laboratory that they need to do it. That's their daily job is. That's the reason they are there. So they need to be qualified and be prepared to do that job routinely. They shouldn't wait for ASCLA lab to come every 2-3 years to look at them. I mean, that's just doesn't make, everybody has to know it, that the quality, who is their quality management is in the lab is daily.
So do we need a motion on that?
No, I just, so what we're asking ASCLA Lab for is
Response.
a response on why
response
these
to
issues were not
what they found when they looked at it, and if there's something that needs a corrective action, what the corrective action is. And again, it may be that it was just beyond, it just, there's so much they're looking at and that went by, but I'd like to hear what the answer is.
Anything from you guys?
No, I would say ASCON lab and ANAB now combined, this is not something just occurred because you have the DC lab a year earlier or earlier this year. It is that if an accrediting body hasn't done a root cause analysis already, that's a bad sign. And they should have something in place because it's not about too much work because they're supposed to review the protocols.
Yeah.
This is a very obvious one. So what is the fundamental expectations of the people? Are they up to speed? Are they properly educated and trained themselves? And if that's not in place, that needs to be known so you understand what is the limits of the accreditation process.
There's a lot of diversity in assessors. So folks yesterday from the labs described sometimes they'll have an assessment where they feel like it was extremely thorough. And sometimes they don't feel like they even got audited. So there's variation in the sort of in how intense the assessment is, I guess, for lack of a better.
But in the meantime, Bruce, all of the laboratory heard about the Washington DC, and they could do it, sit and just see what was the root cause of them was and try to do that too. I mean, we have to be sure. It's not all, you're right, ASCLA lab needed to be better, that's no question. But the laboratory needs to know it, that when this happens, they gather and say, is it happening in my lab or not?
I would just add, because this commission has required appropriately root cause analyses of laboratories in a variety of circumstances, I think you leave yourselves open to charges of hypocrisy, whether valid or not, if you don't turn to them and ask them to do the same thing.
I second that.
Okay, so we'll add that here, and as soon as I get a response, I will forward it to everybody. The next thing is essentially a list of action items for this, for the person who's brought in as an interim technical expert. The first one is to assess whether there is a possibility of carryover contamination in any of the other cases besides the one that we discussed, and so that should be based, at least initially, on a review of casework 6 months before and 6 months after that contamination event. If there are other possible issues identified, then we'll have to figure out what else may need to be done in terms of case review. And the TA is going to have to assess at what stage in the case preparation that contamination was likely to have occurred, because that may have implementation, or repercussions for how to do the corrective action and what steps need to be taken. Also, what are the results of the AP spot reagent comparison study? What is an estimate of the number of cases where reliability of the interpretation could have been impacted either by the quant-based ST or the suspect or victim-driven CPI? What are the results of knowledge-based competency testing? What's the assessment of effects of inadequacies in the early validation studies on subsequent validation studies? What recommendations are there regarding revisions to forensic biology and DNA training? Is the triage team that's currently underway statewide to vet cases, is that going to be enough for the mixture cases, assuming that there are no other problems in a particular case? And whether mixture cases in the lab should be reviewed before 2010 or after 2010 upon request for calculation, which is what we're currently doing in all the other scenarios. What's the timeline for addressing the issues and whether any other recommendations are necessary? And then we have a section about recognition because a lot of people, including the lab staff management, the assistant chief, the commander who's in charge of the forensic services division, all kinds of people have been extremely helpful to enable us to issue this report. DPS has taken cases, the University of North Texas, so we commend them for that. So we can make those edits. Any other questions or comments? Bruce or Jody, do you have anything?
You want to just defer until the additional information is,
No, we can adopt it now.
we can adopt it now? Okay, anyone?
I'll make a motion.
Second?
Are you asking for second? Or
I
thought you were
second it. I
seconding?
second
What?
it.
Okay. I thought you were seconding it. Okay.
I
You got a
second
second.
it.
Okay. Aye?
Aye.
Nay?
And thank you to Bruce and Jody because they've spent probably hundreds.
I'm sorry.
I was just saying thank you to Bruce and Jody for working weekends, nights, all during their vacation, which they don't really take. Anyway, it's kind of a farce to help with this process.
Okay, which one do you want to move on?
Yes. Is that my binder lead that I sent? There you go. Thanks. So the rest of the DNA,
I was thinking going beyond this, just skip, and we've got a bunch of things here that look relatively short. What do you think?
let's finish the DNA part.
Mixture.
What?
The DNA mixture part. Do you want to talk about the rest of it?
And the rest were updates from just training and the case review. So the status of the case reviews, I suppose, if the appropriate people,
Bob,
still here.
You
want me to do it?
Yeah, please.
You want to do it, or?
Yeah, this will be pretty quick.
Okay.
Just a recap of the status.
As you'll recall, we are getting requests for evaluation from two sources. District attorney's offices around the state are sending notification letters to inmates and other people who had DNA mixture issues in their case. And the other way is that the prisons have posted a notice in the law libraries that inmates who did not get a notice from the DA might see and might contact us. So we've got these two types of letters that come into us. Every morning I go to a P.O. box in Houston where, it could be 2 letters, it could be 30 letters. Currently our list is about 550. We've heard from inmates in about 100 counties. But I would say about 60 of those are from the prison postings because we've only gotten like one letter. So obviously that was not a DA notification effort. We've had about 15 DA's offices who've sent out notifications. Some of them have been very proactive. Galveston, I understand from Jack, has just sent out 700 letters this week. We're going to meet, I'm going to go with Inger Chandler to HFS on Tuesday so that we can begin discussions with them about how to handle the massive number of cases. DPS has been very, very helpful. Brady Mills and his staff have been very, very helpful on the DPS cases. We've been submitting regularly a list of our new cases, and they will in turn check with the lab that did the testing to see if the CPI was issued. So we will get that regularly. What we're doing with this list, which now, I never thought I'd say a list of 550 cases is small, but it's somewhat manageable. It's going to get huge in short order. And the way we're going about it is we recognize that the labs have a finite amount of resources in terms of manpower, or that at least we can utilize more lawyers than they might be able to get scientists to review these cases. And toward that end, what we're going to do is I've just about completed a packet for lawyers who are not, fluent in all this language of science. But that explains it in a sufficient way that they can do a materiality review, a legal materiality review of one of these cases, and understand enough about the science so that they can put two and two together and decide whether these cases should move forward. And the question they're charged with answering is, if there were a recalculation, and if the recalculation excluded the defendant from the results, would that undermine the conviction? The answer is usually not. So what we've been doing is we've got 6 contract lawyers who are being paid out of the grant that we got from the Indigent Defense Commission. And they and some other lawyers, not as many as I need, are looking at these cases and trying to answer that question. So most of the cases that we've already resolved have been through deciding that the DNA didn't matter here. So we don't have to get the labs involved using your manpower, your time, your expense, doing recalculations where it wouldn't matter no matter what the result. We have requested recalculations in about 30 to 40 cases thus far. But we're very circumspect about which cases we ask that in, and I think that's the best way to do it. I'm hoping to get volunteer lawyers, civil law firms, law students involved so that we have a sizable number of people doing these materiality reviews. Let me point out that the DAs across the state have been totally collaborative, helpful, wonderful. Bexar County, Williamson County, they've been very good about giving us everything we need. Some of these cases are very hard to evaluate because they were guilty pleas. You don't have a trial record where you can look at all the evidence in the case. You have to decide whether the DNA induced a guilty plea. And that's very hard to do. So the prosecutors have been sending us stuff electronically, witness statements, offense reports, that type of thing, that informs our review and often enables us to close out the case. So we're at about 550 right now, as I said. I don't know when Harris County is going to get their notices out. Dallas hasn't sent theirs out yet. Tarrant provides, a great example of how to do this, and I rely on Dawn to help me understand this stuff. This is inherently very difficult for lawyers to get up to speed on. I'm very conscious at all times that while we're going to try to educate lawyers as much as we can on the science, it's not easy. And it's a different language. But we've got training set up. Each one gets better than the one before, and so everything seems to be going pretty well. So, answer any questions if you have.
Dawn, you're gonna...
Well, we sent out our notices, most of them in November, a few after that because we had to wait for cell marks as they were out of state to come back with some of their things. Essentially, from the 8,000 cases, we ended up narrowing it to 123 notices that had to go out relating to CPI mixture, not RMP, not some of the miscellaneous partial profile things that were initially coming out with the original DPS list. Of those 123, we've had 49 requests for reviews. Some of those have generated from the triage unit, some have been CIU generated, defense attorneys, but only 35 of the notices that we sent out that had a form for the defendant to say, I want this case reviewed and I want an attorney appointed. Only 35 of those have actually come back, and it's been, several months now. I think that's perhaps hopeful. And then of those, we've requested in 27 of them because some of the defense attorneys have not actually asked for the amendments at this point, and we've gotten not a ton back, but probably around half of those. And of those, we can tell that it is really spread out evenly. There are ones that it's a positive change for the defense, it's some that are a positive change for the state, some had insignificant change, some are related to evidence where we know it's not probative, and so the labs are doing a form that indicates which specific item of evidence is the affected item of evidence so that we can evaluate the probativeness of that, and so the defense attorney can evaluate what they think the relevance of that evidence is, and then we can go through the normal legal proceedings of Chapter 64, any writs, 11073s, in order to hash that out afterwards. But if we're using that as a microcosm of the state, since we're a little further along in the process, it could be hopeful that it will not be as impactful as anticipated.
Anybody else? No?
That's interesting, the small numbers.
Um,
Do you want to go up to not 8?
Well, one thing we need to talk about just before we leave 12 is that we are doing training in St. Mary's for DNA in August 12th. So the next place that we're doing the regional DNA training is in San Antonio, August 12th, St. Mary's. Thank you to Jay Brandon from the CIU and Judge Hervey for helping us out with the venue. So that's all we have on that.
I was going to say, why don't we just get rid of the page, start at 8.
So does TACLID have anything you all want to say?
Just to move off of the public comment, talk about that was about
Some comments?
9?
9, okay. 9?
Don't have anything new to report. There's a national organization seminar that's happening sometime in September that I'm going to be involved in, and this is going to be an issue of discussion, so hopefully when that's over, we'll have input from stakeholders on the issue of retrograde extrapolation, not just from in Texas, but around the country, and hoping we might have something in terms of final product by the meeting after that.
Okay. 10 maybe? 10? What's the?
No, we'll do 10 in a little bit. I'm trying to reduce the number of slides.
Okay, so let's see. You're next.
So biomarker panel, which is tab 11. So what we know now is that, so Dr. Kessler's not here, so I'm hesitant to really do anything about this except to give you an update of what we've done since the last time we talked about this issue. So the main thing is that it's really hard to get the records in these cases, but the way we compiled them was from a bunch of sources. Number one is from the forensic dentistry textbook that was edited by Dr. Sen and Stimson. That has a list of cases in it. That had 22 cases. The National IP, who was the complainant in the Stephen Mark Cheney case, provided the commission with a list that had 6 cases on it that were not in the textbook. Nick also ran a search in the legal database, so LexisNexis and Westlaw, and he found 221 appellate decisions, but after he looked at each one of those, he found another 6 cases to add. The vast majority of them were either already on the list or were not relevant to what we're dealing with. So we also, if you recall, we had talked with the ABFO, and some of the ABFO diplomates had provided their case files to the archives at the National Museum of Health and Medicine in Silver Spring. And so we talked to the museum, and they looked through those archives. But what it really is if a particular forensic odontologist passes away, and is, say, surviving relatives have all of their business records, one of the places that they may send them is there. So you can imagine that this is just what they happen to get, and it's from individual donations. It's not any sort of real required or organized set of files. And so that added just one more potential case. And then the Harris County DA's office conviction integrity unit added 2 cases. So our total list is 34. So it's small. And so far, Nick has been able to find either complete or partial trial transcripts on all but 7 of those, which I was kind of surprised. But he's also been driving around the state, going to the archives, doing all kinds of stuff to track these things down. It's not a simple process. So now we need to figure out what the process should be for reviewing those. You know, we need to set up a team similar to the hair microscopy team. What I would suggest we do is defer the establishment of that until the meeting where Dr. Kessler is here. The suggestion that the staff makes is that we get a balanced group together of SMEs and attorneys. There are plenty of folks who are willing to help on both sides, and it will not take much to review those transcripts. It's a small group.
What's the total now?
34. 34 cases, we found 27
with
records.
transcripts.
With transcripts. We could probably do that in one meeting if they were pre-screened. So it's not going to take long once we convene the group. But it would be good to have Dr. Kessler's participation in that.
Want to just make a motion?
Just table.
Just to carry it.
Just table it.
This is informational, and we're waiting for Dr. Kessler.
So we don't need a motion.
We
We'll
don't
just
need a
wait.
motion.
We'll just
Okay.
carry it to the next.
Sure, no problem.
Meeting. So we're,
You want to report
uh,
on what? You got a couple.
okay, so Bodie East Conference, they invited me to go. I gave a talk on mixtures. Inger was there along with Courtney Head, right, from HFSC, and they gave a joint talk on mixture issues, so that was, I think, a really positive experience. I will say there was an interesting interaction there where an analyst said, well, you know, if I get on the stand and testify about a case that I worked before the FBI POPSTAT issue, before SWGDAM 2010, I just testified to what I did at the time, and a lot of time I feel like I wouldn't do this today, but I testify about what I actually did if it was 4 or 5 years ago. And I think, and they asked, like, you know, they asked Courtney actually, why did you issue amended reports when the prosecutors asked you about the FBI stats that were based on your protocols at the time you issued them instead of using your old protocols? And Courtney said, I honestly nobody in Texas ever thought it was an option to do anything about what we did. And we're going to sign the report today. It needs to be compliant with what we understand about DNA analysis today.
That's right.
And so I don't know that and I don't know that she was representative in any way of what's going on in any other cases in any other states, but I just thought it was interesting that she asked the question, well, why didn't you just issue the old, you know, just say, that's what I did, and that's it. So that was interesting, I thought. I went up to a talk at the Quattrone Center in Philadelphia. That was really interesting because I was on a panel with the woman that wrote that book about the dark side of DNA analysis, Erin Murphy, and Mark Perlin all at the same time, and me. And I was like, I had to make jokes to ease the tension because it was so bad. It was so bad. They were like, I thought Mark Perlin's head was going to spin around and pop off into the audience. But it seemed to go over fairly well. Anyway. Then Lee did a talk at the IAI in Galveston. How many people were at that, would you say?
She had 2 sessions.
Yeah, I did the talk twice. I basically gave the same presentation that Lynn gave today with the exception of the changes that we made yesterday on the licensing program.
It was great. I actually talked to somebody from yesterday. They said they really appreciate that, and they're going to invite you again next year.
Fantastic.
So-
You want to go
We
to
should probably go,
We can go there, or the Rio Grande. Next one's the report from the Texas Division of International Associations for Identification
We just
did that.
What,
We just did that.
number 7, huh? Don't you want?
Right, so then if you go back, you could, so I gave the licensing talk at the National Commission meeting, it went well. I don't think we should spend time talking about
You are the only interesting speaker.
the speed. But there, so going back to more substantive agenda items, do you want to do 5 and then
Well, I
7?
think we only have
Yeah.
one on this page, just remember.
I need to hold off on that.
Okay, right, no, I know that, I
Yeah.
know that.
Let's do
Well,
5
why
and
not
7.
do 5 and 7, start at 5?
Okay, so the Crime Lab Accreditation Program, we did put together an AG opinion, Lee and I did, asking the AG for guidance. It's in your blue packet on a couple of questions. Number one, if you've got a discipline that falls in, it's not exempt, there's no accreditation program for it, what happens to that discipline? Do the rules of evidence govern, or does the code of criminal procedure govern? I did talk to a lawyer about this who does a lot of statutory interpretation. He said it sure would help if the rules of evidence referenced the criminal code of procedure, because then judges would understand that there's something in that code that speaks to the issue of admissibility of forensic evidence. So we have that, basically asking the AG for guidance on what exemptions can be given under what conditions. We also asked for guidance about, laboratories have been reporting, accredited labs have been reporting their instances of professional negligence or misconduct on all their disciplines. So they'll report them on DNA, they report them on toxicology, but they also report them on latents and
Right.
crime scene. And the way I read the statute is that's not necessarily necessary. In other words, if it's not an accredited discipline, do we really need those disclosures? And I appreciate the laboratories submitting them, and once we have them, I feel like we need to, out of respect for the tremendous work that goes into it, look at them and help the laboratories move on. But I'd like to get some guidance on the AG, because, those disclosures may not need to come to us. I think there are a couple different ways to read the statute, so we're trying to get some help on that. So,
Okay.
clarification.
And we're still waiting on that.
Yes, that'll come to
The
us.
letter has already gone to the AG?
It's about to go to the AG. So it'll probably take 4 months for it to come back. But we want to be able to say, if they clearly say the statute does not require disclosure for latents or crime scene, then we want to be able to say to the labs, the disclosure requirements apply only to these disciplines. If you have an issue of professional negligence in these disciplines, you don't have to tell us anything about it. Just give us your communications with the accrediting body as you normally would, but you don't have to put in a separate self-disclosure. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Jump to 7 then.
Rio Grande,
Anyone?
you want to talk about that?
Do you want to talk about the first part with Dr.
So we've been
Karawani?
trying
So-
to put together an MOU with EAF, which is
in here, the latest draft. So it has sort of stalled. I don't know if there's been any, I haven't been involved in any updates from that. Where are we? 7. So yes, we are continuing to try and get the MOU between EAAF, UNT, and of course ourselves to try and facilitate the one-time search of the reference samples that are currently housed at Bodie to be referenced against the missing or the remains that are housed at UNT. We are still, this MOU is being bounced back between lots of different people, and it still is in limbo. We still don't have consensus on some of the issues that we've got.
Part of the issue is we thought we had an MOU that was going to work.
Yes.
And then the FBI provided
Yes.
comments that indicated that
Yes.
regardless of whether UNT's using its local database to search,
They may still be putting
have to comply with all the rules that would need to be complied with if it was national coded.
Yep.
You want to say anything about this?
Yeah, I said I wasn't involved in the initial, when I read the MOU, I wasn't ready to accept it at that point. There's not clarity on whether Texas owns its own database, can do whatever it wants with the software, or the FBI has the ability to come in and hammer down and say, this is what you do, and until that's resolved, I think we're in a tough spot.
That's right.
Forward
We're stuck.
With a non-recognized law enforcement agency. So we need clarification before that can be done.
Have you considered one of the senators here approaching a U.S. senator and making an inquiry with the FBI, saying that this is an international problem, et cetera, and trying a political approach to this through a U.S. senator?
Yeah, I mean, I think we could talk to Senator Cornyn's office in particular. We have done some outreach to the FBI. It's a possibility, I think, certainly, but at least my hope is that we've come up with one solution, which is to run the results through the consulates as an intermediary, and that may be an approach that's both acceptable to the FBI and to the EAAF and to UNT. So that's where we left that discussion. It's just that we really thought we had a deal and it just fell apart.
Yeah, so everyone, all parties seem, they understand the importance and the need for this to be done, but the last thing we want, and of course the UNT's willingness to assist in as much as we can, but the last thing we want is to be putting their CODIS status at risk. So we're not prepared to move until we have clarification on that. So we've been talking obviously to CODIS with that, and you were going to talk to the legal side, because there was
I've called 3 times, but I haven't heard back.
no one's
so
responding in terms of, because
Yeah.
the wording may be legally, a little bit of flexibility, basically balancing up policy versus legal requirements. There's a little bit of grey area there, but thus far CODIS hasn't responded to help us assist that.
Well, the FBI's become much more flexible.
Yes, so there's nothing we can really do until we get that information in place.
Total number of bodies, what are we talking about? Do we have a count now?
It's around about 1,500 reference samples that are sitting, or 1,500, that are obviously increasing all the time. That are family reference samples sitting at Bodie that we want to be able to cross-reference with, obviously the remains that we've got.
How many remains do we have?
I don't know that. How many samples have we got there from?
Oh, I don't have the number off the top of my head.
No, I don't.
We have
I
the
can get
largest
it to you.
data set
I don't have
in
the
the country.
number.
The issues are, does state trump federal here, is federal trump state? We don't know. In the conversation with the FBI, they said their legal counsel, again, which is not binding, it's what their interpretation is that you have to abide by what they put in place, and that's what it'll be. So at this point, we don't have any other clarification. Another complication comes in is who owns the samples, the results and remains, because those that come from Texas, that's clear that belongs to Texas. But a larger portion actually come from outside Texas and from the feds paying for that work. And so who owns that? Should we bifurcate them in some fashion? I don't know. So I think there's some other discussions. The main thing is if the FBI gives you the software right now, their interpretation is you must follow these rules.
So how many remains are in Texas that we're talking about?
I have the PowerPoint here, so I know it's all segmented by county, but in 2016, so far, submitted to UNT, there have been 108 DNA cases submitted for DNA analysis. But in addition, there are cases still being worked. This was as of April of 2016. So that's not even halfway through the year.
So you're talking maybe between 200 and 300.
A year.
Right, a year, but those are ones that actually make it successfully from when the body is identified to autopsy. That's still a question about whether these folks are being sent for autopsy. And the DNA sample gets taken and it goes up to UNT. the number of unidentified remains that have been found, we don't have the data for that because you'd have to ask every single one of those counties. So what we're looking at is
Not
more...
all those bodies have been sampled for DNA analysis.
Right, and what we're finding, so we just, Dr. Farley and I was it last week?
2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago, went to San Antonio, gave a talk to all the JPs about what the statute requires and sort of encouraging them to send these cases for autopsy and explaining that you may think that because the body was found in the river and there's a wound here on the cheek or something, that was animal activity, but if you send it to us, we may find a bullet in there. I mean, it may be a homicide. She's found that some JPs think that those are turtle bites, and really what they are is gunshot wounds. So we're trying really hard to go around the state and educate the JPs, and Dr. Farley is very invested in this because it affects her day-to-day practice in Hidalgo County. So I know that she has, so just in Brooks County alone, in 2015, there were 48 dead bodies recovered. They've had 493 total from 2009 to 2016. And so far, in May of this year, there were another, up until May of this year, there were another 22, just in Brooks County. And they're about to see a spike because it's the summer months, so more people died.
So obviously, these are surface bodies that are recovered.
Not all.
We don't know anything about burial, illegal burial sites.
Right.
And we have no
So
idea.
there are counties that are affected that do not have enough money to autopsy someone in a car wreck, to do the toxicology, to do any of it. And so they're definitely not going to be sending for autopsy unidentified remains that look like someone who suffered from heat stroke and died while trying to cross. So you have counties that are facing serious, close to bankruptcy. And so we've always said, well, the gold standard is we just have to get them all autopsied. But I'm starting to learn that with the exception of Hidalgo County, and maybe a couple of others, Brooks has a good process in place now because of what they have experienced. I don't know if the other counties are going to be able to afford it. So Senator Cornyn has asked for money in conjunction with the senator from Arizona in an appropriation bill to give federal dollars to these communities to deal with unidentified human remains. I don't know whether that will pass, but the hope is that it will, and then the money will go to the counties and the federal government will be paying for. And essentially the argument is, well, the reason they are able to come over and the counties have the burden is because the border control is not doing what it needs to do to stop that flow.
Aren't they, is the U.S. still funding SIDS cases?
U.S. funding 6 cases.
SIDS.
No.
Oh.
No, they
discontinued.
So the question of who...
But they used to pay $300, Dr.
$300.
They used to pay $300 per case, which was far
Yeah, there was-
less from what it really cost.
There were some other places that were getting federal funding for SIDS.
Not to my knowledge. The U.S. government used to pay $300 per SIDS case, and obviously it cost much more
It
than
may have
that.
been a long time ago.
It was much, much more than that.
Yes.
So the...
Is there any way we could initiate a process whereby we could write to medical examiners to volunteer their time and do autopsies on those cases? If we fail to get the money from the federal or the state of Texas?
Get who to do these autopsies?
Pathologists?
Do
Medical
they still do
examiners?
autopsies?
I wouldn't mind going and doing an autopsy.
Yeah, but I mean, when you're limiting the little pool, you're asking the forensic pathologist to do additional
Correct.
autopsy. Because the hospital pathologists...
No, not hospital.
No.
I don't think hospital pathologists are equipped or trained to do that.
They do
I think it's
propose.
forensic pathologists should do that.
We could definitely try. I think what the statute asks us to do is to identify a method for getting the DNA from the bodies. So the question is, short of a full-blown autopsy,
At least sampling.
how do we get those samples in a way that's effective to at least have them sent up to UNT and analyzed and all that? That's a challenge. And we'd have to train people to be able to, or autopsy techs or whoever it's going to be. Maybe the new medical school can help in South Texas, but they have to go and at least get the DNA. I mean, that's the thing. And, you know, a number of these cases, like a third of them, the way they do the ID is through a CODIS hit. So some of these have criminal justice implications.
And there was discussions as well of funding, looking at a regional centre down there. Who brought that up? That was...
So Dr. Farley had suggested that a regional ME's office might be a good way to make sure that these cases are properly dealt with, but the question is, with what money do you get that regional center set up, and is there some way to do a study to show that that would actually be more cost effective than the way it's currently being handled? Plus you would address the fact that you wouldn't have people buried without following the state law, which requires that you don't bury someone where you can't say what the real cause of death was, and they're, you know, you don't know who they are. They're John Does, basically.
That's opening a bag of worms.
Well, you're talking about a regional medical example system, right?
For South Texas.
What?
For South Texas.
Yeah,
So
that's
the
about
smaller counties can feed
$3
in
to
these samples.
$4 a resident in the counties, maybe.
So right now, what I'm focusing on is getting a draft report ready to talk about what the best practices are, to say that full-blown autopsies for a lot of these counties are not cost-effective.
No.
Not realistic. So we have got to find
A medium.
another way to do it, and we have to educate the JPs on how to flag possible homicides.
Short of doing x-rays and autopsies, how would they determine that?
Yeah. Well, just that they shouldn't conclude that there's a turtle bite in the cheek, you know, without...
But there could be a turtle bite besides a gunshot.
Right, no, right, because they go to the open wound, so do the insects, so it can...
Correct, yeah.
I mean, it can be part of what's going on.
But not just automatically assuming.
But the reason they're attracted, the animals are attracted to that, is because it's an open wound, right?
Yeah.
But they also like their lips, their earlobes, their
Anything
nose.
that's accessible.
Nice places to chew on.
So anyway, it's sort of stalled, the MOU, but moving on to, we still have to get some document together.
We're going to have a draft for you by the next meeting, for sure. And you went to a meeting...
Oh, yeah, and so that was so all of these issues were all raised again. I've attended several meetings on this issue. The latest one was the Police Executive Research Forum in DC a couple of months ago. Same issues, but focusing more on the policing side, so having an awareness that, yes, CBP and the policing down on the border are, putting more boots on the ground doesn't necessarily always work, because all it does then is push all of these routes through more dangerous areas, so therefore we're still getting deaths, etc. However, overall, they think that the number of border crossers is slowing over recently, but we are still recovering remains, because obviously remains that have been in the desert for a lot longer are still continuing to be found. So that's a continuation. Essentially the end of this meeting, they covered everything that we've been talking about for the last year or so. But they basically had a call for a need to coordinate and institutionalize procedures. So essentially trying to get the same type of forms and procedures across various states and counties to try and make it easier. There was also an effort from one of the NGOs there who is conducting a study of water usage and crossing different routes across various border crossings to try and document patterns and changes of patterns, because there are emergency beacons, and of course people and there's water stations strategically placed, so they're able to move those stations as needed, as they see tracks moving from different place to place. However, the end result of all of this discussion at that meeting, still the most important thing that came down to was actually the MOU. It was essentially they felt the most important thing to move forward quickly is to be able to do this reference, the samples we've already got, and work out a place, not only to move, actually it's easier moving forward with all of the new samples that we're hoping to be collected from overseas, getting all of those procedures in place, all of the consent forms, all the appropriate verbiage that's required by the FBI. That's the easier thing to do in the future. But essentially what was decided to be the most, I suppose the priority is getting the samples we've already got, to get some sort of idea of can we make identifications with what we've got. And so essentially we're on the right track. We're doing exactly what they feel is what's needed at the moment.
If we could just get it done.
If we could just get it done. So, yes.
So we're going to...
No, just that, the hurdles that we're facing with the MOU is basically the language that's in the DNA Identification Act, CODIS requirements, and the main one is the authority to collect those samples, and who's, to have those in CODIS, it has to be collected by law enforcement agencies. So that's the hurdle that we've been facing with MOU.
Yeah. So we are working on that. I think that part's the easier part now. I think we've got that nutted down with all of our consulates being able to collect samples, etc. So then being able to report back to the consulates as an area that has a criminal justice element in it. So that's fulfilled that requirement going forward. Now, can we do that with the samples that we've already collected? So there was a debate. Are the 1,500 samples that we've already got, were those protocols in place? Was all of that there, enable them to go into CODIS? And of course, that's where we hit that wall. So we were going back to review a lot of the consent forms to see essentially how was the wording there to enable us to do a search against a US database, and also where were those samples collected. As it turns out from the quick look that we've done, it seems like the majority of them probably were collected in appropriate circumstances, but there is no guarantee, we don't have the guarantee in all situations. But moving forward, that's something that EAAF have definitely flagged as saying we can fulfill that requirement. That's not a problem. So they are working on changing their consent forms, and I think that's another working group that's working with them.
From Duke University?
Yes, from Duke. So Sarah from Duke is spearheading that. So that is already being worked on. I'm not worried so much about going forward. I think in time those will be put into place, so we won't have a concern. So everyone agreed that they thought the best way of going forward with all the new samples is obviously they want everything searched in CODIS, but there's this gap. So I think in the future we'll have that in place. That will take time. It is these 1,500 samples which everyone is jumping up and down. They want something done now. So that's what we're trying to do.
They think they're going to be hits.
They think that, yeah, and there will. It's just a matter of getting it done. So we're just still waiting on CODIS for that.
So I'm going to renew my efforts to get some contact with the FBI next week.
Yeah.
And perhaps reach out to Senator Cornyn and do some more brainstorming with Bruce and his team and Gary, who's the statewide CODIS administrator, about how to get it done. Part of the issue too is Tim Zolans, who's been super on top of this stuff and has known about it a long time. He's on a temporary assignment doing some other type of work, I think within the department, but so that contact, who's like our key guy at the FBI.
And Tim was at all our meetings, except for the last one we went to. Unfortunately, there was no one from CODIS there. So
that's part of the problem. Like, we really need Tim or somebody else.
So I don't know if Doug's looking after it now. I don't know who's overseeing the missing persons.
I can find out next week if it's with me. I should see Doug and possibly Tim.
Because the lights were turned down.
For my,
Can we turn it back on?
before people literally fall asleep. Okay, so
So I think that's it, that's where we're at with that.
should we grab our lunches and then?
Yeah.
What have we got
Break
left?
for-
We got
have a break.
four left,
What do we
four
got?
in your hair.
4 and hair.
10.
Well, we gotta wait for hair.
4 plus.
What's
10.
4? Oh, that's what I'm saying. We're doing that after
Two
lunch.
binders.
We're doing that after lunch.
But Rich is gonna whiz her.
Yeah.
Some of the ones we're going to start with are
Well,
ones
some of them are
that
fast.
were holdovers, and a lot of these, we don't have jurisdiction for, so I will run through these as quickly as possible, starting with number 1, number 15.05, DPS Westlake, dealing with late prints. Background was September 29, 2015, DPS Lab Director Joe Marchand notified the Commission of an incident in the latent print section of the lab where an analyst identified a latent print. This incident occurred on June 2015. Root cause analysis was performed the same month, and the laboratory documented a quality action plan. It revealed that the latent print analyst failed to take into account the appearance of the skin's pores as a deciding factor with regard to image inversion. The analysis and quality action plan also contained pitfalls in the latent print section standard operating procedures as they pertain to image processing and verification of excluded results. In response to this incident, the laboratory took the following corrective actions. 1, they completed a supplemental review of cases from 2013 to the present, in which the following conclusions were reported: excluded, inclusive due to latent print, or not suitable. Secondly, they removed the analyst from casework effective June 15, 2015. Third, they implemented a local policy effective August 20, 2015, requiring verification and review of all excluded, inclusive due to latent print, and not suitable conclusions. Finally, updated the lab's latent print standard operating procedures addressing verification of the analysis. The summary of the results of the lab case review revealed that the latent print analyst completed 109 cases from 2013 to 2015, and 11 of those cases met the supplemental case review criteria. On August 6, 2015, as a result of the supplemental case review, a previously excluded suspect was subsequently identified as the source of a suitable latent palm print. A quality action plan was completed and identified root causes, corrective actions to be taken, and an amended report was sent both to the investigating and the prosecuting agencies involved. The prosecutor's office informed the lab the amended results did not affect the criminal case outcome. On August 10, 2015, as a result of the supplemental case review, a latent print previously reported to be not suitable was determined to be suitable for comparison and subsequently identified the suspect. The QA plan was completed identifying root causes and corrective actions. The prosecutor informed the lab following this that the amended results did not affect criminal case outcome. Because of the discrepant results described above, management determined further case evaluation was warranted and is currently being completed, and the lab will follow up. As far as the preliminary recommendation from staff, I'll remind you we tabled this discussion at our February 12th, 2016 meeting and our April 12th, 2016 meeting, pending final results of the lab's case evaluation. On Friday, June 17th, 2016, DPS Deputy Assistant Director Brady Mills provided the Commission staff with an update on the status of the reanalysis, and as of June 14, 2016, the lab has completed a re-exam of 12 cases, and there are no nonconformances observed. Case review is ongoing, and Mr. Mills will provide our Commission with periodic updates. Given the status update from DPS and the fact the case review is still underway, it was a staff's recommendation we table the disclosure pending final results of the case reevaluation.
So Brady's here. Do you have anything you want to say?
We did have, out of the 12, there is one that there was a non-conformity that was observed. But we are working with our client we've notified our client. It was is a change from unsuitable to now there's suitable ridge detail, but we don't have any exemplars to do a comparison, so we haven't actually done a comparison. And we've submitted those for APHIS, so that case is still pending. Our plan is to leave our corrective action open, because the offer from our client base is still to retest cases as they find those and as we find those. So we will be providing quarterly updates to the commission until we feel that our retest process is complete.
Or until the AG says there's no need for you to report anymore.
That's true. This is a little concern, so.
So we need a motion table?
Yeah, okay. Someone make a motion?
I'll make a motion to table this.
And a second? Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Okay.
Interesting, it's not even under our authority. It's what you brought up, yeah. Okay.
All right, so our second case is number 15.04, DPS Abilene, dealing with controlled substances. August 2015, DPS Deputy Assistant Director Brady Mills provided an initial notification to our commission of an incident that occurred in the DPS Abilene Laboratories Controlled Substance Section, where drug evidence was found to be tampered with and missing. In July 2015, the staff member in the lab notified Mills of the incident when she discovered that one of her cases had been tampered with and the evidence was missing. DPS immediately initiated a criminal and quality investigation that involved the Texas Rangers and the lab division of DPS. At the conclusion of the investigation, the investigators found 14 cases with evidence missing. The lab manager resigned his position and a corrective action process was implemented to ensure the integrity of the evidence was not compromised. On October 15, 2015, the manager was indicted by a grand jury on 2 felony counts related to the theft of the prescription drug hydrocodone from the DPS evidence vault. Upon notification of this incident, our general counsel, Laura Garcia, advised us that to allow the criminal case, we should probably allow the criminal case to run its course before taking any action on the quality control and evidence security issues. On June 17, 2016, Mr. Mills provided our commission with an update in the investigation and case review. The lab has now hired a new laboratory manager, and the evidence technician at the lab was asked to perform a full evidence inventory with Justice Tracks evidence reconciliation, which I presume is a program or software. Okay. Any missing cases are to be barcoded with "this item cannot be found" in Justice Tracks to remove the cases from vault inventory. And as part of its action plan, the lab has revised its policy on evidence management and security to include use of technology, cameras, and vault audits. As far as the staff's recommendation, based upon the documentary information provided by the lab, including the quality action plan and the concluded prosecution of the criminal case, they recommended that we take no further action beyond the plan described in the materials provided by the laboratory. Commissioners can request clarification that all potentially affected prosecuting agencies were notified of the investigation and its outcome, and we can also advise that if the laboratory management discovers any material changes to the information provided, they should notify the commission as soon as possible. Mr. Mills, any?
Yeah, I mean, when we did our corrective action, we saw this as an individual, and then that was confirmed through the investigative process, both on the administrative side and criminal side. The corrective action rested with one particular individual, and that was dealt with through our administrative process and then also through the court process. But as far as going through an incident like that, we also took a hard look at how we deal with our security around our evidence, focused primarily on our drug evidence. We made a number of changes to access and electronic means and technology to control the access of vaults in all of our laboratories, not just Abilene, across the state. So we've completed our corrective action, and it's documented. But if we see any material changes in the cases, we'll mention.
Can we conclude with even though it's criminal action still going?
Criminal action is concluded.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so there's no need for any further action.
No, there isn't.
Okay.
We can take
that
a motion. Yeah, I make a motion, no further action beyond what.
I'll second it.
Aye. Aye.
Okay.
Nay.
Okay, speeding right along, number 15.06, Corpus Christi Police Department, again dealing with latent prints. This involves a situation where on December 10th, 2015, Corpus Christi Police Department's lab director, John Hornsby,
notified our commission of an issue in the lab's latent print section where an examiner misidentified a left finger as a right finger on a proficiency test. On December 9th, 2015, the Forensic Services Division of the Corpus Christi Police Department received the manufacturer's information and compilation of results from a latent print proficiency test. In comparing the expected results to those submitted by one of the lab's latent print analysts, management discovered the analyst misidentified the right, thinking it was a left finger. Upon observing the error, the management initiated an investigation and root cause analysis. At the time the proficiency test inconsistency was discovered, the analyst was on vacation but was immediately removed from casework upon a return pending completion of the investigation and corrective action. As part of the investigation, the lab performed a root cause analysis and interviewed all latent print examiners and the lab's quality assurance manager. The analysis revealed the examiner neglect, based upon haste or carelessness, was the root cause to the examiner confusion. At the time, the management believed the analyst had identified the correct finger in her examination, but wrote her notes in a careless manner, and she made the transfer of those notes to the CTS data sheet reflecting the incorrect finger. The lab disclosed this incident to our commission, and we reviewed all materials provided to the lab at our February 12, 2016 quarterly meeting. We issued a letter to the lab stating that based on the materials provided and corrective action taken, no further action was necessary. At the time, the lab management believed the error was not attributable to a lack of technical ability by the analyst. They developed a comprehensive corrective action plan to not only investigate previous exams by the analyst, but to also provide additional training and address gaps in the proficiency testing policy. The following corrective actions are implemented by the lab. 1, the lab reviewed all casework completed by the analyst since her last proficiency test in April of 2014. Secondly, the analyst attended an additional ASCLD lab assessor training course for testing laboratories held in Austin, March 7 to 11, 2016. And finally, the lab's policy and proficiency testing was rewritten to provide specificity in examination protocol and consistency in reporting format. The lab's scheduled closeout date for completion of the corrective action was May 2, 2016. As part of the corrective action plan described above, the lab reviewed about 600 of the examiner's cases and found that the issue was not limited to the proficiency test in the original disclosure. Of those 600 cases reviewed, the lab director found minor errors in at least 57 cases. He also found that 9 misidentifications and 1 elimination of a suspect where the examiner did not have prints for the suspect. The lab director described most of the errors as non-critical, dealing with, for example, failure to enter into APHIS or failure to seal evidence. However, in light of the new findings, the lab filed a supplemental self-disclosure with the commission, and the examiner is no longer employed by the laboratory, and the internal review of the examiner's work is ongoing. As far as a recommendation, the lab has conducted an extensive root cause analysis and implemented a robust corrective action plan, including exhaustive case review of the examiner's work. Management represents that all affected parties have been notified. Given the steps taken by the lab and the fact the examiner is no longer at the laboratory, it's our staff's belief that the lab has taken the necessary steps to ensure integrity and reliability of its latent print casework. They recommend the commission issue a letter stating no further action other than the outline is necessary this time, and we should consider commending the laboratory on the thoroughness of its review, and of course request if there are any material changes in the conclusions that we be notified as it appears they're still looking at our work.
So you're making the recommendations?
That was a staff recommendation. So John Hornsby's here. Do you want to say anything about it, or do you think you're welcome to?
No, it was, the summary was accurate with the exception of not all of the level 1 nonconformities were misidentifications.
Okay.
Some of them were eliminations when elimination couldn't have been possible. One was a misidentification. So there's some minor issues with that. And in a subsequent letter that we issued to ASCLD Lab and to Lynn and Lee, to the commission, that we identified those. The level 2 nonconformities were of such a nature that we felt that it wasn't necessary to bore you with the minutia of a write-over or evidence submitted to property not under the proper seal, something of a minor issue of that nature. All of those cases are being re-examined again and supplemental reports issued. and we're still in the process of working through all of those cases, that whether they were level 1 or level 2 non-conforming.
Can I ask you a question? With the laboratory, how are you able to physically do everything that, it seems like a lot of work that you all have done?
It was a Herculean task.
Right.
Our latent print examiners, we had 3 proficiency tests, latent print examiners were proficiency tested and competency tested. Latent print examiners at the time, clearly it went down to 2. Effectively, casework stopped. We took on all the new cases, but they stacked in queue while they performed the re-examination, and it was dedicated simply to re-examining all of the old cases. The beauty of that re-examination, and at the time it was thought this was probably overkill, especially by the examination staff, was that we found the issues that we found, and why I feel so confident about it is they found issues that we weren't even looking for. They found the most minor detailed issues that they could find. A write-over was reported to me in this re-examination, when typically that's corrected through our quality action plan and through the quality management.
Yes, sir.
This is kind of would be instructive with regards to reporting, because had it been just been a transcription error, we would not have reported it. This rose to a level of repetitive, and there ended up being a termination. That's definitely reportable. But I just thought, reflect back on the previous conversation of what is and what isn't. This might not have been, but with further investigation.
Well, we decided to report it if the notes would have reflected she identified the correct finger, but juxtaposed the hands, which is what we believe occurred. But the notes didn't represent that. The notes represented, in her letter, in her response letter, she represented that, it was just a juxtaposition of the hands. And it was due primarily to the fact that the palm cards that we use, and they're frequently backwards. It's on the front and the back in our casework, and they're not necessarily like that in the CPS proficiency test format. And so she just was confused. Well, that wasn't reflected in her notes. So we did decide to go ahead and notify, using an abundance of caution. In this case, it worked out nicely. The problem that I did run into was something that we discussed in T-Class meeting yesterday, was the Michael Morton notification, because a letter was issued by the commission recommending that we notify the appropriate prosecutor, which we did. And it was what I considered a knee-jerk reaction at the time. Clearly, all casework that she had ever done that went before that district attorney, now he wanted a re-examination for all of that casework, but there was actually some discussion that he was going to send the letter that I sent him in a mass email to the defense guild, and that would go out. That letter would go out to every defense attorney. I don't know if that occurred or not. She never returned to casework. But my problem is, if it would have simply been a clerical error, and that was broadcast out to the defense guild, then you see where that could be a quandary.
Because you could have done on everybody. The whole, I think that's what Don was saying, trying to express as well. So that's why we need to look at it.
Well, in this case, it worked out. I mean, it was the appropriate thing to do. We did it. We're still going to continue reporting out all of the issues in this, and we'll issue a final closeout report. I believe we said December 7th is our final date for completion of the second or the supplemental column.
Do you want to make a motion?
I have the motion. You did motion, put the motion?
No, I didn't do a motion, go ahead.
I put a motion that no further action to be done for this.
Second?
Second?
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Is this pronounced Kujala or Kuhala?
Not sure, I think Kujala.
Kujala, okay.
Kuhala. Kuhala? I think so. I don't know.
Kuhala?
Kuhala?
All
I
right,
think it
I'm
should
go-
be Kuhala.
I will go with the people that I think know how to pronounce words. Number 4, number 1609, involves a complaint from Kuhala, who used to be with the Fort Worth Police Department's Crab Lab, Firearms and Toolmark section. The background in this case that was previously reviewed by the commission was Victoria Kuhala filed this complaint against her former employee, Fort Worth Police Department Crime Laboratory. She was a firearm toolmark examiner in the lab beginning in November 2004, but resigned from employment in November 2015. She claims she left employment with Fort Worth Police Department Crime Lab after another employee, Michael Ward, hid 2 cartridge cases from her after he performed verification of a conclusion she reached in a comparison microscope. She further alleges ASCLD Lab ethical violations of sexual discrimination, age discrimination, harassment, favoritism, and retaliation by the agency management, particularly by lab manager Tom Stimpson and technical lead Michael Ward. She further alleges that Michael Ward is being investigated by Internal Affairs for breaking into her and 2 other employees' emails to send harassing emails to himself and others. She alleges Mr. Ward lied during quality manager's investigation of the emails when he stated they only broke into 2 employees' emails. She explained that she and another employee, Lillian Lau, both quit the lab within a week of each other due to similar issues. In an email to Fort Worth Police Chief requesting an internal affairs investigation, Kuhala provided background to her account of the discrimination, explained her background as a dedicated lab employee, her superior ratings she received, and certifications that she was a good employee. The commission, we tabled this complaint at our April 12, 2016 meeting and directed our staff to obtain more information from the lab related to the allegations, including whether the lab reported the nonconformance to its accrediting body, ASCLD Lab, and how many comparison microscopes the firearms section uses, and how many comparisons were made during the time the evidence was unaccounted for. And that was between September 16th and October 15th, 2015. Responses from the lab were provided in our meeting materials. The lab explained it did not report the incident to the accrediting body and stated the microscope with the evidence was originally examined had not been used since the examiner's analysis, and therefore no one other than the examiner, Kuhala, would have known it was there. As far as our preliminary recommendation, the complaints about human resource issues are beyond the scope of our commission's jurisdiction. However, the allegations regarding management's handling of the missing evidence raise questions regarding the lab's quality program and the management's understanding of the purpose of corrective action. The staff recommends that we review the supplemental responses from the lab and is referring to us whether any additional action is required. At a minimum, our staff recommends that providing clarification to that laboratory in the appropriate use of corrective action, a root cause analysis, and addressing a non-conforming event. So everybody has the materials. Does anyone have any input on this?
I think that, setting aside the email issue and the judgment issues with that, I guess when I read it, the response from the city puts all of the responsibility for the missing evidence at the foot of a single examiner. And it just seems to me like that's typically not the way we try to do root cause analysis. I mean, usually there's systemic, absent something like stealing evidence or like blatant misconduct. Usually when evidence goes missing, it's not identified by the lab for a period. The last time it was seen was after the verifier had it. It was under a covered microscope. All those things seem like that would be a shared responsibility among the analyst who had the case, the verifier. I mean, you know what I mean?
It's lab culture that's an issue.
And the other thing is you remember the photographs? There was underneath, the microscope was wide open. You couldn't miss it if it was under there. I mean, I don't see how it could have been under there all that period of time.
Because they put a cover over the entire microscope.
What?
Because they put a cover over the entire microscope.
But that meant they would not have used the microscope for weeks on end.
They said it wasn't used. It wasn't used for a month.
They have too much equipment
What
for
about the
lab,
evidence
but-
receiving? They shouldn't see the evidence didn't come back? I mean, they're missing evidence that didn't come to the vault, or?
But the laboratory did say that they've changed their chain of custody forms to ensure, rather that it does, as soon as it changes from the examiner to the verifier, where that wasn't there before. So that,
So they
they have made that change.
So they don't have internal chain of custody, basically. That was
From examiner to examiner, or from examiner to verifier.
internal.
So it was basically all
Put back on, it's her responsibility, is what the lab is saying.
Which is not.
Even after the reviewer, the verifier came in, it was her responsibility to go back and take that evidence back, and that wasn't, from what I can gather, that's what they were saying she did not do. It was actually technically still in her custody, and she should have gone back, got that evidence and returned it, but that didn't happen. But she's saying it was hidden, so she couldn't do
She
that.
couldn't, yeah.
Because
She's
it was
saying that
hidden.
it was an intentional act
Exactly, of sabotage.
along the line of teaching the lessons
Yeah.
that happened with the email.
That's right, but from what I understand is that the verifier never had to actually sign a piece of paper in the chain of custody to say that he had taken over responsibility of that evidence, and that's what they've changed.
So is there anything else they need to do?
They need to.
I would suggest that they reconsider, so what they said was no corrective action because nobody, she's not working there anymore and nobody else is at fault, but corrective action is not about fault or like discipline. It's not discipline, it's,
We don't do the same mistake again.
They haven't done the root cause analysis. That's,
It's thoroughly-
the root cause analysis has to be done.
more, I just would ask them to reconsider the way that they did their root cause analysis and try to look at it in a more systemic way. That's the only thing I would say. I don't know what else to say. I'm not comfortable with the way the root cause analysis was approached. I just don't think it is what is intended with that process.
What they're trying to say is that the problem was Kohala, and Kohala is gone, so we don't have any more problem.
Yes.
Basically, this is what they're saying.
But are you agree, Dr. Purwan?
No,
No,
I think the root cause
The
analysis
people
should
that
be
they
done.
work in the lab, that's not one person.
So do we want to recommend the staff, direct them, that the commission would like a more systemic root cause analysis than has been provided?
I think that would be a good thing to do.
Okay.
So it says, just to read you some of the language, the incident involved a temporary misplacement of evidence in the firearms unit. All indications point to a probable oversight in the accountability with the evidence. There were no violations of procedure, and no evidence was outside of the restricted area at any time. I'm just
Because it
not
didn't
sure
work for
how firearms evidence can go missing for a month
And then reappear.
and have, it's, the language is, an oversight and accountability with the evidence.
Glenn, Dawn has something to say.
I guess because I had asked about this as well, and since Dr. Kamaya in particular had asked about the equipment situation, my understanding is that each person was assigned their own piece of equipment. So that the idea was if this person was not there, they did not use that piece of equipment for that time frame that evidence sat underneath that microscope cover, and so nobody else actually looked at that piece of equipment to be able to determine it, and, until somebody figured out.
Then it was technically still in her custody on her machine.
That's my understanding, is that And I don't know, I just didn't know if that was clear.
Yeah, it's
So I
clear.
had to-
They said they didn't use the microscope for a month, and I'm not arguing with that answer. What I'm saying is that the verifier took custody at some point, and so there's just no answer for, it's just basically the analyst, it's her problem. That's it. So maybe it is the case that creating an internal chain of custody is the answer, and that's all that needs to be done.
I don't understand. I don't see what else they could do. I mean, in terms of it, that the issue is how did it go unnoticed that the evidence wasn't returned?
Well, in the LIMS, if they follow the LIMS, for example, you had Justice Track before. Justice Track shows what the evidence are. I am a little skeptical. So if somebody was checking the Justice Track, or the QA officer or somebody was seeing that this evidence has not been passed to the other person, has not back to the vault. So it's missing somehow.
The laboratory manager, Tom, I know him personally, he's very responsible, and I'm sure that if you raise this issue, you'll be able to address it. I mean, it's generally regarded as a good lab in Tarrant County, reliable lab.
And I think one of the things, we asked them whether they reported the nonconformance to the accrediting body, to ASPOT Lab, and the answer was the allegations about the hiding of evidence were investigated by the crime lab, but were not specifically reported to ASPOT Lab. The allegation of hiding evidence was investigated. It was determined that all indications point to a probable oversight in the accountability of the evidence. There were no violations of procedure, and no evidence was outside of the restricted area. As a result of this finding, no corrective action was issued, and the event was not reported to ASPOT Lab. And I guess maybe I just don't understand why that would be, but...
What they're basically saying, the evidence stays within the lab. So it never left the lab.
Technically, still in her custody.
Yeah.
So even though nobody knew where it was for a month, that's not a reportable...
That's what he's claiming.
Is the policy to turn over the evidence every day once you've examined it?
It depends on the lab.
Can you keep it a couple of days?
Sometimes, right?
Yeah, sometimes you do. It's a protracted case. I mean, you're looking at, for example, rape.
I mean, if you look at that and then you think, well...
But you keep it in your own vault or something. You don't leave it in the middle of the lab and go.
You don't have to keep it in the back of them. You're doing an extensive exam on clothing and bedsheet rape case.
No, I'm not saying you should.
Before you leave. It stays there until you come back the next day.
I mean, I'm being the devil's advocate. I mean, so it's a few days or it's a week?
For a month.
Or a month for it too. It's still in her custody in a secure, locked facility.
Depending upon the complexity of the case.
There has to be a reason for it. The testing has not been finished. That's the reason I put the...
But in this case, the testing was finished. That's the point I'm trying to make.
You have to have a reason for it, that you leave the
And the
evidence.
evidence was not returned, although the test was finished. And that is the question that I have. Why wasn't it returned once the testing was done?
I mean, did the
Why did it just
verifier let
stay?
her know that he was done with the verification?
That's what we don't know, because it was never technically in his possession on paperwork.
That's an interesting thing. I don't know what you could say.
So the point is, it doesn't mean the lab is a bad lab at all. The lab is needed to do the root cause and probably put some more procedure, and this is continuously in every lab goes on. You find the problem and you put another SOP.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean the lab is a bad lab. That means you need another SOP to put, to prevent that mistake to happen next time. And the question is, did they do it not have to be repeated next time?
Well, it just keeps coming back to that same core question. What level of error or discrepancy is...
That's what I'm saying. That's the whole thing.
Of changing.
I mean, technically, it was still in possession the whole time in a secure area.
Yeah, and you're right. It is in a secure area.
So, it's, because you can't get in. You have to unlock the door, I'm sure.
Yeah, but the point is when they wanted to find the evidence, they couldn't find it. They had to go on a mouse hunt. They had to
That's
go
because they
hunting.
weren't logical. They should have started where the evidence was last seen. If you thought about that, where was it you last saw it? On the thing. Lift a cup, oh, there it is. Now, what
She
is it now?
looked for it,
She looked for it everywhere, and she couldn't find it, then she went back and
But
found
she's
it.
claiming
That's
they're
what
playing
that
games
he
with her.
hid it, yeah.
Well, if she says she looked for it and it wasn't there before, then that brings up a whole new thing.
That's what she's saying.
And unless you want to
That's her whole new thing.
Yeah,
That's
and
the-
so unless you want to give everyone a polygraph,
You know, and you look at where it's there, if she had a look, I mean, you have a look at your exhibit 2 with it underneath. If she said she did a routine look, she went back to the microscope first and looked. I mean, underneath, she said she looked under the left and the right, well, the left stage first, and then under. I mean, it's pretty hard to miss that
I know.
big bit of tape the first time if you're looking, which is what she's basing her argument on, saying, well, I would have seen it the first time pretty much. Now I've gone back again and now it's there. So to me, there's something in the lab, some sort of
Something else is-
issue that's playing in on this.
yeah.
Right.
That's why.
Well, there's just no way to separate, there is no way to separate how much of this is a human resource issue
Yeah.
and how much of it is a lab issue. So,
The other thing is, like, if it went missing and she couldn't find it anywhere and then it reappeared under the microscope,
Who says
how
it
can
wasn't
anyone
tampered
say
with?
it wasn't
Tampered
outside
with.
the lab? How can anyone say it wasn't removed from the lab?
Well, the lab is contending that.
But it was always there,
Well,
but she
who
couldn't.
knows if it was always there?
yeah, it's pretty easy to cross-examine someone who says, I know it was never left my lab, I just didn't know where it was for this period of time, but if you don't know where it is, you can't know where it wasn't. I mean, that's pretty much, that's pretty logical.
You know, it boils down
There are
to,
certain cases, I think, that you cannot settle.
it's he said, she said, how are we going to resolve that?
I'm not, you can't.
The lab is going to insist that she was in error when she said it wasn't there, because it was always there.
And she didn't do what she said she did, which is look for us.
Yeah.
So,
No further action?
yeah, I think that's the best thing.
So this is a complaint, not a self-disclosure, so we would be dismissing it.
Okay.
I don't know, it doesn't sit well with me just to leave
That's the
it.
case you don't really want. That's interesting.
I think what Lynn is concerned about is they're trying to scapegoat.
Well, we can always make a recommendation. The lab should have a policy that if evidence is not returned within a week, it should be sought. Or something like
There should be
that.
some statement made to the lab.
Make
They should-
something simple like that.
Do you want me to draft it here and bring it back next time?
Okay.
Let's do that.
Someone want to make a motion?
I move that Lynn write a letter.
Addressing
these concerns.
I second that.
Okay.
I second that.
I don't want to just dismiss.
Okay, aye?
Aye.
Nay? Yeah.
All right, the last of our coming back to investigations. Number 5, 16.12. This was an anonymous complaint against the Houston Forensic Science Center dealing with toxicology. Reminder of the background facts. This was again filed anonymously. It alleged a Houston Forensic Science Center analyst error resulted in the contamination of 1 or 2 vials of blood taken from the defendant, and that there was no notice provided to the defendant of this. Further alleges the same incident happened in 2 other unidentified cases where notification was provided to the defendant or the district attorney. The allegation is that on May 28, 2015, analyst Ashley Johnson used a Hamilton Microlab 600 pipette and dispensed an internal standard directly into a blood vial as opposed to into the headspace vial. This led to the contamination in 1 of the 2 blood vials collected from the defendant. The second vial was tested without proper notification to the defendant, defense counsel, or prosecutors in the case. The complainant alleges management was notified of the incident. However, a corrective action was not issued for the incident until November 16, 2015. According to the complainant, the CAPA was only issued after Ashley Johnson and another analyst, Carissa Rogers, made the same error on October 28th and 29th of 2015. It's alleged that had a corrective action been issued in a timely manner, the 2 additional incidents might not have occurred. It's further alleged the defendant had a case setting or hearing on February 3rd, 2016, and was still not notified of the incident as of that date. Upon our receipt of this complaint originally, we notified the laboratory of the allegations immediately. On March 23, 2016, the Houston Forensic Science Center Office of the Inspector General issued a response to the complaint that's included in the meeting materials. In its report, the OIG concluded that the root cause of the error was toxicology management's failure to promptly report the original May 2015 error to quality director. Had the original error been correctly reported, the quality director could have checked with the other labs or FSC's own consultant to discover that this was a common error with the new Hamilton 600 instrument. The quality director could have implemented the preventive action plan to prevent the error from occurring again. And they further recommend that the HFSC quality manual be reviewed for amendment to make the lab's error reporting standard clearer and to retrain lab employees upon completion of the amended quality manual. In response to the complainant's allegation that the lab failed to notify the defense, the OIG explained lab management notified defense by including the language, during sample preparation, the specimen became unsuitable for analysis in its lab reports. However, both lab management and OIG believe the notification should have been clearer. To resolve the issue, the OIG recommends the lab establish procedures for clear notification. We reviewed this complaint and received comments from the lab on April 12th at our meeting, and we tabled the complaint pending receipt of further information in light of the OIG report, including any information related to the impact of the incident on casework and quality control procedures. After our April 12th meeting, the anonymous complainant filed another report with extensive exhibits available in our electronic share file that we received, alleging 6 separate additional quality incidents in the lab. The Office of Inspector General for the City of Houston issued a report on those issues on June 9, 2016. That's a document with the yellow background that's in our materials. And the Inspector General sustained one of the allegations but found the rest to be unfounded. As far as recommendations from the staff, our staff is deferring to us regarding whether any further action is merited.
Can I revise that?
Yeah.
Okay, so we
Please.
got an update since that Wednesday.
Yeah, this is,
And we got this from the lab. And it's really nice explanation of everything that's been done. A whole bunch of data analysis about the quality program in particular. And I do think they address your big concern about the specimen becoming
Yes, unsuitable is just not, that's just not adequate.
Well, it doesn't
explanation.
become unsuitable.
Yeah.
It's not the specimen's fault.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, but they addressed that.
They addressed it all, and this is really good data and helpful. So my staff recommendation is
Prior to this, yeah.
Changes to no further action.
Yeah, we all got that. Okay.
Yeah.
I was going to make a proposal.
Move that we recommend that no further action be taken.
I second it.
Okay. Aye. Nay.
Okay. Moving on to new complaints. Number 16.19, Anderson. This involves McLennan County Child Advocacy Center, Dr. Ann Sims, and the sexual assault exam and testimony in that exam. Background is in 2006, a jury convicted Eric Anderson of 2 counts of ag sex assault of a child and gave him 99 years on each count. The victim was his girlfriend's daughter, AF. AF testified at trial that Anderson smoked marijuana on the drive home and kept asking her whether she was going to let him have sex with her when they arrived. She testified that he sexually assaulted her the first time later that night after putting her younger sister to bed. AF's mother also testified that in the phone conversation 2 days after she confronted Anderson with allegations, he expressed remorse for what happened and suggested he may have been drunk or high on one of those occasions when he sexually assaulted AF. At trial, Dr. Ann Sims and the McLennan County Child Ad Center testified their findings from a physical exam of AF were not inconsistent with sexual abuse history AF confessed to it. The doctor also gave expert testimony related to a tear in AF's hymen, stating the tear was consistent with some kind of penetrating force. The particular statement was key to Anderson's conviction. Anderson alleges Dr. Sims' testimony related to the tear in the hymen is no longer scientifically valid and cites the San Antonio 4 cases where the defense convictions were overturned based on similar testimony. Anderson also alleges that AF was already sexually active and any signs of penetration were not from him but from the other participants. As far as recommendations, our staff recommendation on this one was that we dismiss the complaint Even though the forensic analysis conducted in the course of a sexual assault nurse examination is subject to the Commission's jurisdiction, the work is not performed in an accredited crime laboratory and thus is not subject to a negligence or misconduct review. If we accept the complaint, we would need to determine there are sufficient policy reasons to conduct an investigation of sexual assault nurse examinations, limited to observations regarding integrity and reliability, best practices, and recommendation. This would be similar to the reviews we've done on bite mark and forensic video analysis. Simply stated, we really don't have the resources required to conduct such a review at this time. And though the complainant alleges vague similarities between this case and the San Antonio 4 case, the facts of the particular case are distinguishable. Moreover, nurses have their own governing body, the Texas Board of Nursing, which is authorized to review complaints and take disciplinary action related to misconduct. We may consider instructing the staff to go ahead and contact the Board of Nursing to determine whether they have any publications or recommendations regarding best practices in sex assault exams, including debunked myths and limitations of analysis. Staff also recommends we consider forwarding the complaint to the Innocence Project of Texas Director Mike Ware, who is familiar with this type of forensic analysis, having represented the co-defendants in the San Antonio 4 case. That clinic is in the best position to assess whether the defendant may have any legal remedies available. Again, in light of all of that, the recommendation from staff was that the complaint be dismissed.
So all I'm trying to say here is we get a lot of same complaints. And number one, they've got their own board. Number two, launching into a review of that would be
Not the massive on that.
I mean, I don't even know how we would do it. I would say that there have been a number of issues with the way the testimony is given and, you know, things that have been learned over time about what really indicates scarring and things like that. And I'm sure the doctors would know better than me the types of issues that have been raised. So it's not that there aren't issues, I just don't know that it's something for us to be able to take on right now. And, you know, if this guy has any legal remedies, I'm sure that IPOT can vet them. And I found out an interesting fact that I didn't realize, but you know that before IPOT delves deeply and actually agrees to represent people, they give them polygraphs. Some of the cases, to make sure that if they're going to represent them, they're not being
So they use a very scientific tool.
Right, it's kind of interesting.
Well, I mean, it kind of begs the part. I mean, a lot of these, it's not uncommon for there to be no physical evidence supporting an allegation of sexual assault. At least I know the evidence changed since I started prosecuting, where they were saying there has to be, it's impossible, there's no tear or some evidence of force, but that's apparently not the case. That science is outdated, and sometimes there's nothing there. So.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's a lot that's
but that's
changed.
been known for 30 years that you can have the,
It's been known for 25 years, because my witnesses didn't know when I tried one of these 25 years ago. So.
So I just don't, I mean, Dr. Kirwani, you have, I imagine, some familiarity with these issues.
I couldn't decide if this is an acute tear or is it a scar tissue they're referring to. And the report, I would want to read the actual report by the nurse practitioner or doctor, whoever did the exam, to make more sense of what they are saying. And besides, the hymen can be torn because of many other things, including such things like horse riding, for example, or other activities, a bicycle, or, you know. It doesn't mean that there was a sexual assault. So it's not very clear at all what could have happened in this case. I think the best thing is to refer them to nurse, what's called the nurse practitioners?
The board, yeah.
Board of nursing, and let them handle it. It's beyond our scope.
Well, I'll move that we dismiss the complaint.
And direct staff to send a letter.
Second.
Direct staff to send a
I
letter.
second.
Yes.
To
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Okay.
Yeah, I just thought that was really.
All right. Let's see, plate number 16.20, Leonard, involving the Southwestern Institute of Forensic Sciences Toxicology Department. The background are that in 1996, a jury convicted our defendant, Israel Leonard, for murdering his girlfriend, Cynthia Randall. He was sentenced to life in prison for this murder. Dr. Joni L. McCain, former chief medical examiner at Southwest Institute of Forensic Science, which was at the time the laboratory was operating as the Dallas County Institute of Forensic Sciences, conducted the autopsy of Ms. Randall. Dr. McCain issued 2 autopsy reports in the case. In the original report, she found the cause of death to be blunt force injuries to Ms. Randall's head and the manner of death to be undetermined. After receiving further information from detectives that is unclear from the materials provided by Leonard, Dr. McClain issued an amended report, the same cause of death, but changed the findings as to the manner of death to homicide. Dr. McCain's second report was used to support the charges against Leonard and eventually secure his conviction in Ms. Randall's murder. Ms. Randall had a long history of drug abuse, and Mr. Leonard claimed she was high and fell the day she died, causing the blunt form of trauma to her head. Leonard questions the medical examiner's toxicology report and requests the Commission's review whether the toxicology findings indicate Ms. Randall may have fallen under the influence of drugs and caused blunt force injury to her head. Leonard states he does not question Dr. McCain's findings, but would like the Commission to comment on whether toxicology's report results should have indicated Ms. Randall's injuries and death may have been caused by her own fall, which is...
He read the disclaimer apparently on the complaint form.
The autopsy.
But the toxicology impact on the cause or manner of death is still
with the medical examiner.
It's still an ME finding, so I think that's it.
That's it. So it's just a jurisdiction issue.
Yes.
So move to dismiss.
Kind of didn't even feel like a complaint, I mean, you know?
But
Well, he even says, I don't question the findings, but I just want to see what you guys
He
think.
just wanted to share.
I mean, the medical examiner could have decided that this injury was due to a fall or not.
But you can't say it was caused by, there's no tox result test that's going to say, conclusion, it was a fall. I mean, all the tox tests can do is say there's tox in there, and it wasn't. And when it comes to drugs, if she was an habitual user, then there's limits to what the drug toxicology is going to be able to say about what impact it would have had on her, so.
I think it's just dismiss.
That's-
Yep.
So I'll make a motion.
So move.
Second? Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Okay, continuing with complaint number 16.21, Moreno, University Health Systems DNA Lab. 2009, Juan A. Moreno was convicted by a jury in federal court for sex trafficking, aggravated sexual assault, aggravated kidnapping, and compelling prostitution. One of these victims testified that Moreno and another man kidnapped her and kept her captive for approximately 2 weeks. During her captivity, she was tied to a bed while Moreno and the other men sexually assaulted her. Moreno allowed other men to sexually assault her in exchange for money until she eventually escaped. The victim in this case became pregnant and gave birth to twins shortly after the incident. Moreno requests the Commission to order DNA testing on 5 other potential fathers of the twins that will allegedly prove his innocence. It's not clear from the materials how the additional DNA testing would prove his innocence in the crimes for which he was convicted. In his complaint, he also mentions Dr. Nancy Kellogg from the University Health System gave testimony at his trial that indicated DNA testing should have been done to determine who the father of the twins were. However, it's not clear whether Moreno is complaining about Dr. Kellogg's testimony or simply stating the fact in support of his request for DNA testing of the 5 other potential fathers. Our staff recommendation in this case is that we dismiss the complaint for failure to state an allegation of negligence or misconduct related to a forensic analysis in the case. This complaint is merely requesting further DNA testing in this case because he believes it will support his claim, and we don't have authority to issue an opinion relating to failure to conduct DNA testing. We might want to ask the staff to send a letter to the complainant explaining the same and provide him with contact information for various public-funded innocence clinics in Texas.
Motion?
Motion. I make a motion.
Second?
Second the motion.
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Number 9, 16.22, Furtado. This is a forensic odontologist, involves forensic odontologist Campbell, Loomis, and Reese involving bite mark and DNA. In April 2000, defendant Christopher Furtado was convicted of injury to a child, indecency with a child by contact, and aggravated sexual assault of a child, and given 25 years in prison. In 1999, Furtado spent the night in a Midland hotel with his girlfriend and her 2 young children. He and his girlfriend drank large amounts of alcohol that evening and had friends in the hotel room. The next morning, authorities were alerted after the girlfriend's mother came to pick up the kids and discovered injuries on one of the children. At his trial, forensic odontologist Dr. Homer Campbell and Dr. Peter Loomis gave testimony related to alleged bite mark injuries on the child and connected Furtado to the injuries by stating the bite marks matched Furtado's dentition. In his complaint to the Commission, Furtado alleges the odontologist gave scientifically unsupportable testimony that connected him to the injuries and ultimately led to his conviction. He also alleges Dr. Reese from the Midland Memorial Hospital gave inconsistent testimony at trial, claiming she found evidence of sexual assault to the child. There was no DNA or other physical evidence to connect Furtado to the injuries. He also alleges Dr. Reese had a complaint filed against her by sane nurse involved in the examination. Commission staff obtained and organized 7 trial transcript volumes for review by the Commission bite mark panel, and the staff's recommendation is that we include this case as part of the bite mark case transcript review.
I make a motion for review.
Second?
Second.
Aye.
Aye. Nay.
Complaint number 1624, De La Rosa, involving Children's Medical Center of Dallas, same unit. In October 1997, defendant Paulo De La Rosa was convicted by a jury for aggravated sexual assault of a child under 14 and indecency with a child under 14 and given 60 years in prison. Mr. De La Rosa filled out a complaint form, but it merely states the facts and the allegations that led to charges against him. The complaint details the child victim's allegation against him and indicates there was a sexual assault exam of the child. It contains what appears to be a transcription of the police report connected to the charges. However, there's a failure to articulate any allegation of negligence or misconduct relative to any forensic analysis in this case. Based on the materials provided, it's unclear exactly what Mr. De La Rosa's reason for submitting this to us is. Staff recommends we dismiss this complaint for failure to state an allegation of negligence or misconduct, as it merely states out the facts of the case and fails to make an allegation. We also should probably direct the staff to write the complaint and explain the reasons for the dismissal, and also possibly refer to funded innocence clinics.
Second?
Or motion. I make a motion.
Okay, I thought you did.
That we dismiss this complaint.
Second. Aye.
Aye. You think we should send a letter in Spanish?
Yes.
Good.
And is his complaint form in
His
Spanish?
complaint form is in Spanish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can send a letter in Spanish, and then if he wants to send us
More
his explanation in
information.
Spanish, then he can, because I think part of it's a language issue.
Yeah. Okay, 16.25, McCain.
Which is number what?
Number 11, 16.25.
1116. Okay.
Dr. Lay Lamb Cooks, same examiner, background facts. In May 1999, defendant Gregory McCain pled no contest to aggravated assault with a deadly weapon in Tarrant County. Should I be doing this one?
I'll do it. I'll do it.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, so he was sentenced to 20 years in prison. The original charge and indictment was for aggravated sexual assault of a child, but it was amended in negotiation for a plea. He claims he didn't sign or consent to the plea. He also alleges that there was a conspiracy between the prosecutors, detectives, and his defense attorney. In September of '97, his girlfriend's 14-year-old daughter alleged he had been raping her since she was 10 years old. She detailed allegations of sexual contact with him. He claims her story is inconsistent, and facts don't support the charges or conviction. We don't really know what the sexual assault exam was or what he's complaining about with respect to the sexual assault exam. He makes general allegations of prosecutorial and other misconduct, and the recommendation is dismissal. And Richard Alpert should recuse himself from deliberation.
Which I've done.
Second.
Okay.
I make a motion. You second it?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Abstain.
Yes, so the quorum, everyone present counts toward the quorum, and abstentions count toward the quorum. If there had been a 2-2, then we wouldn't have been able to, it would have been a tie. We wouldn't have had enough to dismiss.
Okay, we're up to complaint number 12 now, 16.26, Tienda, Southwest Institute of Forensic Sciences, dealing with ballistics and firearms. 2007, Ronnie Tienda Jr. was convicted for murdering 23-year-old David Valadez during a shootout in Dallas County. Valadez died at a hospital from wounds suffered when gunfire erupted from multiple vehicles during a confrontation on I-30 that began earlier at a nightclub. Valadez was the driver of one of those cars, and Tienda was a passenger in another. Tienda admits to being present during the gunfire, but testimony at his trial was inconsistent as to who fired first. Bullets from Valadez's body never could be matched to a weapon, and no firearms were ever recovered. The main evidence used to secure Tienda's conviction were confession-like statements made on a MySpace account created by Tienda, including declarations like, "I killed to stay rich," and "Rest in peace, David Valadez." An appeals court and Court of Criminal Appeals determined there was ample circumstantial evidence taken as a whole, with all the details considered in combination, to support a finding that the MySpace pages belonged to Tienda and that he created and maintained them. Tienda alleges that forensics evidence, including the bullet from the victim's body, was never connected to a gun to which Tienda had access. He claims the prosecutors should have asked Swift's firearm examiner, Charles Clow, whether the bullet found in the victim's body could have been fired from a particular gun that would connect Tienda to the homicide. Our staff's recommendation on this is that we dismiss the complaint for failure to state an allegation of negligence or misconduct related to the forensic analysis at issue. It just makes general allegations of failure to test evidence and failure to ask certain questions. We could also direct the staff to explain this to the complainant in a letter and once again direct him to various publicly funded innocence clinics in the state of Texas.
Okay, so Dr. Slater submitted a memo to us, which is in your blue folder. And now it says that they looked into it and that the examiner testified that a bullet fragment submitted by law enforcement was consistent with a .38 caliber class bullet. He also testified cartridge cases from the crime scene showed class characteristics that were indicative of a Glock pistol. It doesn't look like any firearm was submitted for comparison purposes. And so what they're saying is the complaint doesn't seem to be concerned so much with his testimony, but with the prosecutor's attempt to have Cloud testify that the crime scene cartridge cases could have been fired by a 9mm assault-style rifle, which Tienda had referred to that type of weapon in prior testimony. But from the excerpts of Cloud's transcript, he testified that crime scene cartridge cases were very distinctive and indicative of a Glock. So,
Rectangular the firing pit is rectangular.
so it's not, Cloud's testimony was actually favorable to him.
Not favorable enough.
Not favorable enough to overcome the the MySpace confession. But
Who knows, he may be just bragging, I don't know.
No, it's right, you're right,
Confession's
it's just.
a bag of worms.
No, absolutely, I completely agree. The wording, the dryness with which Richard read it is what has me laugh. So.
Sorry.
Makes them, you gotta be emotional.
I guess so. Is this about the time for me to move that we dismiss this? I think I'm doing that.
Oh, you made the motion?
Yes.
I'll second it.
All in favor? Okay.
Aye.
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 Okay. Number 13, 16.28 drummer involving the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office, Dr. DeMaio, Stengel's ballistics and firearms. And Dr. DeMaio, I take it, will be recusing himself.
Yes, I will.
From this. In March 92, a jury found defendant Cornell Drummer guilty of murder and sentenced him to 99 years in prison. The materials provided by Drummer alleged that the autopsy of the victim in the case was conducted by Dr. Susanna Dana, and the gunshot residue analysis examination was conducted by J.L. Castorina of the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office. At trial, however, the state called Drs. DeMaio and Stengels as experts to testify for Dr. Dana and Mr. Castorena. Drummer believes that Dr. DeMaio illegally testified for Dr. Dana and Mr. Castorena without their permission or consent. He also alleges that Dr. Stengels fabricated evidence used against him at trial. Drummer alleges Drs. DeMaio and Stengels misled the jury with false versions of the facts that led to his wrongful conviction for murder. Drummer provides documentation he claims proves Drs. DeMaio and Stengels conspired with the San Antonio Police Department to secure his convictions. Our staff's recommendation on this is that we dismiss the complaint for failure to state an allegation of negligence or misconduct related to the forensic analysis in this case. Again, we just have general allegations of false and misleading testimony unsupported by materials. The commissioners should direct the staff to issue a letter to the complainant explaining the same and directing him once again to the various publicly funded innocence clinics in the state of Texas. And Dr. DeMaio is recusing himself from this, so I will ask if there's any discussion. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Yeah, I've had like a 10 to 15 year relationship with Mr. Drummer on PIAs.
Oh, really?
Yeah. One of the allegations was that that Mr. Stengel testified to some firearms analysis for which he never had a gun because the police department never showed that it went to the laboratory. But we have a test fire report, and we show that it went back to the PD. The practice then was very common for the police department to bring stuff directly to the laboratory rather than having to go to their property room and have the property room. But the amount of documentation was very skimpy, but because of the PIA, we provided all of that information. Those allegations have all gone through Justice, the integrity unit has gone to the DA's office. It just keeps recycling. So this is just a small variation on his original allegations.
It's got 99 years to submit this kind of complaint.
It's all good. Only so many reruns you can watch.
So we had a motion?
I make a motion.
We have a second? All in favor? Opposed? It's passed. All right. Complaint number 16.29, Garcia, involving Harris County Institute of Forensic Science, involves an autopsy including toxicology, ballistics, firearms, and other medical testing.
So I am going not to be for this.
You are, let's see,
I didn't indicate that, but.
but are you saying you should be?
I should be.
Okay.
I was working in Harris County.
All right. So Dr. Mozziani will be abstaining from this one. In 1993, defendant Daniel Lopez Garcia was convicted for capital murder and sentenced to life in prison for killing his wife, Cynthia Lopez Garcia, and Ruben Sena Jr. at a neighborhood bar. Investigators retrieved a spent .357 cartridge in the parking lot in front of the bar. A waitress was an eyewitness to the incident and fled the scene when it happened. Bar manager Domingo Perez observed the shooting and also identified Mr. Garcia as the shooter. Perez also testified at the trial that Garcia had warned Sena he would kill him for having an affair with his wife. At trial, C.E. Anderson, a Houston firearms examiner, testified the cartridge recovered in the parking lot was definitely a .357 cartridge, and the bullets could not be excluded as .357 bullets. He further testified that at least some of the spent bullets found in and around the decedents had been fired from the same gun, possibly a .357 Magnum handgun. An assistant Harris County medical examiner, Dr. Marilyn Muir, performed autopsies on both decedents, and at trial testified that Cynthia Garcia died of close gunshot wounds to the back, hip, and arm, and Ruben Sena died of multiple gunshot wounds to the head and back and had cuts on his head likely from falling. She added there were no other defensive injuries on the victims, no scratches, abrasions, or bruises that indicate they were able to defend themselves from bullets, I guess. In addition to the
There
forensic...
wasn't a struggle.
Okay. In addition to the forensic evidence available, Garcia also confessed to the officers, "I told you I did it, now give me the death penalty and let's get on with it." He also told his sister and mother over the phone he killed his wife. In his complaint, he alleges negligence and misconduct by the Houston Police Department in the firearms examination and by Dr. Muir in her autopsy findings and related testimony. He alleges evidence was fabricated by the Houston Police Department and Dr. Muir to secure his conviction, and he believes Dr. Muir is unqualified to provide the testimony she provided at trial. Staff recommends the Commission dismiss this complaint for failure to state an allegation of negligence or misconduct related to the forensic analysis in the case. Yeah.
I make a motion to dismiss the case.
I will second the motion.
Aye. Nay.
I make a motion that there's no more including of any type of confession type language in any of these minutes.
That keeps it interesting.
It's just too much.
But
That's not relevant.
but in the
What we
future,
do.
based upon the rule
It's really not
changes we
relevant.
had, you will just be reading these to yourself and then just, and telling us about them later, so, okay. All right. Number 15, 16.30, Smith, DPS, Austin Ballistics and Firearms. In 2003, a jury convicted Colin Smith for murder and sentenced him to 52 years in prison. Underlying facts against Smith have never been disputed. Smith and several other individuals met at the home of Michael Mendez to complete a drug transaction. Alleged participants were Smith, Mendez, Kermit Maxwell, Tim Chapa, Ruben Gonzalez, Robert Leo, and Valentin Ramirez. Mendez testified he arranged for Smith and Maxwell to purchase a kilo of cocaine supplied by Ramirez for $16,000. According to Mendez, after Ramirez showed the cocaine to Smith and Maxwell, and while Ramirez and Gonzalez were counting the money, Smith and Maxwell pulled out firearms. Ramirez, Gonzalez, and Leo were shot. Mendez testified that Smith then grabbed the cocaine and cash and fled the scene with Maxwell. Gonzalez and Leo survived their injuries. Ramirez died from gunshot wound to his chest. Smith and Maxwell were both charged with Ramirez's murder. In Smith's complaint to the commission, he admits the facts above. However, Smith claims that he discharged a .40 caliber 3 times that night. In a trial, the state claimed he fired 3 .45 caliber bullets, one of which killed Ramirez. Smith claims the state got it wrong. Smith believes that because his bullets were .40 calibers and Maxwell's were .45 calibers, he could not have killed Ramirez. He does not comment on the testimony or analysis of the DPS firearms examiner who testified at trial, Russell Johnson, but makes allegations related to the way the state prosecutors presented the evidence at trial. Staff recommends the commission dismiss the complaint for failure to state an allegation of negligence or misconduct related to the forensic analysis in this case. The allegations don't call into question the integrity of the results of the firearm testimony or analysis. Staff should be directed to send a letter to complainant explaining this to him and providing contact information for the various innocence clinics in Texas.
So I just have a question. So what that boils down to is that saying that the firearms examiner actually identified the caliber correctly, but the lawyer just said the wrong thing, as opposed to the other way around.
That's what I understood.
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't
And
that the
apparently-
firearms examiner
Well, 45 caliber bullets can cause a
because
death.
that wasn't
There was
clear
some
with
question
the,
whether a 40 caliber bullet could do the same thing.
yeah, it wasn't clear in,
Yeah, whether
there was no
no, it's
ballistic
not, I
report.
don't think it's a question of a missed ID.
Just
I
the
don't
lawyer
think
said the
that's
wrong thing,
allegation.
the wrong side.
He just wanted a clean record, and he felt that, other than that he killed these people, were misstated. That's how I view it.
Okay.
The record,
Do we have a motion? Yes, we have a
Consent on
motion.
that.
Second.
yeah.
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Okay. Complaint number 16.32, involving Hooks. This is DPS, Tyler, blood alcohol. In 1999, defendant Ray Dale Hooks was convicted of intoxication manslaughter for hitting and killing a man walking alongside the highway with his pickup truck while driving intoxicated. He was indicted on 2 counts, intox manslaughter and leaving the scene of an accident. He pled guilty to the second count, and after pleading not guilty to the first count, he was tried before a jury. The jury found him guilty of both counts and assessed punishment to life in prison, which means he had a bunch of priors, obviously. He should have life in prison for those charges. Hooks complains to the commission that the blood analysis conducted by DPS Tyler was incorrect in its conclusion because it was tampered with or contaminated by law enforcement officers, the chemist, and the pathologist through improper chain of custody and other types of mishandling. He claims he was not intoxicated at the time of the incident and requests review of the toxicology reports that show he was. He also complains the victim's BAC was incorrectly reported because the pathologist failed to take into account an IV solution that should have been considered in the analysis. Given the information provided, our staff recommends we dismiss the complaint for failure to state an allegation of negligence or misconduct related to forensic analysis, and also because the analysis occurred in 1999 prior to the date of the accreditation program took place in Texas, which was 2003. We might also direct the staff to send a letter to the complainant explaining the same and providing the contact information for the various public-funded innocence clinics in the state of Texas.
Make a motion.
I move we dismiss this complaint.
Second.
Second.
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
complaint number 17, number 16.33, Rogers. This involves DPS Garland DNA. In July 2009, Dennis Wayne Rogers was sentenced to 99 years in prison for sexual assault of his stepdaughter. He was convicted based on the testimony of forensic interviewers who interviewed the child and the child's testimony. There were no physical evidence at the trial, and during the investigation, law enforcement submitted numerous samples of the victim's clothing, the carpet in the room, her sister's room to DPS Garland for determination of whether evidence related to the alleged sexual assaults may be on the item. A presumptive test for the presence of semen was negative on all items requested to be tested. A presumptive test for blood stains was also negative. No other testing was conducted. Rogers requests the Commission order further testing that he claims will prove his innocence in the sexual assault of his stepdaughter. He requests DNA testing on some of the items. Again, because this fails to state an allegation of negligence or misconduct, our staff recommends we dismiss this complaint. Again, we should direct our staff to send a letter to the complainant providing the contact information for those before-mentioned publicly funded innocence clinics in the state of Texas.
Make a motion?
I make a motion we dismiss the case.
Second.
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Okay. Number 18, number 16.34, Reyes out of the Bexar County Crime Lab DNA. In 2007, Ronaldo Reyes was convicted of 2 counts of aggravated sexual assault and sentenced to life in prison. At trial, the state introduced evidence that Reyes' saliva was found in the victim's underwear. Reyes also explains a buccal swab was taken from him, but that at trial, a DNA analyst from Bexar County Crime Lab testified the results of the comparison of the buccal swab were inconclusive or tampered with, according to Reyes. According to a review of the record performed by Jay Brandt, the director of the Bexar County Conviction Integrity Unit, the analyst did not say what Reyes claims, and in fact, he explained the opposite at trial. The DNA results were inconclusive originally, but further testing was conducted by another analyst from the crime lab using YSTR testing in 2009, and that analyst found Reyes could not be excluded as a contributor. In his complaint, Reyes requests the Commission conduct further analysis on new DNA evidence in the case that Reyes believes will exclude him as contributor. He also believes his buccal swab was tampered with. He also alleges that pubic hairs were found at the scene and never tested, and he requests testing of those as well. In light of the YSTR testing results, it is unclear how the results of any further testing would reveal anything new. So given the information provided, the recommendation is that we dismiss this complaint and send him a letter and have him wait with the other people that's complaints were dismissed for help from the various publicly funded innocence clinics in Texas.
Motion?
I move.
Second? Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
All right. Complaint number 19, number 16.36, Dunavant, DPS Garland, and DPS Abilene Controlled Substance. The complainant, Catherine Dunavant, represents 2 defendants in federal drug cases where the drugs were tested for the presence of HCI at DPS Garland and DPS Abilene. Federal sentencing guidelines prescribe advisory ranges of imprisonment based on the quantitative results of a particular controlled substance attributed to a defendant. A quantitation as opposed to a test for the presence of a particular controlled substance, drugs used in state court drug cases, can increase the punishment range tenfold, and did so in Mrs. Dunavant's 2 cases. Dunavant believes the DPS procedures related to calculating the amounts is not scientifically valid. In one of Dunavant's cases, a Garland DPS chemist testified at her client's sentencing hearing. The chemist testified that based on his experience, he recognizes these substances as methamphetamine hydrochloride, even though the laboratory had not identified through analysis for the presence of hydrochloride. Rather, the laboratory had identified and quantitated HCI as base only. Dunavant alleges the analyst adopted a particular mathematical calculation as a valid procedure to quantitate HCI contained with seized mixtures after first assuming HCI was present within substance. The court found the chemist credible and applied the higher percentage to the total quantity of controlled substance. Dunavant also alleges her second case relied on the same calculation for the client's sentencing. In each of these cases, when the particular method of calculation is used, the outcome increases the client's sentence tenfold. Dunavant complains that based on SWIG drug and other guidelines for drug analysis, a procedure wherein the presence of hydrochloride within a mixture and the substance is first assumed followed by an application of the subject mathematical calculation of quantitation percentages of HCI as base is not a valid scientific procedure for quantitating HCI amount in mixtures and substances and is misleading to a court. Then I request the Commission review the method for calculation for the quantitation of percentages of controlled substance used by DPS and other law enforcement in prosecution of federal cases where quantitation is critical to sentencing guidelines. As far as recommendation, controlled substance testing is an accredited forensic discipline subject to a negligence or misconduct review by our Commission, and the complaint raises some interesting questions regarding quantitation methodology. The staff recommends we request a response to the complaint from DPS, and that's currently being prepared by DPS. Staff is deferring to us, those of us with controlled substance experience, to review the materials and determine whether the complaint merits investigation. So I will defer this discussion to those people.
So, it's definitely not me, but I do want to give an update, which is that DPS is trying to get the transcript. We're also trying to get it from the attorney so we can see what the testimony was. We also need some notes on the quantitation, and also Brady can speak to this, but he's looking at the two different cases and how the labs approached it, and trying to figure out whether those are consistent approaches, and also looking at the swig drug language to see what that says on the subject. Not all labs do quantitation, and it's only applicable to federal cases.
Only coding, in Texas, only coding has to be quantitated. That's correct?
These are
Texas is the coding, is the only one.
So these are federal cases.
These are federal
And
cases.
when we quant meth actual and report out that quantitation.
Okay,
The
yeah.
federal sentencing guidelines has some verbiage and language that talks about meth HCl. And we would like to see the transcripts before we really dive into this, because we actually had our manager was in the courtroom during this presentation and didn't see the presentation in court the same way that the complainant did. So that is going to be kind of our basis for our response. But yeah, what's occurring is we were reporting out meth actual. A federal probation officer doing a pre-sentence investigation was doing a conversion to the quant of meth HCl, and that was being used in sentencing. At least that's my understanding of it. We did calculate that on the stand when we were asked by the defense attorney, and so that's where we need to kind of dig in and see what was done. And then we also have another case out of our Abilene laboratory where the calculation is contained in our case record. So we're going to get the transcripts, review the transcripts, formulate a response, and then we're also working with our drug advisory board just within the DPS to determine what we will be doing in the future regarding quantitation in federal cases, and then they will also do that research with Swing Drug to see if that was appropriate.
So in terms of this case here and the report that was with the wording, is that exactly pretty much the same routine wording that you would put on all reports for federal?
And none of this was in our reports. We have not reported out, I don't believe. I believe it's in case notes in one of the cases, and then it was testimony in one of the other cases. I don't believe it's in our report. I didn't pull the Abilene case to make sure.
Is that discouraged, having somebody calculate something on the stand?
No, I'm not suggesting that. I just got to
No, it's just that
track
it's
that.
discouraged in the lab and in DPS.
No. Well, on the DNA side of the house, yes. On the drug side of the house,
Don't do that.
They have done some calculations on this.
So I think we also need to look at the reports because I thought, and I could be wrong, Brady, but I thought that it was quanted in the Abilene.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. They do have they've quantified
The case note one. I don't
Or
think it was
just
in
in
the
the case
report,
note?
just a note in the
I think
case
it's
file is what she
calculations
said.
in the case file, but I don't know if it's reported out.
So I have the report, and I don't know what that would
Look like.
but
And there is a quantitation on there, but it's not the one that she's talking about, right?
So this is Garland, so it's fine.
This is gone. I don't know what that would be. Oh, Avalon.
So that's the outlook for it.
So these are not warrant values, those are uncertainty, so it's not there. So
And you
it's in,
don't-
just in
yeah,
these,
here it
these
is.
are just uncertainty and confidence, that's
Which
not
page do you want
warrant.
that? In these there are.
No, this is what it is, methamphetamine quantitation, they put it, but is it the 8.2? Let's wait. But this, are they doing the DML too, like they do?
They're doing the meth actual when they're reporting this out.
Yeah, but
Each
they
one
don't
of
say
these
which
has a
one is it.
quantification on it.
So are we
No, I'm not sure.
we
They follow.
deferring any decision on this while?
We're waiting.
Yes, we need more information.
Okay,
More
so,
information.
so I move that we defer any decision on this until we hear back from DPS.
And I think
Second.
this is what this-
And also some more information on
Okay.
how routinely is this done? Is this,
So we'll
is it
get
an acceptable
information.
practice? I don't, I have no
I
idea.
can look at them, see.
When you get the information, could you make sure
Yes.
she gets it too? Okay?
Okay.
I make a motion.
Second?
Second. Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Yeah.
Okay, moving into the home stretch, 3 to go. Complaint number 16.37, Grunfelder, involving OB Associates Sane. In 2001, Daniel Joseph Grunfelder was convicted of aggravated sexual assault of his then wife. He was sentenced by jury to 50 years in prison. He alleges there was not enough evidence in the medical report from the sexual assault exam conducted by OB Associates to support his sex assault conviction. At his trial, medical examiner testified that despite the absence of signs of sexual assault, the assault still may have occurred. Grunfelder argues this testimony should not have been admitted. At trial, the ex-spouse gave lengthy and detailed testimony about the allegations and the sexual assault. The staff's recommending we dismiss this complaint to failure to state an allegation of negligence or misconduct relative to any forensic analysis in this case, that we direct the staff to send a letter to this complainant, and that we provide this contact information to various publicly funded innocent defense.
Second it?
Motion?
I make a motion.
Oh, okay, you made the motion, yes.
Second it?
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Complaint number 16.37.
Do complaint 1637?
Do we do?
Oh, yeah, it's a
Ooh.
typo.
Yeah, I think that's just a typo.
I'm going to the authority vested in me make that complaint 1638 at this time. Can I do that?
We're
It should
missing a
be
39.
36, 37.
So the last one should have been 1636.
So they're not in order, so because some of the complaints are referred to the DPS review team.
I both have the same number in my notes.
So Donovan should have 36.
Okay.
I think Sanders is
a minute.
39.
This is Donovan, we have a...
Donovan does have 36.
Okay,
It's
Sanders?
Grunfelder and then Sanders that have the same number, 1637.
Sanders should be 39.
Okay, so
Sanders should be 39.
Here's the names.
That's it.
So in correction, I'm dealing with complaint 1639 Sanders, which is DPS Houston DNA Lab. In 2010, a jury convicted Delray Sanders of murder and sentenced him to life in prison. Sanders was married to Lenny Jo Sanders, who's the victim in our case. Both Lenny and Delray abused prescription drugs. Delray Sanders alleges that Lenny's injuries and ultimately her death were caused by her overdosing on prescription drugs and stumbling and falling down when she was high. However, at trial, an assistant medical examiner testified that Lenny's injuries were so severe, it's unlikely that a person could harm herself to that extent. The assistant medical examiner also testified that Lenny's hair had been pulled out of her head, which caused bleeding under her scalp, and the bleeding in her brain was caused by significant blunt force trauma. Hines also testified that Lenny's neck injury is one only seen in cases of very severe blunt force trauma. Sanders requests the commission order DNA testing on specific evidentiary items law enforcement collected from the crime scene that he alleges will prove his innocence. Recommendation from the staff is that we dismiss this complaint as it doesn't state an allegation of negligence or misconduct related to any forensic analysis. The complainant makes a general request for DNA testing. That's beyond our jurisdiction. We should direct staff to send a letter to the complainant explaining the same and directing him to the various publicly funded innocence clinics.
Second it?
Motion. Second.
Aye.
Aye.
I'm worried about the cervical neck injury. I don't know where the injury occurred, but the upper neck injury is usually upper extension injuries and could be due to a fall. And it's unusual to get a blunt force trauma with neck injury. So I don't know what the doctor is saying, so, but it's not our concern, right?
Right?
It's not within our purview.
It's not in our jurisdiction, so.
The last complaint. Number 16.40, Clark, involving the Harris County Sheriff's Office, Houston PD, involving blood spatter, GSR, and DNA. The Harris County Public Defender's Office in Houston has filed this complaint. In 2010, cold case investigators brought charges against defendant Norma Clark for allegedly murdering her husband Ed in 1987. In 1987, a grand jury declined to indict Clark on the same charges. However, in 2010, investigators believe they observed microscopic stains on a well-used old nightgown Clark allegedly wore the night of the murder. Investigators believe they saw high-velocity impact blood spatter on the gown that placed Clark in proximity of Ed when he was shot. Testing of the nightgown was conducted by the Harris County Institute of Forensic Sciences, and all but one stain tested negative for blood. Aside from the blood spatter, the state's evidence consisted of 2 particles of GSR on the nightgown and various circumstantial evidence that was already known in '87. But the complaint would explain the state's main theory was the stains on the nightgown were missed from the blood that this woman caused when she shot the .38 caliber at close range in the back of her husband's head. The state insisted at trial that this was blood. Expert Katie Welsh tested at least 8 spots on the nightgown, and no spots had positive for
Phenolphthalein?
what? Thank you. Phenolphthalein results, presumptive testing. One had positive hemotrace results, confirmatory testing. Welsh was unable to detect any DNA. Welsh also testified about the various reasons negative results did not necessarily mean the stains were not blood. What also explains that experts David Rossi from the Harris County Sheriff's Investigator and Chris Duncan, Houston Police Department Investigator, gave opinions at trial related to the microscopic stains indicating they were blood spatter, despite the negative results from the blood test. They also gave opinions on why the results may have been negative, even though it appeared to them to be very high-velocity blood spray. Expert William Davis from the Harris County Institute of Forensic Science Examiner testified that he detected 2 particles of GSR after going over the nightgown twice, and even though the result was classified as inconclusive, he stated there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance of that result. Would ask the commissioners to determine the following. 1. Is it scientifically appropriate to ask a jury to conclude that stains comprise high-velocity impact blood spatter even when they test negative for blood and no DNA can be found? 2. Is it scientifically appropriate for a jury to consider general probabilities of a person having gunshot residue on them? For example, that the chance of having 2 particles in a person is 1 in 10,000. The staff recommends that we accept this complaint for review. GSR testing is an accredited forensic discipline subject to a negligence or misconduct review by the Commission. Statistics provided by the GSR examiner in this case are unsupportable on their face due to a lack of published data. In addition, blood spatter analysis is an area of forensic science for which there appears to be, at a minimum, a need for clear guidance on scientific bases for the discipline and the development of consistent standards for proper analysis and testimony. It is unclear to the staff how an examiner can properly testify to the existence of high-velocity blood spatter when lab results were negative for blood, with the exception of one of the more than 8 microscopic stains examined. The staff has already requested a response from the laboratories involved and expects to receive responses before the quarterly meeting.
Which are in the folder. From Roger Kahn.
Okay, so we will now move to comments from those that purport to understand the document.
So the main thing that, on the GSR testimony, which is definitely within the Commission's jurisdiction, the main response we got was that there was an Italian study that was done of police officers that uses these statistics. I think our main concern looking at it is how if the laboratory says that less than 3 particles is
2 particles.
inconclusive, and what they found was 2,
then why would you have an inconclusive result and then provide stats? So that's the one thing. The initial feedback, so, I mean, we have the chair of the GSR subcommittee for NIST OSAC in Texas. It's Mike Martinez, who's on our hair microscopy team, and he's at Bear County. I'm not sure about the scientific, how widely accepted that Italian study is for use in stats.
No one would ever put statistical, well, it's outside of the realm of
acceptable.
My experience, and I also do gunshot residue. We have for a long time, and we do gunshot residue or particle residue by SEM. We do not ever give them, there's no basis of it. We've done in-house studies where we have our own numbers, but even our own numbers, we would never testify because it's never gone to a peer review publication. So we have our own opinions, and we don't express those opinions in court.
Just by the face of it, it is an incredible article. I haven't read that article, but I would not give any credibility to one article published in Italian journal.
And then the second question is a little bit trickier. It's about blood spatter. First off, I don't know about high velocity spray, like what kind of a thing that is and how widely accepted it is. But what we're seeing here, like when Richard referred to stains, what he's talking about is stuff that you can only see, that's not seeable on that nightgown with the naked eye. I mean, you have to look under a microscope to see it. So I have no idea about any of that. I will say that blood spatter is crime scene, so it's generally, typically considered crime scene. So any commentary on this would not be about whether the examiner committed negligence or misconduct. It would be observations about the integrity, reliability, best practice, and so forth, and other recommendations. There have been a number of commission meetings during which people have said, people being the group, well, blood spatter is one that eventually we may end up looking at. And I think the issue there is, I don't understand how the lab tests all but one microscopic spray. It comes back negative for blood under, except for one of those particle sprays. But then you do blood spatter testimony. But you don't, but it's negative for blood.
I mean, the spatter part of it, it has to do with the velocity, how liquids
Okay.
travel and fly.
May I make a comment?
Sure.
The basic blood spatter research that most people are using in this country is based on maybe pigskin draped over a sponge, no blood pressure, you know, all those little sacks and everything. The only work that has been done that is probably valid is out of Europe. It was done on 5 cattle who were shot, and the results are not exactly the same what the Americans are getting. I trust the Germans. You do that, it's going to be interesting. I'm not talking about blood spatter on weapons that are slung. I'm talking about bullets going into them. And generally it falls, the droplets fall into 2 sides, and if you look at all the literature, it comes out as a spray. However, when you shoot the animals, some goes up, and some goes that way, and some goes down, and some goes nowhere. And it's very interesting. It's going to be, there's a possibility we're going to end up with the same thing with dentists.
Okay. Dr. Mozzani's recusing herself from this one.
Yes.
So I guess are we waiting for something?
What do you all think?
High velocity back spatter in a firearm injury, we do see it on hand, for example, in self-inflicted gunshot wound. It's a phenomenon that takes milliseconds to occur. Your hand has to be pretty close. And when you see it, it has significance, and we do give it significance in adjudicating a case as far as the manner of death is concerned. But seeing a spatter on a nightgown which is not visible by naked eye, and most of it is not identifiable by DNA study as a human blood, is totally
Yeah, this is the whole thing.
consistent
Yeah.
with what back spatter is.
I mean, if there's
High
only
velocity,
microscopic
yeah.
stains, no macroscopic stains.
You
To
have
me,
to
that
identify
flags-
blood. It's as simple as that. You can't have blood spatter if you don't have blood.
I know all the negative testing, it's an old, well-used nightgown, so maybe that one blood that where it was positive was from an old stain, she cut herself or something, and the others weren't. There's so, to me, it's just too many loose ends.
So that wasn't confirmed?
No.
So you can't consider it blood.
Mosquito bites don't.
So it's 0 for all.
So I move we accept this complaint for review.
Yeah, I think we should accept the thing.
I think we should.
Okay, so we have a second?
I second it.
Yes, sir.
Aye.
Well,
Wait a second.
Okay, good, stop.
Only to ask, there are two fairly distinct aspects to this. Gunshot residue and blood spatter.
Right.
Is the motion to accept both parts?
Yes,
I make a motion, we accept both parts.
I second it.
Okay, second it. Aye. Nay.
Who wants to be on the panel? Can we volunteer some people who aren't here?
I would be very happy to be.
Yeah, I think,
Commissioner Rwani's going to be on it, I'll volunteer to be on it too.
Oh, was that the check thing?
Is that the three meetings?
Okay, so we have
So it's,
Albert, Pirwani,
Nay.
DeMaio. Now, I do think that when this group meets, we should consider whether we need any expert help on, especially the GSR. And a lot of labs in Texas will not review the work of another Texas lab. So I don't know if we're going to be able to get that help inside of Texas.
Isn't Dr. Singer doing
There's, not
Dr.
2000.
Singer.
Hey, he's got somebody.
Ron Singer.
In 2005, the FBI had a conference on it and kind of established certain standards and certain things on it. I don't agree 100% with what they said, but it's fairly exhaustive. I don't know if you've seen it.
On GSR, on?
Yeah, when they start to do the GSR,
they
when
talked
they
about a lot about
start, you know,
GSR.
yeah.
What?
That we had a monogram.
Yeah. It was 2005, they brought people from labs all over the country to establish certain standards.
I would recommend that Ron Singer, who did for many years back spatter, blood spatter analysis, should be our consultant in this case.
Would he have done GSR too?
And not by SCM, no, ballistic.
No, he hasn't done that.
I've also done GSR, published a number of papers.
Well, we can ask him.
Yeah, but
I mean, he's a qualified firearm examiner.
that's why I was wondering. But that's trace, really. It's not.
And that's what I was saying. I
There's
was
like two
hesitating
different
to say
types of
that.
GSR.
He was never involved, and we were doing atomic absorption for a
Who
number
does
of
it in
years.
Dallas?
Mike Martinez.
Mike?
No, Mike Martinez is
I mean, at San Antonio.
Mike
Martinez.
Mike
He does the
Martinez,
same
yeah.
thing.
And Mike is the chair of the OSAC GSR committee.
And
That's, I think it would be very good for us to be consulting him.
As long as
if he
it's
won't-
in and out. It's already working on the air review.
Okay, you're volunteering him?
Maybe ask him for
Oh, the lab director is here, should be probably.
He was at that FBI conference.
or ask for a recommendation if he's too busy.
If he can't do
But y'all gotta
it,
get to the review part of it before you're gonna be done. That's these, aren't you?
well, if he can't do it, then can you ask him for a
I'll
rep?
find out.
Okay, thanks. All right, that's it.
Thank you, Liz.
What's that?
You have a few more?
We have one more agenda item.
And I have,
Dr. Pirwani has a few more minutes.
I have 1 hour left.
Yeah.
This hair.
Yeah, hair,
Okay.
okay.
And
I
it's
just got a text message from Ron Singer. He said, I did GSR quite a bit. He's watching us.
Hi, Ron. Okay, well, that's good.
Okay, so working up there, we could bring up 16, National Commission, national, okay, forensic, we did that.
What about number 10?
When do you think we're going to have the meeting?
Well, we need to do the hair microscopy.
Hair microscopy.
What?
Hair microscopy is number 10. Number 10?
Yeah, she's doing it right now.
Oh, okay.
You want to talk about the meeting while we...
No, I was just asking. We don't really decide. You people kind of find out.
Available dates for October?
Yeah, so October 20 and 21 is a Thursday, Friday block that's available here.
October 20 and 21?
October 20 and 21. My computer just literally turned off.
I have a conflict on the 20th.
Is it because it's...
Totally black. I don't know what happened.
Can we take it a week later? 27 and 28?
I think that's the only block available. in
October 20 and 21 is the only Thursday, Friday block. And then the other dates they gave me were October 3rd through the 6th. That's a Monday through Thursday, any 2-day block in that window.
I mean, I could try to leave early, and I just can't come up the night before. I could try to get here in time for the meeting.
So the other is October the 3rd?
Any dates between October 3 and 6, but...
I'm out Monday,
Yeah,
Tuesday, Wednesday.
she can't.
I teach Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Sorry? I teach Monday, Tuesday, Wednesdays.
Because I don't know when it's off. Yours is in Monday.
Right.
That's the reason I don't
Yours.
want to get those Monday, Tuesday, because I don't know if it is the same time of Saturday.
It's hard for me to go up on this.
Yeah, it's difficult.
That's gonna be tough. I've also got our county's Mad Walk is that Saturday too.
So somebody's not available that date? I'm sorry, I missed
It's been very hard for me to be available.
20 and 21st. How about everybody else? Just you, Richard?
I'm fine.
We need Richard.
You need Richard.
I haven't missed one yet. I could miss this one. Need be.
If you miss the October, what about
So you can't
November?
come Friday, or
It's
is it
gonna be,
you can't come Thursday?
it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be very tough, because I've got an evening presentation I'm doing that Thursday night, and I have to get up at very early Saturday morning, so it's,
Another time.
and I'm not as young as I used to be.
Yeah.
Lee, why don't you post some dates, and then we can vote on them,
Yeah, that's fine. The only dates that were available at the Omni, though, are these dates.
Well, then do the other ones.
So you may have to move the
Yeah,
meeting.
do the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, whatever works for everyone.
And you're out on Wednesdays, too?
Yeah, I'll just double check my teaching schedule, but I'm pretty sure. Let me just double check if I've got, maybe Tuesday, I might be able to be here.
Okay.
You've been
So
scheduled.
what are the dates then?
Yeah, my teaching.
We haven't decided yet.
Okay.
We'll decide next week sometime.
Well, Lynn, when it comes time to have the GSR committee meeting, since we're both in Tarrant County, maybe Tarrant County could host that meeting?
Sure.
And,
I'm coming forward, any excuse.
okay, and Ron is there, and the other
Ron.
person involved is in Dallas, potentially, so.
San Antonio.
Oh, San Antonio, almost Dallas.
Not even close to Dallas.
But it's-
I wanted to say something, but then I forgot what it was about the scheduling issue. I mean, we could always try September if you wanted.
I can reach out to him for more dates.
September's really bad for me, but if
Yeah,
I have
bad
to
for me.
move stuff or whatever.
You can push it to the end of September.
September is better than October. October is very,
No.
2 meetings.
You can ask the hotel what September dates are available.
You know what I forgot to tell you guys is that RTI and the NIJ sponsored, do you guys remember Marna McClendon? She was at our last meeting. She interviewed some of you about state forensic commissions. They were doing some research on different state commissions, what they do, strengths and weaknesses and so forth. And she's had this research project ongoing, and they're doing a 2-day meeting in Washington right after the next National Commission meeting, so back to back. And she asked Richard and me and Bob Wyckoff to be on a panel to talk about, and ask the commission to talk about the lawyers' perspectives on the commission. So I just want to let you know that that's happening too. So we can report back on that next time.
I'll apologize in advance for making us say that the commission wants to disavow.
Okay. So, you're going to do a doodle poll then? Is that what we decided? Okay.
We'll do that.
All right, so we have 4 cases to go through for hair. These are all cases where notification was recommended. Pena, Dunn, Long, and Postel. No notification was recommended in these other 2, Rivera or Williams. So Pena was a 97 capital murder, life sentence to the guy who's currently incarcerated. It was one of Charles Lynch's transcripts at Swift's. Remember, I'm just giving you a reminder of what the review criteria is. So statement of identification, probability or statistical weight, and any other potentially misleading statements or inferences. So it's number 3 that was an issue here, and what this is sort of a follow-on to an issue that was identified in one of Lynch's other transcripts. The hair examiners generally, the research allows the grouping of hair into 3 sort of macro racial categories, and they're very big, and they're not meant to attribute race to an individual. They're meant to say there are Negroid characteristics, that typical Negroid characteristics, Caucasian, and Mongoloid. Those are the 3 large groups in the literature that people have been taught to testify about. So what we've seen in these transcripts is that Mr. Lynch has been testifying to hair of Hispanic origin, or to Hispanic head hair. And that's not something that the examiners and the group feel is scientifically supportable. And so they flagged this case as another potentially misleading type of statement. Basically, the use of racial categories outside of the scientific published literature. And we have a bunch of examples. I just gave you one of them. So before we go on to Dunn, because I really tried to narrow this down, the transcript has these examples about Hispanic head hair throughout. And so based on this, the team recommended notification and that Dallas County start looking at all of his cases. I think a number of commissioners had wanted that to happen based on the very first transcript, but we waited and sort of reserved judgment to see what else was in the transcripts. And it was really the examiners in this instance who said, like, this is just not something we say.
Okay. So do we need to move that?
You can either, we'll just go through them.
Okay.
So Pena is a notification letter, will go to Dallas County on that. Is that, and as well that Mr. Lynch's other transcript should be reviewed.
Okay. I move we send the letter and to Dallas County and recommend they review other transcripts regarding this witness.
Second.
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Okay, the next one is Dunn, the capital murder case, also in Dallas County, same examiner, and there were 2 issues of concern. And here it was the statement that basically they say, what did you find? There was a head hair fragment from the body transport sheet that had the same fine microscopic characteristics as those of Dunn. How long was the head hair fragment? 1.5 inches. When you say you determined it had the same fine microscopic characteristics, what do you mean? I couldn't tell the difference in the found hair from the body transport sheet and several head hairs of Mr. Dunn. So it's fair to say that Cusac's hair was less distinctive than Dunn's hair, that's right. How distinctive is Dunn's hair in your experience? I don't recall having seen one exactly like it before. Are you able to say with from the comparison of these two hair fragments, that those fragments came from Kevin Dunn's hair, no, I can't say that. What are you able to say? I can say the two hair fragments recovered from the transport sheet either came from Dunn or someone whose hair is exactly like his. How many people in the population may have hairs exactly like his? I don't know. That's the right answer. So that's, you know, but the team found in its totality that, I can't say it's his, but it's somebody with hair exactly like his. And then they ask for questions about, in your 9 years of examining hairs, let's see if I have it. Oh, sorry, and basically what it goes on to is you've never seen a hair like that. No, I haven't.
Yeah.
It's the same type of using this historical, I've examined 1 million hairs and I've never seen one just like it.
So it's very unique hair, and it's exactly like the hair from the person he's looking at. So
Right.
even though it doesn't explicitly say it, in a roundabout way, he's making a match.
Right.
Okay.
And then we have this thing about, again, back to the pigment characteristics for a mixture of Caucasian and Mongoloid. It was my opinion it could have come from a Hispanic. You say it was in actuality a mixture of Caucasian and Mongoloid. Yes, sir. And the examiners had some issues with that you could actually make those types of statements about mixtures between Caucasians and Mongoloids. This is all in the same transcript. So that's why we thought notification was merited.
Yeah.
Pardon? I would just remind me ancestry DNA that they want you to, where did you come from?
So the totality of the transcript, the group thought that it was appropriate to notify. There's some appropriate things that were said. Like, I don't know how many people in the population have the exact same hair, but...
Well, all we're doing is telling them we have concerns about it. They
Yeah.
still would be the ones to look at it and make a determination
Right.
based upon the other evidence, so.
Right. Right. And then there's this interesting thing that says, can you quantify or explain in terms of how Mr. Dunn's hair is so much more distinctive than Mr. Cusack's hair? And there's an objection, it's overruled. No, I can't quantify it. To explain what you mean. Describing a hair microscopy is like trying to describe a painting. You can describe various structures with various features there, but a listener does not get the visual image of what the painting looked like. So we just thought that was an interesting way of saying, I just know it when I see it.
Yeah.
So that's done. So is everybody comfortable with sending the letter on that one?
Yes.
We're done?
Make a motion?
Yes.
I'll make a motion, we send the letter.
At the
I'm
end.
done?
I second it.
Aye.
Aye.
I thought we were doing it at the end,
Oh, I thought we were doing it at the end.
of all 4 of them.
No, did you want to do one together?
Okay.
I first said we were going to do them all.
Oh,
then
okay, I
thought
missed it, sorry.
That's probably not the right way to do it. We should go through one by one.
You may
So
say no.
State of Texas versus Randall B. Long. This is a 83 murder, an 88 conviction, a 60-year sentence. The person who testified was from the Jefferson County lab, and all 3 questions were answered affirmatively in this one. But I'm going to cut to the chase. Did you find any hairs there that compared favorably to Lisa Wilbur's hair? Yes, I did. How many approximately, or exactly 2? Yes. Did you form an opinion is the question? Yes, I did. What is it?
That's
My
all.
opinion is that it's Lisa Wilbur's hair.
Yeah.
I don't, so last time I checked, you're not supposed to say that.
No.
And the examiners said.
I think at this point, we could make a recommendation.
Okay. I move we send the letter on this case as well.
Second? Second. Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
So one of the interesting things we saw in this examiner's transcripts is that, my opinion is that it's Lisa Wilbur's hair, and I think the examiner thought there was that she could say that because it was just her opinion. As long as she said that scientifically she couldn't make that statement.
But if she's not basing it on science, then she's giving a lay opinion.
Right, she's up there as an expert. So I think the group, so it's your opinion this hair because it matched so closely that it came from Lisa Wilbur's hair and from Lisa Wilbur, yes, sir. And just again, they try to clarify, so we're not getting confused. The 6 hairs you positively identified as being, you gave an opinion, but in your opinion, they came from Lisa Maud Wilbur. Is that your opinion? Yes, sir.
What it's saying here essentially is, this is a hair, that's it. I mean, it's my opinion, it's that. My opinion, you were shot.
I think it's just as harmful whether you give statistics or say, in my scientific opinion or based upon science. I think when an expert's speaking, I think it's presumed that their opinions are based on science.
I agree.
But many experts probably believe they can give their opinion without, that's their opinion.
I agree, but that's not correct.
I know that's not correct, but it's...
Ben?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I attended the National Association of Defense Counsel seminar in New York at the beginning of June, and they were talking about things like this. And even when they say it's their opinion, when they say things like it's a match, even though I've read transcripts where they say, well, we can't identify it positively, but it's a match. As far as the jury's concerned,
That's it.
that's the hair. So a lot of this stuff, I think, is the way it comes across to the jury, that they take it as gospel.
Again, I think it's a contextual thing. I mean, I think there are situations where, do you think this is possible? In my opinion, it's not possible. That's a lesser forceful type of opinion than, in my opinion, based upon the fact that I'm a scientist who's been qualified to look at this is there. So I think I think there's harm.
So this one is the same one where we recommended notification last time. The Jefferson County analyst had a pretty strong statement as well. So this is the same analyst here that we recommended last time. So in light of that, the recommendation is that any transcripts that can be identified for that analyst should be looked at.
Yes. You need a motion for that then? I so moved that any transcripts involving this analyst there be notification sent, may be examined.
Or just reviewed first.
Review
first. Yes.
And this one.
Second. And this one.
Aye.
Okay, so the last one is Postel, and it's Harris County. And this is an 82 Harris County burglary rehabilitation. It's a life sentence. And the examiner was Workington, and they spell his name differently in different places, but this was the one that we looked at another transcript for and recommended that all of his transcripts be looked at already. So we're working with the CIU to figure that out. And here...
When you skip, what was that other side, the previous side?
The first and third review questions were the ones concerned. So he does lay out how the hairs are looked at. So he says, if you will, insofar as our conclusions, we, if you will, not rank, but conclusions considering a hair comparison, they would be basically one of 3 categories. Either the hairs are dissimilar, the color is different, racial characteristics are different, the body origin is different. A variety of things would cause a hair to be, in my opinion, dissimilar, such as not originating from any particular individual whose hair we had for evaluation. Then we get into a classification we would call microscopically identical. That is, they have identical microscopic characteristics. The length were approximately the same, the diameters were the same, the course were the same, the coloration, the scales, etc. All these factors being consistent. If you reached a conclusion that the hair is microscopically identical, what does that mean? It means the hair of one source compared to another meets all of these criteria. And can you conclude from that finding that they possibly came from the same source? Yes, sir. An identical microscopic characteristic would indicate the hairs could probably be of the same origin.
Could be, probably.
And now, one thing about this is he does say could be of the same origin.
Right.
But then he says, and is that conclusion that they probably came from the same source for identical hairs of microscopic comparison, is that something that's been acknowledged by the scientific community yes, sir, providing the examiner has the expertise to render that comparison. So the examiners in the group felt like this was stronger wording than what they've been, ever been trained to say.
It is.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think the qualifying words diminish it.
Want to make a motion?
So that was the recommendation.
Okay. Recommend we send the letter on this one.
Second.
Second.
Aye. Nay.
So just a general update on the cases. We had 287 positive probe associations from 693 lab reports, 120 additional Lexus and Westlaw cases. So we have 813 total, and of those 79 total cases we have records on.
Wow.
29 additional ones were disposed of by police, so we're not going to have a transcript to look at. And by and large, the lab reports look fine. So we haven't identified any scenarios where we think a plea may have been involuntary because the lab report contains scientifically inappropriate language. It's always what happens on the stand. And then in the transcript review, we have 62 where the record is either reviewed or received, 13 where we haven't been able to get the record, and 4 we have transcript requests pending. We've reviewed 44 transcripts by date, so far. We've had 17 notifications, including what was recommended today. 24 with no notifications. 6 of them are pending right now with Latham and Watkins, and 4 cases that Nick has outstanding transcript requests right now, pending. And that's going to be it for that.
Interesting.
Thank you.
Chugging along.
You're doing a good job.
It's good to try to get through them.
Yeah.
Questions?
Is there any more business? Oh, public. Any public comments?
Public is quiet.
Everyone's tired.
I got an email from someone that enjoyed our commission meetings and asked me a question. Is that count as a public comment?
I have to make a motion to adjourn?
I so move.
Okay.
Okay, so you'll get in touch with us on dates.
Okay, I will.
I really think that date's going to be impossible for me.
Yes, that's fine.
Which my feelings if I can't come.
Will that Monday, my teaching, I just double check.
Yes, probably.
It's now Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So I've got comments for Tuesday, so Monday, Tuesdays are actually better for me now. Yeah, if it's only one lecture on Tuesday, I can get someone else.